Mismatched, The AgencyFiles, Book 2. Written by Chautona Havig. Narrated by Krista Del Sorbo. 1. The sleazy bar oozed with the slime of a biker haven. Ernie pulled into his usual parking spot and jerked on the emergency brake before turning off the engine. Loud music blared in the cool Colorado air as a group of men exited the building. He watched them, but none stumbled. Good. Inside, he accepted his usual glass of Coke from the end of the bar and wove his way through the customers and regulars to the paneled hallway plastered with posters of women wearing too little to leave anything to the imagination and advertisements for beer. He found the last door on the left closed and locked. A keypad accepted his access code. The light turned green. All was well. Once inside, he closed it again, turning the deadbolt even before he turned on the lights. A glance around him assured Ernie that nothing was amiss. Things remained a bit skittish after the mess with Leo. Unlike the rest of the bar, this room boasted clean and modern decor. Sleek, stainless office furniture butted against beige walls. His chair was a masterpiece of ergonomics and luxury. Contemporary lighting kept the room bright, and a splash of artwork on one wall added visual interest. The laptop, the one that never left the building, sat on the desk, ready for him to begin. His cell phone buzzed, and a glance at the screen flashed one name: Jenk. He ignored it. There was no news yet. As he typed in his 16-character password, Ernie muttered, "I swear they want information before it happens now. The world isn't going to hell in a handbasket. It's flying there at the speed of light." Reports cascaded onto the screen at the touch of his mouse. Emails flooded his inbox, most going into the junk folder that he still had to comb for coded messages. Google popped up with his browser, taunting him with the temptation to feel lucky. His fingers skimmed the keys and hit enter. The entries popped up as he typed, and the final tally for the day was 139,431. Ernie scratched out the previous day's number and wrote this below it, replacing the sticky note on the edge of the monitor. Up 63. Maybe today. A single knock preceded the sound of keys in the lock. His boss stepped into the room. "You're in early. Got anything?" "Just got here. Looks like an increase on Leo's, though. Maybe we'll find something." "Dell talked with his mother." Ernie nodded. Though it didn't surprise him, it did bother him that some chick had to die because her son ran his mouth. "I'll see what I can find out." He hesitated before asking the obvious question. "Dell sticking around to see if Leo shows up for a funeral?" "That's the idea." Jenk left the room with a silent order hanging in the air. "Get me the reports and see if any of the new Google hits pan out." According to the previous night's sales report, beer was up by 12%, and for no apparent reason. He punched a number on his phone and waited for a reply. "Hey, Roman, you need to boost production by 15%. Without a word, he disconnected and went back to his lists, highlighting the places that Jenk needed to read. 3 printed emails went on top of the pile. 22 minutes later, he had the extra entries finished and Google closed. Another bust. Jenk wouldn't like that. He pulled out his phone, hit the button for Jenk, and sent a text message. No news. Papers in hand, he strolled down to the boss's office and knocked. "Got the reports." Jenk called him in and held out his hand for them. Unlike Ernie's office, the room was more like a man cave, complete with state-of-the-art HD TV and leather seating. Again, however, it looked out of place in the shabby building. "What do we have? An increase in beer?" "Good. Did you call Roman?" "Told him to have 15% more next week." "That'll give us samples. Good thinking. I've got a new kid. Thinks kind of like Leo did. Speaking of Leo..." Bust. Nothing there. One email is from the informant at the courthouse, the one from ttyl@lettersbox.com. TTYL? Text speak for talk to you later. It's a dummy account, of course. What's it say? Good. Follow up on these. See if there's any reason to visit any of them. Will do. Ernie pocketed the list of towns across the country where Leo might be, certain that it was a waste of time. Got anything else for me? That's all. Jenk passed back the stack of papers and nodded his dismissal. Shred 'em then. An hour later, another message from Jenk arrived, a one-letter text. K. 2. The office held a trace of nostalgia for her, but Allison refused to allow her thoughts to linger in the past. She and Adric had made the right decision, even if it meant that she, at 30, still had no hint of a real relationship in sight. He was happy, and that made her happy for him. Pushing the sight of stacked invoices, part boxes, and the familiar scent of grease and solvent from her mind, she punched the doorbell that would call her friend into his office. Her car needed attention, and now she only trusted it to Adric or his two. The door opened mid-thought. A man stepped through, wiping his hands on a shop rag and smiling. Can I help you? Make that 3 employees. Unnerved by the huge snake tattooed down the man's left arm, the spider web crawling up one side of his neck, and the odd-looking Chinese characters down the other arm, Allison forced her eyes upward to his face. Spiked black hair set off expressive blue eyes, but the evidence of previous piercings and spikes in the man's features shocked her in spite of herself. His earlobes had holes the size of quarters where gauges once rested. She swallowed hard, willing herself not to react. If Adric trusted the man enough to hire him, that's all she needed. I stopped by to see if Adric or one of the guys could look at my car. I smell something, and it has what Adric called a knock, whatever that means. You think he'd call it a knock, or you do? Even as he spoke, the man grabbed a tool she couldn't identify and strolled to the door, opening it for her. He would. I learned all about knocks, pings, dings, and whines last year. Understanding dawned. What month were you? April. Nodding, the man followed her to the car, reached in, popped the hood, and propped it before he glanced at her. I know it's none of my business, but do you ever regret saying no? I didn't say no. He chose Jael. A look crossed his face, one of disbelief. Can you start the engine? She climbed behind the wheel of her Toyota Camry and revved when he indicated, shifted gears upon demand, and waited. She didn't hear the sound. Leaning out the window, she called, Maybe if we drove around the block? I'd just let it go, but I thought Adric said knocks. I'll lock the door and be right there. Allison climbed into the passenger's side as he returned. He slid behind the wheel and stared at her. Is there a reason you're allowing a perfect stranger to drive you anywhere? You work for Adric. If he trusts you, so do I. How do you know I work for him? You don't even know my name. Well, she suggested, you could remedy that. I'm Allison Wall. The man smiled. Leo Hassard. Let's see what has your car's heart knocking. Perhaps that is the problem, Allison laughed. She noticed a hunky pickup the other day and hasn't been the same since. Leo glanced her way and frowned. So much for introducing it to my old beater. She's been spoiled by the elite, eh? Before Allison could respond, the car knocked, and seconds later the very faint scent of burning rubber drifted in through the air vents. He turned back toward town and frowned. This isn't good news. Not sure how I didn't hear it before, but yeah, that's bad. How bad is bad? If I'm right, you need a new engine or a rebuild, probably throwing a rod. Ouch. He glanced at her. On the brighter side, I think your rubber smell is just a belt or a hose or something. It's not related, and in comparison, it will be cheaper to fix. Should I fix it or just buy a new car? He ran his hands over the steering wheel as he parked the sedan in front of the shop. Allison had kept her Camry in pristine condition, Her upholstery still looked new, the dashboard unmarred by the sun. Everything about it showed the excellent care she took of it. Leo glanced at her. "Has it ever been in an accident?" "Nope." Climbing from the driver's seat, he lowered himself to his hands and knees and peered under the car. "No rust issues." "My father is good about maintenance." "Have you been wanting a new car?" She saw it in his eyes. Leo hoped she'd say no. "Not particularly. I've had her since I graduated high school." "Graduation gift?" Allison nodded. "Then I'll run a computer diagnostic to see if I'm right, but I'd recommend a replace or rebuild." Just as he went to unlock the door, Adric opened the bay. "What are you?" "Allison!" "How are you?" She hugged him quickly and pointed to her car. "It is fading fast, but Leo says he can arrange for a resurrection." "What seems to be the problem?" "It has a knock." Allison almost winked at Leo before she caught herself, and then blushed as she realized that he knew it. "A knock? Are you sure it's a knock, or is it maybe a ping?" "It's a knock, Adric. Rod isn't thrown, but it's going." A strange mixture of excitement and frustration filled Leo's voice. At Allison's quirked eyebrow, Adric laughed. "There's nothing that Leo loves more than rebuilding or replacing an engine and saving another car from salvage. Come on in and we'll start the paperwork. Leo can do his thing." "I've got to call Mom, and I'll need a ride home. I don't suppose it'll be done quickly." Laughing, Adric opened the door to his office and led Allison inside. Once the door shut behind them, he gestured for her to find a seat and get comfortable. "Well, we have to wait for the diagnostic, but if Leo says engine, I'll trust it. If that's it, do you want it replaced?" She nodded. "How long?" "Too many factors. I just don't know. Usually within a couple of weeks, but right now with our load..." He shrugged. "What is it going to cost me? I need to figure out what a car rental..." "I've got a Focus out there that I took in trade for some work and fixed up. It's not as nice as your Camry, but you can use it while we're working. No charge." "That'd be nice, but..." "No buts, Allison. If I don't charge the average customer, I certainly don't charge friends." Leo popped in the door, shaking his head, and jerked his thumb toward the bay. "Yep, that engine is shot." To Allison he added, "I'm really sorry." Without another word, he let the door slam behind him again. "Who is he, Adric? I didn't know you hired anyone else." At the knowing look in Adric's eyes, she added, "Yes, I am curious. I can't imagine you hiring someone who looks like he belongs to the gang dudes in Rockland." "He used to be a biker. Casimir." Adric waited for her response. "I take it that means dangerous?" "Yeah. His chapter was involved in a lot of criminal activity." Swallowing hard, Allison asked the obvious questions. "How did he get out? Did they just let you leave?" "He'll have to tell you about it, but let's just say I've seen the scars left on both his soul and body." As if compelled, she asked one more. "Why would he risk it?" "He met Jesus." Her eyes widened. Oh, wow. Wow." "You need to ask him about it sometime. It's an amazing story. I've never seen such a tough guy just..." He shook his head. "No, I can't describe it. You've got to see it yourself." "See it for myself or hear it?" His words made no sense. "When it comes to Leo, one is the same as the other." Ambiguity rose to new heights. Exhausted, Leo climbed the steps to his apartment, and as he often did, he debated the wisdom of living over the flower shop. Cheap rent and proximity to work had their benefits, but the stairs after a long day, not so much. Still, what else could he afford in a town like Fairbury? Not much, and any savings he managed by moving to Ferndale or Brant's Corners would burn up in his gas tank. Fairbury had the advantage of rarely needing to drive the beat-up old gas guzzler. Leo stepped into the apartment, and the stuffiness hit him. He flung open windows before tossing his keys and mail onto the counter. Routines made the monotony automatic. His leather jacket hung on a hook by the door, one of the last remnants of his former life, and one he hadn't been willing to remove. The piercings he couldn't erase, and the tattoos haunted him with memories of easier times, but the jacket could go. He just wouldn't let it. Tearing his eyes and mind away from the thoughts that usually dragged him into a pit of uncertainty, Leo ran through his day, examining every part of it as if it were a play in a football game or an Olympian's practice for gold. What had gone well? What could he have done better? Did he rely on self or on the Lord? Where could he surrender more? Years of self-reliance and cult-like adherence to the Casimir's authority had been hard to overcome. Tom Allen had suggested his daily ritual of self-examination, prayerful repentance, and then release. The one thing that kept Leo from slipping into despair in those first months after his conversion was Tom's assurance that the Lord's mercies were new every morning, and that nothing can separate him from the love of Christ. It had been a good day. Things that often tempted him to distraction had appeared and vanished almost before he noticed them. His mind drifted back to the woman, Allison, and his raw admiration for her. Was it wrong? He didn't think so. What had Tom said? Attraction isn't the sin, Leo. Building it into a bordello of lust, however. Bordello. Who used words like that anymore anyway? Hunger gnawed at his belly, but Leo grabbed his already well-worn Bible and dropped to the couch, opening it to the next chapter. 15 chapters, just 15, then you eat. His voice, quiet as it was, echoed through the near-empty room. Couch, battered footlocker used as a coffee table, and an empty bookshelf that had definitely seen better days. They did little to muffle the sounds. Gotta hang a blanket or curtains or something. That'd help, he muttered as he returned his thoughts to the book before him. Jehoshaphat, we meet again. And here I always thought you were Gramps' way of swearing. By the time he finished, his stomach protested loudly against the notion of scriptural bread over physical. The temptation to eat first always haunted him, but each time he'd yielded, Leo had found it a little too easy to let the reading slide. If Adric says it'll get easier, it probably will. Still, why 15 chapters a day, I don't know. Psalm 119 days are killers. Regardless of the struggle to finish, he found comfort in some verse each evening, even in strange places like the Begats. The rhythm of life alone helped when his still seemed stripped from him. As with every Thursday, his cupboard gave him the choice of almost nothing, or just shy of nothing. Mac and cheese battled for preeminence over canned hamburger soup, and lost. He pried open the pull top and popped the plastic container of soup in the microwave. At least the apartment had come with the essentials of life: a clean bed, a shower, and a microwave. While the appliance hummed the evening hymn of provision, Leo changed from his work uniform to shorts and a tank. He pulled socks and trainers from the closet and swapped out his work boots for them, tying the strings carefully. He sat on the couch, feet resting on the old footlocker, and tried not to inhale the soup. His eyes strayed to the lonely box of mac and cheese as he polished off the last bite. If he ate more, it would delay his run that much longer. Still, later to run meant later to home, and that meant fewer empty hours before he went to bed. A computer would at least give me easier access to news, and I could watch a show in the evening. The moment he thought it, Leo pushed the idea out of his mind. You'd probably have to destroy it out of self-preservation. Just learn to be still. Leo gave himself the same pep talk every evening when the reality of his loneliness hit him. The alarm clock glared at him. Each minute ticked by slower than the last until he thought he'd go crazy. 20 minutes. Time. He jogged downstairs and burst into the back alley. His eyes scanned the area instinctively, but Fairbury hardly had a stray cat, much less a sinister element waiting to pounce on him. He walked briskly, warming his muscles as he did every night. His nightly ritual of self-torture commenced. As he neared the lake, his mind warred within itself. Jog. No. Gotta do it. No. It's just exercise. It's stupidity. As he picked up the pace, moving into a slight jog and eventually a steady cadence, Leo began to wonder what kinds of hobbies a guy like him could afford. Safe hobbies that didn't require punishing his body after a long day of hard work. The nightly run was madness. In summer, it would kill him. In winter, he'd freeze. Still, it does help me sleep. I've never slept better in my life. Even self-induced torture has its perks, I suppose. He used to be in one of those motorcycle gangs. Like the one that was in the paper. There was that guy who turned state's evidence for a plea bargain kind of thing. Curious, Allison pulled her laptop from its case and waited for the screen to flash on, asking for her password. Do you remember if that was the Kashmir? No, that isn't right. I can't remember. Casimirs. That's it. Were they the Alliance of Casimirs? I don't know. That sounds right, but all of those groups have weird names, don't they? Rod Wall listened to the exchange between his wife and daughter. And Adric hired this man? Yep, he says that Leo is great with cars. But surely there are other men who could do the job that aren't convicts, Allison's mother protested. Adric says that Leo became a Christian and got out of the group. If Adric hired him, then I think he's probably fine, Eva. That man is an excellent judge of character. Allison laughed at her father. You just say that because he spoke well of me. He could have been my son-in-law. He's everything I'd hoped you'd find and more. The wistfulness in Eva's voice appeared as it always did when she spoke of Adric. Every time she thought about the month they'd spent with him, Allison knew her mother wondered if she hadn't failed her daughter in some way. I could have married him, Mom. If I'd agreed to Tom's suggestion, I'm sure Adric would have too. I just didn't want to wonder for the rest of my life if he'd have found the perfect person if I waited a few months. I waited, and he did. It was the right decision. He and JL are perfect for each other. She's expecting, isn't she? Nodding, Allison smiled. I suspect that's why he hired another mechanic. He's probably planning to do more management and fewer actual repairs. Can his business support that? She shrugged. I think so. It looked pretty solid when I was there, and today there were cars in all 3 bays, 2 in the parking lot, and Adric apologized for the extra time it would take due to their backlog. She found the article in the Rockland Chronicle and read carefully. There it is. Leo Hassert. Read it to us. The curious tone in her father's voice surprised her. Last Tuesday, Leo Hassert of Colorado Springs, former member of the outlaw biker gang, the Alliance of Casimir, testified against 3 leaders of the gang on several counts of drug trafficking, 1 count of murder, and other crimes. In exchange for his testimony, Hassert was sentenced to 2 years on parole and 2,000 hours of community service. Wow, that's a lot, Allison interjected before continuing. Sources say that Hassert was nearly killed by angry members of the gang when he tried to leave after a conversion experience. Well, if he was involved in a murder... Eva seemed stunned by the realization that the man responsible for repairing her daughter's car had been associated with such dark, criminal activity. I doubt they'd have let him off on parole if he was personally involved in killing anyone. I'm guessing he had more to do with the drug side or something. Allison sent a grateful look to her father as he spoke. Besides, Adric wouldn't risk our Allison's safety for anything or anyone. He may not be our son-in-law, but he's a good friend to her. As she prepared for bed that night, Allison found her thoughts back on Leo and his situation. He'd shown surprise when he heard Adric had not chosen her rather than the other way around. Flattered, she began praying for the man who had so much to overcome. Perhaps this man's conversion would be the thing that opened her parents' eyes to the need for Jesus. 3. Spring had arrived in Fairbury. With the snow gone, the snowplows that cleared the town's streets each evening had been locked away until winter. Trees budded, some already in full leaf, and the daisy cart sat out in front of the Peddler again. After a long day substituting for a fifth-grade teacher at the elementary school, Allison parked in the square and strolled into Bookends, looking for the latest Alexa Hartfield novel. Her parents planned to leave town for her mother's birthday, and now the long weekend stretched ahead of her, one of peace and solitude, perfect for a date with a mystery. "Hey, April, I haven't seen you in a while." Todd waved from the cash register as she entered the store and then rang up the customer in front of him. "Just been busy around the loop." "I heard your car is stuck over at Adric's." Fighting back the urge to comment on Fairbury's lack of exciting news and its proclivity for keeping track of one another's business, Allison nodded. "Yep, Leo's going to change out my engine." "I don't know what Adric is doing letting that riff-raff in his establishment. I'd take my car elsewhere if there were anywhere else to go." Indignation radiated from the woman. "As it is, I've made it quite clear that I don't want a criminal touching my vehicle." Allison couldn't help herself. She tried to resist. At least, she tried to convince herself she did, but failed. "Oh, you know what, Mrs. Paulson? All this time I've assumed you were a Christian. I must have been so offensive with my offers to pray for your husband and trying to encourage you with Scripture. I'm sorry if I offended." "Of course I'm a Christian, whatever." Allison's thinly masked anger bubbled over. "I'm confused, then." "About what?" "How you can speak that way of a brother in Christ." He's still a criminal on parole." Had she not been so angry, Allison might have found the combination of indignation and chagrin in the woman comical. And the Apostle Paul was guilty of the persecution and murder of Christians, if only by association and approval, yet you read and follow his, or at least some of his, admonitions to Christians all the time. With every ounce of self-control she had, Allison forced herself to calm down and allow herself to feel compassion for a woman frightened by the unfamiliar. "I think Jesus would have sat with him, eaten with him, and maybe washed his feet. Can't we at least be civil?" Kate Paulson muttered an apology, took her bag, and left the store. Todd raised one eyebrow appreciatively and went to retrieve a fax from the office. Suddenly exhausted by the emotional drain of despised confrontation, Allison sank into one of the love seats near the window, covered her eyes with her hand, and prayed to steady herself. "Thank you, Miss Wall. Those were probably the nicest things anyone has ever said about or done for me." Before Allison could raise her head, Leo pushed his way through the door. She hesitated. As much as she wanted the book, she needed to talk to Leo more. After a moment of indecision, she called out to Todd. "Hey, can you stay open just a bit longer for me? I'll be right back." "Sure, I've got time. Maybe I'll order me a pizza. Want a slice?" "No thanks. I've been craving the deli all day. Be right back," she called as she followed Leo through the door and onto the street. "Wait, Leo." He stopped mid-stride and turned as if on pivot. Surprise flashed over his face before he covered it in a mask of privacy. "Did you need something? I'm on my way to start pulling out your engine." "But it's after 6. "It's saving me from another boring jog. I'm good." Leo's eyes seemed to pierce through her as he finally met her own gaze. "Again, thanks. I always think I'll get used to it, but I never do. If it's a tourist, I can't help it. I get angry. But when it's someone I've seen at church, that hurts. Sometimes it seems like the Christians at the community church think they were practically born saved. They've got a couple of Calvinists over there, so maybe—" "Calvinist? I don't know that one." Allison laughed. "I won't confuse you. Just stick to the Bible. You'll either read it and come to their conclusion, or you'll read it and come to the opposite one. Either way, we'll all find out one day who is right.
By then, do you think we'll care?
I think we'll care about knowing truth, but I doubt we'll be in neener mode in heaven. Allison pointed to the deli. I was heading over there for dinner after I buy my book. She swallowed her nervousness and added, Want to join me? The hesitation in his eyes gave her a new idea. You could get in line while I pay for my book. It would save us a long wait. Her idea worked. Seeing a way to repay her for standing up for him, Leo nodded.
If I get to the counter before you get there, what do you want?
Hot beef and Swiss. They make the best, but I shouldn't take too long. Didn't Bookends have what you wanted?
I didn't know what I wanted until that woman started talking.
What was that?
He grinned. To get out of there as fast as I could.
Action, thriller, horror, romance, history?
Romance? Since when do guys read romance?
He tried to look offended, but even she could see that Leo enjoyed their banter. One of the coolest guys at community church loves a good romance. It's all he has on his shelf. I could get you some kind of history. Adric loves history.
I'd rather read about someone who doesn't exist. At least then I won't get worked up when the author gets it wrong.
She giggled. He found another inaccuracy?
Last week. He's still talking about it. I just need something to keep the weekend from refusing to go away.
His many unserved hours of community service came to mind, but Allison kept her opinions to herself. Do you like to read, or did you just need something to read?
I've never read much, just in school when I had to. Now all I read is the Bible and the newspaper.
Got it. I know the perfect thing. I'll meet you there. Without another word, she strolled back into the store and went to the Christian section first. She knew exactly what book she wanted him to read and prayed Todd would have one in stock. As she pulled the familiar paperback off the shelf, Allison stifled the urge to squeal. She grabbed one of the stacked copies of Dread from the table by the counter and slid them across for Todd. Are those autographed?
Yep. She stopped in last week and signed a dozen. Those are the last 4.
Man, I bet she keeps you in business all by herself.
Gotta love gawky tourists.
He slid her card, the receipt, and a pen back across the counter and slipped the books into a craft paper shopping bag.
That was a nice thing you did for Leo. He's a good guy. I always cringe when he walks in, but only because I know it makes people nervous. Nervous people don't shop well.
Well, I think people forget that not everyone can get baptized today and step into a church tomorrow looking like they'd never been touched by the world.
He could cut his hair and brush it down, Todd suggested quietly.
But why should he?
Dunno, it just seems like he should do something to make him stand out less.
Taking the bag, Allison walked to the door with Todd. Thanks for staying open. I know it messes you up if someone else gets in, but I appreciate it. The evening air was growing cool as Allison walked along the sidewalk, crossed the street, and waved at Chad on the beat. Quiet night, Chad?
So far, so good. So don't start any riots.
Oh, all right. Sheesh, you're no fun. She approached with a confidence he hadn't felt in months. Was it the clothing? Her clothes looked like she'd stepped out of one of those expensive catalogs. That purse. 3 figures and designer. Of that he had no doubts. Her dark hair bounced freely around her shoulders, almost as if it had been confined and finally released. Leo smiled at the thought. It was probably true. She'd probably had it put up all day until the last kid left the classroom and then let it down, rubbing her scalp to ease the tension of a long day in a room full of kids who were likely eager for their spring break. The mental picture brought a lump to his throat that he swallowed down quickly. He had no business imagining anything like that. She hadn't turned Adric down. That astounded him. Jael was a wonderful woman. Leo knew that, but how had he resisted someone like Allison once he'd met her? The idea of Adric continuing to look after he'd found Allison seemed absurd. Leo waved as she approached the window. The meal would take a chunk out of his paycheck, But then, what else would he spend it on? His last paycheck had covered rent, and the one before that, insurance. He just needed gas and food for the next week. He'd be fine. Hey, thanks. What do I owe you? Allison sounded a little out of breath as she slid into the seat across from him.
I didn't ask.
Well, I have to pay for my food. I can't expect you to do me a favor and then expect you to pay for the privilege of doing it. There was something in her tone. He recognized it, but couldn't place it. After several seconds ticked past, he grinned and said,
Your teacher voice.
What?
Adric said you're a teacher. I've heard that tone before. It's the, I need to drill a lesson into you without letting you know that I'm doing it tone.
You were a student who was bored in class. Just a bit rebellious.
That's an understatement. Teachers just prayed I wouldn't burn down the room on their watch.
She watched as he bit into his sandwich, curious. What did your mother think of that?
That I would come to no good. She was right, too.
I bet she's proud of you now. Leo shook his head, trying not to let the pain her words caused show.
I doubt it, considering she's still not speaking to me.
Seriously?
When I joined the Casimirs, she told me to bug off, and if I showed my face again, she'd have me arrested for trespassing.
He waited for the pity, but it didn't come. Somehow, this woman knew the difference between pity and compassion and chose the right one. Once you left, once you became a Christian.
That's a bigger insult. She's very into the New Age thing.
And your father?
I never knew him, Leo admitted. Adric and I have the whole no dad growing up thing in common.
She closed her eyes as she bit into her sandwich. A few people passed their table, staring at them with incredulity. He understood it, though. They almost looked like an urban depiction of Beauty and the Beast. Leo?
I'm sorry, did you say something?
I asked how you like Fairbury. A small smile played around the corners of her mouth, as if not quite sure how he'd take it.
It's a nice place. My sentence provided for several places in the country where I could serve. Most were small towns, but Chief Varney sent a personal invitation to me, so I chose here.
He's a good man.
Joe and Chad have been great, and my parole officer in Rockland doesn't treat me like dirt. It's as nice as can be expected for a wall-less prison sentence.
Her hand reached instinctively across the table to rest on his arm. Are you safe here?
Safer than most places.
I'm surprised they didn't put you in witness protection or something.
I had a lousy lawyer. I found out after I got here that they would have probably accepted that in the plea bargain. I'm not a sitting target, but I am vulnerable if the right people look in the right places. My court documents were sealed for my protection, but that's about it. If a cop got careless and mentioned my name, it could easily get back to the wrong people.
You don't trust law enforcement, do you? Allison could hardly blame him, but it seemed odd to hear a Christian talking as if the police were the enemy.
Habits are hard to break. The guys here are cool, though. Kind of prove that there are two sides to every group.
He stood, rolled up the butcher's paper that Mr. Goldberg had used to wrap his sandwich, and grabbed the basket the deli used for a plate.
Thanks for eating with me, Miss Wall.
Leo, my name is Allison. She smiled at him, trying not to let the disappointment in his leaving show. Allison wanted to hear the story of his conversion. Adric had intrigued her with the idea.
I'll get to work on that car for you. After your Camry, that Focus must be driving you crazy.
Driving me to work and back, so yeah, pretty much. She winked at him and took another bite of her sandwich to hide the frown that she could feel growing on her face. As he walked down the street toward Adric's shop, Allison fought the temptation to chase after him. After all, he had her car. She'd see him again. She reached for her new book, but her hand grabbed the one that she'd purchased for Leo instead. That'd do it. A blush tinged her cheeks as she realized just how happy having an excuse to stop by the shop made her. Loud music nearly deafened Allison as she opened the office door to the bays. As she did, She saw a scene in her mind as if it played out before her. It would be too easy for men to walk in on a night like this, sneak up on Leo while his head was stuck under the hood of a car, and kill him before he knew they were there. It was dangerous, foolhardy. He needed to be more careful. For a moment, Allison was tempted to cover his eyes with her hands to show him, but a gesture like that held a feeling of intimacy that killed the notion. Instead, she walked across the shop, advancing on him openly. Disappointment and a hint of fear washed over her when he didn't look up from his work. She'd hoped to see the admiration in his eyes again, but instead, he didn't take his eyes off the wrench and the hunk of metal he attacked with a gusto that surprised her. Muscles in his arm rippled, making the snake there look like it slithered. Allison barely suppressed a shudder. She reached out to tap his arm and found her wrist encircled by a hand much stronger than anything she'd ever encountered. Leo's face hovered over hers, contorted with a rage she couldn't imagine. "Oh!" He dropped her wrist almost as quickly as he'd grabbed it. He snapped off the pulsating music, saying, "Sorry, Allison. I saw you out of the corner of my eye and just reacted." "I'm just glad you saw me. I pictured thugs sneaking in here and killing you before you knew what hit you."
"That's the way to die," he muttered, wiping his greasy hands on a clean towel and passing one to Allison for her wrist. At the look of confusion on her face, he added, "The guys who would come in after me would make me suffer first."
"I brought you that book I promised. I forgot to give it to you at the deli." She passed him the book and prayed it was the right choice.
"The Cross and the Switchblade. What's it about?"
Even as he asked, Leo turned the book over and read the back. "It's almost a Christian classic. It's about a guy who moved to New York City to minister to street gangs in the 60s.
"Fiction?"
"No, it's supposed to be a factual account." Leo glanced up at her and smiled.
"Thanks. I really appreciate it."
He glanced uncomfortably around the work bays before he pointed to a sign.
"Technically, we could get in some serious insurance trouble for you being in here."
Chagrined, she took a step backward. "Sorry, forgot about that."
"I'll walk you out."
Allison watched as he laid the book on the counter before he followed her to the office door. Something about the book bothered Leo, she was sure of it, but he also acted interested. At the door, she glanced at her car. "I really wish you'd give up on that thing and go home. It's the weekend. You should relax, take some time off, go see a movie, read that book, invite friends over for cards, something." Laughing, he ticked off a finger for each rebuttal.
"Working on engines is relaxing for me. Taking time off means filling that time with other things that I don't enjoy doing. There are no good movies playing, and it's a drag to go by yourself anyway." Leah winked before continuing. "I probably will read that book. I don't have any friends or any cards, and something is usually another word for me getting into trouble."
He smiled, a genuine, heartfelt smile, and shrugged.
"I'd rather get that engine out of there before the Monday workload starts."
She stepped out into the night and turned to smile at him. "You know I appreciate it, don't you?"
"Well, I do now. Happy to do it."
Allison hadn't taken 3 steps before she heard the bolt click in the lock. Her heart breaking at the thought, she whispered, "No friends, Lord?" 4. The apartment, even more silent than usual, added to his emptiness that evening. No run for him. He hadn't returned home until well after midnight, tired and grateful for a sleepy town. There would be no gunshots, no obscenities flying between rival street gangs bent on proving their superiority, no rumbling motorcycles beckoning him to come feel the purr of their engines beneath him. On nights like that, the lure of the past grew so strong he almost forgot about the turmoil, the danger, the death. Yes, on nights such as those, the acrid taste of evil evaporated, and in its place, the thrill of adrenaline taunted him. His nightly routine tugged him back to his new reality. In the old days, he'd had no routine. Now, he dropped his keys in the bowl on the counter, dropped the single letter and Walmart flyer next to it, and fished the change from his pockets. He kept an old pickle jar with the lid superglued shut and a slit in it. Every quarter, nickel, dime, penny, or coin dollar that he received dropped into the jar nightly. Living on a cash basis gave him ample opportunity to fill it. Living on little made those opportunities small in value. Though not hungry, Leo did have a craving for something to crunch, so he tossed a bag of popcorn in the microwave and punched the handy little picture of a popped kernel on the touchpad. That had amused him the first time he saw it, but popcorn came out perfect when you punched that little button. He grabbed a paper towel, the popped bag, and his new book and collapsed on the couch without bothering to change. He kicked off his shoes, opened the book, and thrust his hand into the popcorn bag. Frowning, Leo looked at the overhead light and made a mental notation. Go to Ferndale or Brunswick and get a lamp from a thrift store. From David Wilkerson's first prompting to go to New York and help those boys, Leo prickled. How convenient for the preacher from the sticks to find a nice, high-profile case that the Lord just happened to call him to minister to. Yeah, convenient. As he continued to read, the idea of a man like Wilkerson considering life without a TV hardly registered, but a momentary curiosity of what it would be like if he tried to pray more and read less crossed his mind. Adric had suggested the 15 chapters, but maybe prayer. He'd ask. Yep, he'd ask. It wouldn't hurt. He shook his head at the naivete of the country preacher who thought he could waltz into an NYC courtroom and have an audience with the judge, as if ordination meant anything to the courts. As the Pentecostal flair of Wilkerson's theology took root in the story, Leo squirmed as he'd never squirmed before. He'd heard the gospel. He'd heard it taught with power and glory, but he'd never seen or felt the kind of raw emotion flowing from worship specifically designed to produce that very emotion. He'd experienced the overflowing of a heart overwhelmed with love and gratitude for his salvation, repeatedly. However, in his experience, emotion was a byproduct of worship, not the design. Reading about it made him miserable. He didn't know what to think about it or do with it, so he stuffed it down as he read on, learning about the life of a man anxious to try to help 7 boys in New York City. Leo growled. Did it ever occur to you to seek the boys who aren't that far gone yet? Why go after the ones with publicity? Pride? Have you heard of it? Just before he read nearly the same words from Wilkerson's grandfather. Seconds later he muttered, You tell him, Grandpa. Though much of what he read was foreign to him, even more was familiar. No, the boys in the books roamed different streets, employed different methods, but Leo recognized the same sense of desperation in the people that Wilkerson tried to minister to, and it revolted him. He wanted to feel compassion, to remember just how far he'd come, but memories, still too raw, prevented it. The lack of help for heroin addicts sent him over the edge, and his book sailed across the room and crashed against the closet door. Self-righteous drivel. Wilkerson's idea of prayer wouldn't leave him alone. He stood at the counter, twiddling his keys, hesitant. Walk to work or drive out to Adric's for a talk. Leo dropped the keys in the bowl and grabbed his jacket. He'd call Adric from there and save the gas. Tricia stood in the alley directing the delivery guy where to put the day's order. Hey, Leo, what you doing today? From the first, he'd tried to ignore her. Tricia dressed just close enough to the edge of risque as to make it difficult on a guy. She never quite crossed the line to skanky, but her dance along it made him uncomfortable. He'd never seen her at the community church, and her overt flirtation told him he could have her in his room any time he wanted. Up until Thursday, there'd been times he'd wanted, almost desperately. He waited for it, but it never came. Perhaps that struggle had ended too. Now, the way she practically invited him to grope her revolted him. With stiff politeness, he waved and turned the corner toward the street. How had he ever thought she was cute? The girl had no sense of... The word eluded him until he reached the street. Allure. She had no sense of allure. She displayed every single one of her so-called charms for the world to see, ogle, and enjoy. No wonder Wayne was such a stickler about that smock. The moment he stepped on the sidewalk, a tourist nearly screamed. He heard the gasp from 10 feet away and watched as the woman clutched her purse and ducked into the children's boutique. This time, it made sense. He did look like a thug. He did just step from between two buildings and startle her. What did he expect? In his peripheral vision, he saw Joe cross the street at a brisk jog. Great. Annoying the local cops meant nothing but trouble.
"Hey, Leo, how's it going? Let me buy you a coffee and a pastry."
Not necessary, Joe, but thanks. Under his breath, Joe muttered,
"But it is. We need the tourists and townspeople alike to see that we don't see you as a threat. Come on."
Talking about the weather, his work, Aiden Cox's latest foray into Fairbury Street's sans helmet, and a few other things that made no sense to Leo, Joe Frieden sauntered down the sidewalk, nodding to everyone they met.
"Mornin', Miss Jonover."
He held the door to the grind open and gestured for Leo to enter.
"Come on, I only got 10 minutes.
Fairbury hadn't embraced the urban street look, and it showed in the collective middle-class stares of disapproval as Leo ordered coffee, black, and a cream cheese Danish.
"Give him an apple, too," Joe insisted. "The guy needs meat on his bones."
"He probably does drugs," a voice whispered near them. Leo stiffened but tried to ignore it. Joe had other plans.
"The last time I looked, the criminals from this town all looked like everyone in this room, except for Leo. He's my friend. If you have trouble with that, take it up with me." "Name a criminal from this town, Joe."
The man at their right scowled.
"Look at the tattoos on that guy. You can't tell me they aren't gang." "Are there gangs in Fairbury?"
Joe's voice neared a menacing level.
"No, but then he's in no gang here, is he? Not only that, but there are no gangs in Rockland that use any of the tattoos on Leo's body."
Just before the man could respond, Joe seemed to remember the first question.
"As for local criminals, may I remind you of our own personal serial killer? No one thought it was possible, and yet—" "Fine."
The man wasn't fine, and Leo knew it.
"Can I go now, Joe?"
Leo wanted nothing more than to help the guy swallow his teeth, but resisted the inclination.
"No, let's eat."
The moment they sat, he bowed his head, prayed a brief, silent prayer, and raised his eyes to Joe's smug face. Understanding dawned. This was about reminding the town that they had condemned a Christian for the remnants of his past.
That was low, but necessary. Eat.
Joe smiled.
You didn't even hesitate. It's such a part of who you are. I trusted that. I don't pray to be on display. Anyone watching would know you did it out of habit, not show.
Joe took a bite of his muffin and sighed.
These things should be a sin, but man, I'm glad they aren't.
I haven't had a good muffin in months.
You should try one. So what's on the agenda this weekend?
Joe pinched a bite of his muffin from the top and dropped it on Leo's napkin.
Working on an engine replace and reading a stupid book.
What book? Joe's face and tone said what he didn't.
Why read a book if it's no good? The Cross and Switchblade. David Wilkerson and Nicky Cruz? Well, the guys it's about so far are Wilkerson and his friend Miles. I don't know about a Cruz.
Joe frowned.
Okay, I'll bite. Why are you reading a book that you don't want to read? Someone bought it for me. I guess she thought I'd relate or something.
As if unaware that he pried, Joe asked.
Who? The woman with the car. Allison. Hadrick's girl from last year?
Joe whistled low.
That was one woman I hoped he'd choose. She was just...
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, Jael is great and all, but...
So why'd she give you the book? What prompted her to do that?
Leo explained the visit to the bookstore and the scene he'd witnessed.
She was really great, so I kind of feel obligated to read it. I'm sure I'm supposed to get it, but A lot of what it describes is just dumb kids doing dumb stuff. We didn't wander around parks looking for ways to hurt people for the joy of it. We had rules, discipline. We were a business. These kids in that book are just aimless. It might be a good topic of discussion for you guys then. I won't be discussing it, Joe. I'll thank her when I see her, but that's about it.
He chugged the last of his coffee.
Thanks for the breakfast. I've got to go.
People gave Leo a wide berth on the sidewalk and nearly ignored him while crossing the street. He walked briskly toward the shop, let himself in the office door, and locked it behind him. There'd be no more surprise visits from unsettling women. He sat behind Adric's desk, grabbed the phone, and dialed his boss's cell number. First things first.
Hey, it's Leo. I had a question for you.
Adric promised an answer, even if it was the wrong one, and Leo laughed.
Well, it's about prayer.
Adric's tone indicated surprise.
I don't know what I can tell you, but I'll try. Well, I was reading this book, and in it, the guy sold his TV set and decided to spend his TV watching time in prayer.
Oh. The reply held all of the excitement of a fizzled firecracker.
I didn't know you'd bought that one. I didn't. I just realized that I only do the basic prayer thing. I wouldn't know how to pray for 2 hours once, much less every night. Well, you do know that not a lot of Christians spend that much time in prayer, don't you?
Adric, Leo began hesitantly.
I don't think most people need to develop these kinds of skills and this kind of relationship like I do. I have the time at this point in my life. That could change. So if I have the time, why not use it this way? Well, I can't argue with that. What do you need me for? Well,
Leo's chagrin became audible, but he couldn't control it.
It's about the chapters. I can't give up jogging yet, and by the time I get done reading 15 chapters, eat dinner, jog, shower, I'm ready for bed. I don't see how I can add more. What do you think of cutting the reading down to maybe 10 chapters a day or something? 15 chapters? Why are you reading so many? You must have gone through the whole thing already. Twice. I don't understand, Adric began.
Leo cut him off nearly immediately.
You told me 15 chapters a day. It takes a long time, but I am learning a lot, I think.
I said as many chapters as you could read in 15 minutes.
Oh.
Silence reigned for several seconds before Leo added,
Well, I guess that answers the question of whether it's okay to cut some of the chapters out in favor of prayer.
Leo disconnected the call and stared at his hands. Just what could he pray about in a full 15 minutes of prayer? If 15 minutes terrified him, what would 20, 40, or an hour do? How could he keep his mind focused on talking to his heavenly Father for that long when he'd never spoken to his earthly one? He'd avoided conversations with his mom for most of his childhood.
Well, Lord, here I am. Didn't one of those prophets say that? I'm not a prophet, but well, here I am. Is it okay if I don't ask you to send me? If it isn't, then I'm in trouble because I don't want to be sent anywhere.
Already his mind tried to stray to Allison's car, to what he'd have for lunch, anything but the topic at hand. After half a dozen mental interruptions, he decided to run with them. He'd take it as a need to pray for that thought, even if it was just an excuse for PADD, prayerful attention deficit disorder. He grinned at that thought and continued with the thought on Allison's car.
Well, I do ask that I can do it quickly, do my best work, and that her car will last her many years.
His thoughts turned to her silky hair, the way she smiled at him, making him feel like she didn't see anyone else, and he growled out his next request.
I ask that you'd bless her with her favorite classes, students that don't give her grief, and...
Her eyes blinked at him in his memory.
I'd really appreciate it if you'd get her off my mind. I don't have any business thinking about any woman, having any real friends. It's not safe, and you know it. I think I'll just change the topic and thank you for a great boss like Adric. I like his integrity, his generosity to us guys, and, oh yeah,
Leo remembered JL's pregnancy.
please keep her safe. I know some women have trouble with their babies, and I'd really appreciate it if you'd help her not to have those problems.
Suddenly, that sounded presumptuous.
Or, if something goes wrong, help them have the strength to get through it. You know, all those blood pressure things or the stuff that causes bed rest. But I'd rather she just wake up and deliver some morning. Don't some women have a really easy time of it? Can't she be one?
Allison's face continued to taunt him through prayers for the Alliance of Casimir members, those who were now in prison thanks to his testimony, and on to prayers for young kids all over the country who found themselves lost and at the mercy of groups that give purpose and direction straight into the pit of hell on earth. He tried to keep before him the faces of the girls who threw themselves at the bikers because they looked cool. However, no matter how much he prayed, trying to keep his mind on others who needed prayer, thoughts of Allison overtook every other thought until Leo slammed his fists on the desk in frustration.
What do you want, Lord? Am I supposed to pray for her and nothing else? Can't you help my brain learn some self-control? I feel like you're just throwing me in a bar, shoving a glass in my hand and telling me not to touch it.
He snickered.
Did I learn that analogy well or what? Tom should be proud.
Frustration overwhelmed him.
Is it really that hard to block her from my mind at least some of the time?
He waited, silent, hoping for some verse, some song, something to come to his mind to help him. But instead, he remembered the controlled fury in Allison's voice as she challenged Mrs. Paulson for her condemnation.
Lord, don't let my mind go there. I can't risk it, and you know why. Why does this have to be so hard? Why does this have to be about her?
It failed. No matter what he tried, he found himself thinking and praying for her, until at last he dug through the desk drawers for the Bible Adric kept there. Flinging it open, he flipped through the pages until he found the one thing he could quickly find in any Bible.
Okay, how about I pray with David since you're no help right now? No offense, Lord, but well.
He began with verse 1 of Psalm 51.
Be gracious to me, O God, according to your loving kindness, according to the greatness of your compassion. Blot out my transgressions.
He liked men like Paul, David, and Peter, guys who blew it, royally, literally in David's case, and were still allowed at his feet. Leo understood what made Joseph's brothers grow irritated with his apparent self-righteousness, and what made Peter swing his sword and cut off Malchus's ear. As he prayed the penitent prayer of David, Allison hovered in the back of his mind, but her presence seemed fainter with each passing minute. After what seemed an hour, although just over a dozen or 2 minutes, he stood, dropped Adric's Bible back in the drawer, and opened the door to the bays. Suddenly, Allison's eyes, laughter, confidence, everything slammed into him, waiting there, taunting him all over again.
Get a grip, man,
he muttered. He punched the remote and let the screaming sounds of praise slam into him, drumming out everything else but the beat, the wails, the words that he didn't always understand. Some Christians berated him for his music choice, but he'd been glad to find something without obscene or destructive lyrics to help him get through hard days. He might need to conquer that need for escape someday, but he couldn't fight everything at once. Music could come later. When Wade was in charge, the man sent Adric's Harry Connick Jr.'s CDs back to their cases, and country twanged its way through the shop. To his disgust, he'd found himself singing along to a few of them. He needed a life. That thought made him drop his wrench. He sat on his heels, his hands covering his head almost protectively, and sobbed out his thanksgiving. Raw emotions pierced him with pain he didn't know how to endure. He'd found himself weeping with joy, gratefulness, and awe at the most inconvenient times.
Life. He did have life.
For the first time in the thing Leo called life, he was truly alive. Still, he had nothing that appeared to be what he once would have defined as a life.
"Thank you again,"
he whispered before he grabbed the wrench and went back to work on the car. 5. Only in Fairbury could Allison see a late-night showing of First Drop and Life's Blood as a double feature when no one else in the country showed any of the movies anymore. After deliberately avoiding the vampire craze, the movies now held her at their mercy as an alternative to reading the several hundred-page, angst-riddled books. At first, the long line surprised her, but when she considered the lack of much else for the teenagers of the town to do, Allison conceded her surprise might be misplaced.
"Macy, I'm going to kill you for going into early labor at this point of your lesson plan,"
she muttered to herself. A familiar face walked toward them. Allison glanced at her watch. 7 o'clock. Had Leo really been working that late? Despite her dismay at the idea he might have stayed to work on her car, she instinctively knew he had done just that. Risking personal embarrassment, she waved at him and prayed he wouldn't ignore her. Her heart clenched as she saw him glance around to whom she might have signaled. All attempts at subtlety disappeared as she called, "Leo!" Leo's posture changed. His shoulders squared a little, his face tensed, and his eyes darted around him as if to make sure no one would attack him for daring to walk in her direction. Allison wanted to scream. He jogged across the street, earning him a reprimand from Brad, and then ducked his way through the line of teenagers behind her.
"Did you need something? I've got that engine out. New one is supposed to be here Monday, but I've got 2 brakes and a smog before I can get to it."
"Oh, there's no rush. Adric let me use that Focus. Are you just coming back from the shop?"
"Yeah."
"Have you eaten?"
"Not yet. I was trying to get out in time to get to the store."
Leo glanced at his watch for effect. "Don't you want to come watch the movie with me? I'll buy you the world's worst slice of pizza, chemical-ridden popcorn, teeth-rotting soda, and a box of any candy you can stomach. I think they've even got hot dogs and nachos here. You name it, I'll buy it." Suspicion flickered in his eyes and reflected in his voice. He tried to look at the marquee, but Allison knew he couldn't see it from her place in line.
"What movie?"
"It's a double feature."
"Spit it out," he laughed. "This is gonna be good, I can tell. Is it that new chick flick where the girl tries to see how many dates she can go on in 24 hours?
"Don't I wish?" First Drop and Life's Blood."
I wouldn't have taken you for one of those bloodsucker types."
Leo's surprise and thinly veiled disgust irritated several girls around them. "Oh, trust me, I'm not. Violence, blood, the works, all make me queasy. I'm a total wimp." Allison shuddered visibly.
"And you're going because—"
"Macy Felsman. She's doing Count Dracula in her English lit class, and the notes in her lesson plans say that if she/I aren't prepared to contrast to the Death-Thirst trilogy, they'll eat us alive." She threw a sidelong glance at him and attempted a bit of humor. "I kind of like my skin unpunctured by vampire teeth." Leo hesitated, unsure what to do. How could he say no to someone who had been so normal around him? How could he say yes and disappoint her when he had to admit that friendships wouldn't work for him and anything more would spell disaster? He watched conflicting emotions travel over her face, and when disappointment settled there, he capitulated.
"You really want to torture me with that drivel?"
Ugly hisses followed those words, but Leo ignored them. Laughing, Allison laid one more hand on his arm, imploring him to help her. "You want to leave me at the mercy of teenage girls who are livid that you don't love their favorite movie?"
"They've got pizza?"
"The grossest fake cheese pizza this side of Rockland." He glanced at her, confused.
"Isn't there someone else?"
It's okay, Leo. You don't have to do it. I know it's been a long day for you. Normally, he'd have taken her words as hope of an out, but the disappointment in her tone and her eyes was unmistakable.
It's not that,
As much as he wanted to, he couldn't say what he really thought. How could he tell a beautiful woman that the people she knows and loves are all a bunch of idiots?
All right, but if I laugh at all the wrong places and we get bombed by popcorn, don't say I didn't warn you.
His forehead furrowed slightly as she bounced. She actually seemed excited. If more Christians were like Adric and Allison, well, and Joe, he'd have a much easier life. Just as he relaxed, she leaned close, almost too close for comfort, and whispered, "Can I ask a rude and personal question?"
As long as you aren't offended if I can't or won't answer.
Fair enough. He didn't understand why she kept her voice low until she gathered the courage to ask. The holes in your ears. How do people get them to do that? Is it punched out or... He sagged in relief. He'd expected questions about the case, about his conversion, but he hadn't expected anything so simple.
Gauges, tunnel jewelry. You start with a regular piercing and slowly stretch it with bigger gauges until you get it how you want it.
Why? It was a valid question, one he'd heard before. However, this time the question wasn't tinged with disapproval or morbid fascination. She seemed genuinely curious about why people chose that kind of personal accessory.
Mostly because I wanted to set myself apart from society, prove how tough I was.
He smiled and added,
but also because it looks good with a leather jacket and a bike.
She nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I can see that. I was trying to imagine what I'd look like.
You wouldn't.
He cringed at the thought. No, but I was trying to imagine it and couldn't. I don't think it's my look, but maybe with a black leather skirt and jacket or something. The mental picture of Allison in black leather sent his mind spinning with thoughts he knew he shouldn't allow himself to entertain.
I wouldn't recommend that as a good style choice for you.
I probably wouldn't look good in it, would I?
That wasn't what I said,
he muttered. She glanced down at her boots, jeans, and pink top. I'm more of a jeans gal, I guess. Debating openness versus ambiguity, Leo opted for raw honesty.
I think,
he began awkwardly,
the women who should never wear things like that are usually the ones that would look best in them.
It took her a full minute to grasp his true meaning. Thank you. That was a lovely compliment.
Well, it's the truth.
The line moved forward. Allison gave him a sidelong glance. You've got 4 people to change your mind.
What?
He glanced around him, looking for what or who might be trying to change his mind. Make that 3. She pointed at the people ahead of her. I'm not trying to get rid of you, she hastened to add. But I don't want you to complain that I forced you into it. He pulled out bills he had shoved in his pocket to pay for his ticket, but she shook her head. Are you trying to insult me? I wheedled you into doing me a huge favor. Don't be difficult about it.
I can afford.
Who said you couldn't? If you asked me to see it with you, would you be paying for it to indicate that you thought I couldn't afford it? Leo grinned.
I like how you think.
Good. You should. Let's go get you some dinner.
Aren't you hungry?
Allison's laughter set his mind, once again, in distinct directions, none of them safe. I ate before I came. I figured if I get sick, I don't want it on an empty stomach. Still confused about her choice of movie, he asked once more,
If you're going to get sick, why are you here again?
I'm not into the revival of bloodletting.
You have a funny way of showing it,
Leo muttered as he stepped through the doors and handed his ticket to a curious teen.
I'm going to get my dinner. Want anything?
Sprite, And some napkins.
Leo shook his head and muttered things about crazy women that sent her into a near fit of giggles. Those giggles changed the tone of his evening. What had felt like the onset of a night of misery might turn out to be fun. What could be more stimulating than vampire hunks, teachers who hate Dracula, and a barf bag? Leo Hassert, living the life now. The theater, almost stuffed with teenagers and nearly middle-aged women trying to escape into the danger-riddled world of the vampires of Sandy, Oregon, amazed him. How so many females could be engrossed in something so, well, gross, was beyond Leo's, and, it seemed, Allison's comprehension. The few men in the group had obviously come on a brownie point mission. The audience erupted into a collective applause over the appearance of their blood-sucking hero. Leo couldn't stand it anymore. Leaning closer to Allison, he whispered, "What is the appeal?"
"Is there any?"
Allison's disgust shot back at him faster than expected. "No, seriously, I really don't understand. He looks pained."
"Maybe his tighty-whities shrunk?"
They snickered at just the wrong time, earning them a hiss from their seatmates. The next scene prompted Leo to try another dig. "Is that supposed to make us think he's heavenly?" More gaiety followed until the tension and danger in the movie increased. Leo sensed Allison's change of mood before he noticed her clenched hands. Suddenly, she flung her hands over her face and shrank from the screen. "You okay?"
"No."
Her whisper sounded more like a whimper. He watched her start to tremble, leaned close and mumbled, "Do you want to go?" She startled him, grabbing his jacket and holding on to it as if an anchor.
"Why is it so cold in here?"
Relieved, he shrugged out of his leather jacket. At least her shivers had been prompted by a cool theater rather than raw fear. As he settled the jacket around her shoulders, he whispered, "Put your arms in. It'll be warmer."
"But what about you?"
"I'll be fine." A collective shh ignited a fresh round of giggles from Allison. Without his jacket, Leo realized that the thermostat had been turned down to create an unreasonably cool room. He'd be fine, but it seemed unnecessary to create such a false atmosphere when the movie managed to do a fine job of that on its own. When Allison shivered again, Leo clenched the arms of his seat, fighting the urge to drag her from the theater. The car on the screen tore through the streets just in time to save the heroine from certain death. Leo watched as Allison's face grew more panicked with each passing second. "Are you sure you're okay?" This time he dropped his voice low enough that only Allison could hear. She leaned closer as if to answer, and then dropped her head on his arm.
"Not really."
All attempts to keep his distance failed. Leo moved her gently out of the way, smiled at the embarrassed look she gave him, flipped up the arm that separated their seats, and made a silent offer for her to move closer. He hadn't made himself that vulnerable with anyone in years, and his mind whirled with confusing thoughts when she sighed happily and curled up against him, her eyes barely taking in the scene on the screen.
"I think this is a waste of time,"
she whispered. He ignored the temptation to agree that he'd never be able to concentrate on the farce playing out before him with her so near, and asked, "Why is that?"
"Because I'm missing most of this. They're going to wonder if I even watched it."
"You could read the books."
She sat up. "Thanks. That cured me."
The people around them shushed once more. As the movie continued, and much to Leo's chagrin, he began to identify somewhat with the main character, except that he felt a strange compulsion to call the dude Wally. He found the boy's intensity ridiculous, excessive. However, he couldn't help but see a similarity in how he found himself spending time with Allison, again, and against his better judgment. Ridiculous. Leo didn't realize he'd spoken aloud until Allison whispered,
I know, right? I mean, talk about overacting. Throughout the remainder of the first movie, until nearly the end, they cracked jokes, one after the other, but so quietly that even the people around them couldn't complain. Allison tensed as the villain began to stalk his prey, coming nearer until he pounced. Seconds later, the actress's pathetic acting put her at ease again. Are we supposed to take this seriously? With a non-committal shrug, Leo whispered, It appears they do. Look around you. The audience seemed entranced. She giggled at the collective sigh when the scene switched and Walter declared his undying love for the fragile little human. Leo felt her nudge him and heard her whisper, Smart dad, when the girl's father told her to remember her self-defense moves. Have you ever taken self-defense classes? He felt stupid the moment he asked. Allison shook her head. Haven't you heard? I have the town thug for a private bodyguard. I don't need them. Had anyone else called him a thug, the word would have ripped open a wound that never seemed to heal. Despite the ministrations of the great physician, he found himself in constant need of rebandaging. Adric reminded him, whenever the occasion arose, that his job was to follow doctor's orders and let the Holy Spirit work. Easier said than done. Am I such a burden? Those words almost sounded flirtatious, but the look on Allison's face showed more concern, curiosity even. Had he not been able to feel the irritation boring into the back of his head from the eyes of their seatmates, he might have said too much. So much of the Christian life was new and awkward, but one thing always remained true. You usually kept out of trouble by keeping your mouth shut. Even Proverbs or Psalms, probably Proverbs, said that. Unwilling to leave her question unanswered, no matter how annoyed the people around them became, Leo risked a short answer. Not even close. The reflection in the mirror taunted him. Too often, Leo showered and dressed without ever glancing at it. He hated the sight of himself. He'd been, what was the word? Vain. He'd been vain about his upper body during his Casimir days, but now it seemed like proof that his life had been a waste. The memory of the audience's reactions to the shirtless men on the screen in the second movie amused him. Despite his resolve not to look, he couldn't help but watch Allison's reaction as the first guy whipped off his shirt. So stupid, too. An utterly gratuitous action designed for audience appeal, and a complete success. The audience had dissolved into a collective swoon, complete with whistles, catcalls, and applause. The only redeeming moment had been when the emaciated-looking hero discarded his own shirt, earning him cries of, "Ew!" The unanimous sigh of disgust made the original frenzy worth suffering through. Almost. It's probably none of my business, but I'm kinda glad she didn't like the movie, and I'm really glad she didn't salivate over the actors, he murmured, his new habit of casual conversation with the Lord now nearly second nature. The clock looked like a neon billboard reminding him that he had time for a quick jog, but Leo didn't want to do it. The anemic pizza and popcorn had left him unsatisfied, but the market had closed long before he left the theater. Another glance at the clock told him he just had time to get to the mini-mart before it closed. Sure, the hot dogs would be hot dog jerky, and the donuts stale, but they had frozen burritos and sometimes sandwiches. He could even jog there and back again for a little exercise. He promised himself that he would eat while he read his 5 chapters. 5. Such a manageable number. He wasn't sure he'd ever quit feeling that sense of relief when he picked up his Bible again. In fact, he'd actually begun to enjoy some of what he read. He glanced once more at the clock. Now he had to jog there to make it in time. With his jacket on one arm, he opened the door to his apartment, hurried down the steps, and picked up speed as he rounded the corner. His body fought to keep his usual cadence, but Leo pushed onward as if driven to arrive before closing. In Fairbury, if they felt like closing half an hour early, they would. He burst through the door with 10 minutes to spare and waved at the girl behind the counter.
I just need a snack and I'll be on my way.
That's fine.
At the counter, as he reached for his wallet, the girl threw up her hands and punched the proper key on the register.
Take it,
I'm not here to rob you,
Leo snarled. Fury washed over him in several waves. He'd repent of that later.
I just need my wallet.
Before he could answer, a floodlight filled the front of the store, and Joe's voice called for him to come outside with his hands up. He tossed an annoyed glance at the girl before turning toward the door. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of her coming around the counter and snapped,
Get back there before they think I've got a hostage or something. Sheesh.
Sorry. My friend called and said she saw a guy running toward the store, and when you burst in, I got scared. I'll tell Joe.
How about after I get out there and ask him to talk to you?
Okay, I'm really sorry. I just saw that spider web and freaked.
The pent-up angst dissolved immediately. Poor kid. He'd obviously terrified her.
It'll be okay.
Mortified, Leo stepped from the store, hands in the air, the floodlight putting him at center stage. He allowed his eyes to adjust slightly before he said,
I thought you told me to stay out of the spotlight, Joe.
6. Tall, broad and muscular, Dell swung himself from his motorcycle and glanced around the place. Too many people there would recognize him. Better to go around the rear entrance. He stepped into the back door and allowed his eyes to adjust to the dim light. Ernie's door was closed, the little green light on the lock indicating that he was inside.
Quirky guy, that Ernie.
Dell knocked on Jenk's door. It swung open immediately, but a man stood blocking the entrance.
Wentz. Great.
The guy considered himself top dog amongst the guards once they assigned him to Jenk's office. The idiot didn't seem to understand that they kept him close because they couldn't trust him not to get caught popping a runner or offing a narc. Anyone who tried to get past first defense would trigger an alert that would have Jenk gone before he reached the office.
Jenk here? Yeah, the question is stupid. Stupid questions for stupid people. Dell, didn't get a call. I take it that means Leo didn't show? Nope.
Jenk's face contorted into a half-hearted scowl. They hadn't actually expected success, but you couldn't overlook an opportunity.
Guess religion isn't what it used to be. I thought funerals were non-negotiables like Sunday school and potlucks. He probably knew we would be there.
Wasn't informed is more like it. He used to brag about how his mom disowned him. That was true. Before Dell could respond, Ernie jerked open his door and stared at the group standing just inside Jenk's office.
Trouble, gentlemen?
What? Jenk's fury bit the air.
Great. Now the boss gets ticked.
This'd be his fault inside 6 weeks. A son doesn't attend a funeral destined to be a double. It would be his failure.
Just great.
Well, Dell's return is fortuitous.
Stop with your stupid word of the day garbage. What?
Got a hit on a guy in New Hampshire doing a book about Leo and his conversion.
And you think it's Leo?
I think, Ernie said carefully, that it is possible that this writer is in contact with Leo somehow, or was. He might know something that'll lead us to him. Looks like Dell's headed to Pembroke, New Hampshire. Ernie shrugged. The author's name is Warren Whitfield. He's known for his Jerk to Jesus conversion books. People seem to eat 'em up. From his recliner, Jenk surveyed the room while rolling a remote in his hand, thinking. Yeah, go now. There wasn't much in the papers about the religion thing. If this guy is writing about Leo, he'd have to be in contact. Don't kill him, not yet. Let's see what we can learn. Can I make a suggestion? The boss's eyes narrowed, and Dell grinned. This wouldn't be good. Ernie was pushing it. What now? If you want to keep him alive, maybe someone who doesn't look like a Casimir should go. Like you? Jank sneered. I'm no good at this stuff. I was thinking someone like Trina. She knows how to extract information, and with the right clothes, she could look conservative, blend into the little town. Ernie shrugged. Besides, she should know the lingo. Get her in and give her the job. Now get out of here. Adric stepped into the bays, a look of concern on his face. From the other side of the hood, Leo watched warily. He sensed something had gone wrong, but who had blown it now? Leo, can I talk to you for a minute? Dread hit him in the gut. He'd be fired. People were sick of worrying about their cars or something that would mean no more home and happy life in Fairbury. Sure, boss. Behind his desk, Adric fidgeted. Definitely bad news. Leo, Chief Varney was just here. The chief? Why? I haven't done anything. Nothing wrong, anyway. Understanding dawned. Oh, because of the mini-mart thing? That's not my fault. The kid panicked, but I didn't steal anything. I didn't threaten her. Nothing. It's not that. There's no nice way to tell you this, but your mother passed away 2 weeks ago. Leo lowered himself into one of the chairs and frowned. Mom? How? According to what the chief said, she had lung cancer. He shook his head as if he couldn't believe it. You're kidding. No, why? Did she smoke? Never. Hated the things. Thought they were the road to disenlightenment or something like that. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, surprised by the emotions roiling inside him. I used to tease her. Said she'd die of lung cancer from all the incense she burned. A lump grew in his throat, choking him. Man, Adric, I feel like I handed her a death sentence at age 7. I'm really sorry, Leo. Take the afternoon off. Nah, I've got... That wasn't an offer. It's an order. I'm the boss, and I get to say, take a drive, walk around the lake, whatever. Just let yourself grieve. Can't grieve something you've never had. Adric's eyes met Leo's. I know what it's like to have a parent reject you. You can grieve what you haven't had. You can grieve that you didn't have what you should have. Go. Talk to someone. Tom's great with this stuff. Allison would be another good choice. Jael? Okay. I'll go. Thanks. A manila envelope slid across the desk. That's the official information and the death certificate. Chief says there's an obituary in there, too. Supposedly, your mom wrote it herself. Leo took the envelope and left the building, unwilling to look at the contents until he made it home, alone. For what may have been the first time, he strolled through the streets, oblivious to the stares and glares around him. Tricia waved at him as she set an empty bucket outside the back door, but it didn't register with him until he reached his door. He threw open windows and turned on his fan, trying to cool down the overwarm apartment, and poured himself a glass of water. The envelope felt oppressive, as if one of those stupid things in a Disney movie that controlled all who touched it. For a moment, the temptation to throw it in the garbage and go for the drive Adric suggested nearly won. A prayer, one that felt much more like a plea for mercy, preceded the fumbling of his fingers as he tried to pry open the metal clasps. A doctor's report described her disease in terms he didn't understand. He read it anyway, every word. It might have been a pathetic delay tactic, but it worked. With each word he read, relief washed over him. He may not know what bronchoscopy, histiocytosis, or leptomeningeal metastasis meant, but he knew what they didn't mean. Death by Casimir. He had not expected that they'd go after his mother. They knew she couldn't care less what happened to him, and he hadn't exactly sung her praises. However, nothing would have surprised him. Then again, with the words swimming before his eyes, perhaps it would have been a blessing for her to go sooner and endure less pain. A full sheet from the Colorado Springs Gazette contained his mother's obituary. He read those of Thomas Prynne and Flora de Haven before he read the one for Denise Hessert of Manitou Springs. Delaying the inevitable only delayed the pain, but that didn't stop him. Instead, he stared at the picture, remorse flooding his heart. I should have tried to call or even write. I never told her. I didn't bother. Now it's too late, and it's my fault. Oh, God. Denise Hessert of Manitou Springs died last Tuesday at home while under hospice care. Born in Ray, Arizona, Denise was a student of life from birth until she drew her last breath. As an artist, Denise specialized in pottery and spiritual sculpture. Denise was a dedicated follower of brilliant New Age leaders such as Linda Goodman and Marilyn Ferguson. Denise is survived by various unnamed family members across the globe, none of whom Denise cares to connect herself with. She left life with a spirit at peace with the universe and within herself. Tears poured down his cheeks. Man, I hate this new emotionalism, Lord. I hate it. Darkness lowered over the town, and with it into Leo's soul. Never would he have ever imagined being so distraught at the loss of the woman who had rejected him nearly every day of his life. To deal with it, he ran. His legs burned as his feet pounded the pavement out of town and onto the highway toward Rockland. Cars whizzed past, throwing pebbles against his calves, choking his lungs with exhaust from time to time. Those were nearly a relief. The appearance of an oxidized silver Focus, on the other hand, nearly made him take off across a field. He didn't want any more sympathy. Adrix had nearly killed him, and the pain of it all hadn't hit yet. Not now, Lord, please. The window rolled down. Why had he fixed the automatic windows? The car rolled alongside him, keeping pace.
Come on, Leo. It's too dark to run on the highway. People can't see you.
I just need to run.
No, you need to get in. Come on. I've been looking for you for over an hour.
Nothing else she could have said would have made him stop. Knowing she wouldn't quit forced him to realize that he must. Leo stopped, leaning his hands on his knees and gulping for air. Okay. It wasn't okay. Not really, but it didn't matter. He just needed to get her to take him home and be comfortable again. She'd leave, and he could run some more, or maybe go work on the engine. That might work.
I'm sorry about your mother.
He couldn't say he wasn't. It would be a lie, but he nearly did it out of habit. At least they didn't get to her. That matters. 2 miles passed before she spoke again.
Leo, did you eat?
Nah, I'll eat later. She pointed to the dash clock. 9:30.
It's already later.
Without asking, she turned off toward Ferndale. Just take me home. I have soup and maybe some sandwich stuff left.
No, you need real food. We can make it before Werner's Burgers close. They have a burger that comes with a side salad and fries.
Leo didn't answer. It just didn't matter to him. He waited in the car while she went inside and got his food, held it on his lap while they drove home, and carried it up to his apartment, Allison on his heels. She took the bag from him once they got inside and pointed to the bathroom.
Go take a shower.
I'm that ripe, eh? The joke would have been amusing had he put any effort into the delivery.
You need the comfort.
She set the bag on the counter and faced him, catching his arm as he tried to pass.
For the record, showers are good places to cry. No one hears, sees, or even knows. Just a thought.
I think I'm all cried out, but thanks.
The expression on her face said she didn't believe him, but Leo didn't care. What did she know of his heart and his pain? Anger slowly welled in him as he considered the way she'd pushed herself into his grief, but by the time the first spray of the shower hit his shoulders, he'd stamped it down. This wasn't her fault. He just had to get rid of her before he forgot that and lashed out at her. The food sat on his ad hoc coffee table, waiting for him. Allison seemed completely at home on the tattered furniture, her shoes off and feet up on the corner of the footlocker. It didn't make sense. She should look utterly out of place. She leaned forward and picked up the container and a fork.
Eat while it's still hot.
Despite his original plan to kick her out, the small, square styrofoam container in one hand and fork in the other made it impossible. He'd kick her out after she finished.
Thanks.
The papers and envelope lay on the floor between them. Allison nodded at them.
May I see?
Knock yourself out.
Unlike him, she gave the death certificate and doctor's notes a cursory glance and then picked up the obituaries, ignoring the other two.
Your mother was beautiful. I see where you got your eyes.
She looks so old there. I think I keep seeing her like I did when I was a kid.
It's probably very recent. I'd blame the cancer for it. That hair screams wig.
At the end of the article, tears splashed down Allison's cheeks.
Oh, Leo, I'm so sorry.
It's who she was. I wasn't surprised.
But when people face death, they often let those petty things go.
Not Mom, obviously.
He choked on his hamburger, coughing and sputtering, trying to force it back out of his windpipe. Allison shoved water in his hands and demanded he drink. By the time he set it down, convulsing sobs took over him. Never, not once in any moment he could recall, had anyone pulled him into caring arms and held him, comforting him while he wept. Allison did. He fought harder than ever to regain his self-control, but it was futile. His emotions took over, and the raw, aching pain of loss attacked him once more. While her arms held him close, her hands tried to smooth his hair and rub his back like a child. What she murmured into his ear he couldn't hear. His sobs drowned out any hope of it. Long after his tears ceased, Allison held him, whispering comforting words that he now heard. Prayers. She prayed for peace, for acceptance, for him to be able to forgive. That nearly strangled him.
She needed to forgive me, Allison, and it's too late now. I never told her.
What? That you loved her? She's a mother. She knows, even if she didn't admit it.
No, about Jesus. I didn't even try. I knew she wouldn't want to hear it, so I didn't make the effort.
She nodded.
That would be hard to know, but, Leo, she rejected him without your conversion. Long before that.
How can you know? How can we know someone taught her?
Because she was born in an era when people still had prayer in school. It isn't like Bibles were banned. She lived in the easiest country in the world to hear about Jesus. Hey, even my parents knew about him before I became a Christian.
That's a pretty big assumption,
Leo argued.
God died for mankind, and people reject him every day, but I couldn't risk 10 minutes to try to tell my mom.
He swallowed hard.
Why? I'll tell you, because rejection hurts no matter who you are. But when it's your mom...
He swallowed hard.
I think you should go.
I'm not going until you're okay.
I am okay.
That's a lie.
Way to judge, Miss Wall.
She laughed. Leo couldn't believe it, but she laughed.
I wasn't joking.
She shoved his plate at him.
Doesn't mean it wasn't funny.
Then, as if he hadn't tried to make her want to leave, she put her arm back around him and put her feet back up on the table. "You're going to think it's funny later. Trust me." At 2 a.m, he walked her to her car, still hurting, but with a clearer head.
"Thanks, Allison."
She smiled at him. "Thanks for letting me in." Allison stood on tiptoe, kissed his cheek, and lowered herself into her car. "Call me if you need to talk, no matter what the time."
"I will."
Leo pushed the car door shut and stepped back from it. Once the car turned over, the window rolled down, and Allison spoke again. "Did you mean that, or are you lying to me again?" He grinned. She was right. He had been ridiculous.
"I promise, if I need to talk, I'll call. Don't blame me if it's 2:15 and class isn't over yet."
Leo watched her tail lights until they turned the corner and drove out of sight. 7.
My sister said that she just totally freaked. Can you blame her?
Added another of Allison's students as they entered the classroom early Tuesday afternoon.
Well, I seriously doubt the guy would rob the mini-mart. I mean, he's practically under house arrest here. He'd be asking to go to jail. My brother thinks he's probably responsible for that robbery in Bryant's Corners, though. Well, I hope he gets caught and sent back to wherever he's from. Did you know he goes to my church? It's so weird seeing him sitting across the room acting all goody-goody. It's just not cool.
The first girl, Holly, if Allison remembered correctly, waved at her before she turned back to her friend and added,
"Yeah, Dad says he played the religion card to get off easy."
Stifling every desire to lash out at the girls, Allison reminded herself, gently, and about 60 times in rapid succession, that they were just uninformed and ignorant. She'd find a way to straighten out the teen population if nothing else. Her opportunity came faster than she planned. 10 minutes later, the class was embroiled in a heated debate. Josh's fan club swore that the only reason that anyone liked First Drop's Walter Drexel was that he had the bad boy appeal, while Walter's fan club vehemently denied that a perfect gentleman such as Walter could possibly be considered a bad boy. She couldn't resist pushing that envelope just a bit. "Okay, class, what makes a bad boy in the first place? Maybe that's where we start." She glanced around the room. "I don't see anyone in here that I would have ever thought of as the bad boy, but maybe you all know something I don't." James Lee shook his head. "I think bad boy is just a term for someone who challenges authority or is individualistic to an extent that makes him appear like a rebel." "Can you tell," Allison asked, "what makes someone attracted to either kind of man? Are guys attracted to bad girls? Are there bad girls or just bad boys?" Again, James interjected his opinion. "That's why I think it's about differences rather than true good or bad. If everyone wears green but someone else chooses red, they're bad because they insist on being different." "I think," Holly Blankenship responded, addressing Allison's question, "that most people are attracted to the bad guy, girl thing because they're interesting. Some people aren't very adventuresome, and those people probably aren't, but otherwise." "Such as who? Who is not adventuresome in this class? Who in here would be bothered by the bad girl guy in this scenario?" Several seconds passed by as the room exchanged curious glances. At last, Holly shrugged. "Well, I can't see you with the bad boy type. Weren't you one of Adric's Girl of the Month girls?" "Yes." Allison chose to ignore the hoots and catcalls. "What is your point?" "Well..." Holly bit her lip, visibly unsettled at the direction of the discussion. "I think Holly is trying to say that she can't see you with someone more charismatic like one of the cops or that creep that came just before Easter." "Leo Hassert?" "The one who works at Adric's shop. He's like the stereotypical bad boy. He's more Jaden's type." Allison glanced over and saw the girl's face flush. This wasn't good.
So you all think you know what kind of person Leo is?
Yeah, he's a guy who is on parole for drugs and murder and all kinds of junk. The guy was in one of the worst gangs in this country.
James Lee seemed livid.
He got off on a plea bargain. Do you know that those biker gangs just drive into town and take over a bar? Sometimes they give you advance notice so you can make sure none of your regulars show up and get themselves killed. If the bar owner tries to stop it, sometimes they burn down the bar. And we have this guy living here. Pretty soon, the Aphrodite is going to be a haven for those jerks.
A haven, James? Really?
Holly's eyes rolled.
You've been listening to your dad again.
My dad is right. Chief Varney had no business bringing him here. He put the entire culture of our town at risk.
The mention of a police chief gave Allison the opportunity to get the class back on track.
So, as chief of police, do you think he'd have tried to prevent Walter Drexel from living in Sandy if he'd known what kind of man, or non-man, he was? Tentatively, Allison knocked on the chief's office door. She glanced back at Chad as if for reassurance that the head of Fairbury's police force wouldn't rip off her head before peeking her head around the door jamb. Are you sure you aren't busy?
Got all the time in the world. What can I do for you?
Internally, Allison winced. Those little nuances of speech gave away the hick heritage the chief usually worked so hard to hide.
I just had an idea, and I wanted to run it by you before I moved forward with it.
The chief, always a gentleman, stood and came around his desk, offering his hand and pulling out a chair for her.
Well, you just sit down and tell me what it is. I can't remember your name, but I know you are one of Adric's girls.
The title had become wearisome before her month had been up. Even now, no matter where she went in Fairbury, that's what everyone thought of. One of Adric's girls. Though she fought the urge to react, she managed to keep her features unruffled. Usually.
I'm sorry, yes. I'm Allison Wall. April.
Right, you're the one we all thought he'd pick. Why do you turn him down anyway?
That assumption usually irritated her even more.
I didn't, Mr. Varney. He chose Jael, remember?
Her fingernails bit into the palms of her hands as she worked to steady her nerves.
So, what brings you here?
Well, we had a discussion in my classroom today. I'm teaching Macy Felspan's literature class, and we kind of got off topic today.
When the chief didn't ask her to elaborate, Allison decided to plunge ahead anyway.
You see, I was supposed to compare the vampires in Count Dracula to the ones in the modern books, and the topic of bad boy appeal came up.
The light of understanding flickered on in the police chief's eyes.
And you thought of Leo?
He came up, yes. I heard a couple of the girls talking about him before class, too. The kids in town see him as either something with mystique or a pariah. One girl's father said that he played the religion card to get off easy.
There's nothing we can do about it, Missy. There's just no way to get people to accept him without him earning it. Sometimes I wonder if it was such a good thing to bring him here, but at least here I think he's safe.
Well, I was thinking that maybe we could have him speak at an assembly at the high school. We'd invite the parents too so no one accuses him of anything inappropriate, but I thought maybe if people could hear his story, ask him questions, listen to what got him into a gang like that, maybe they'd see who he is now and how easy it is for kids to get off on the wrong track.
Couldn't hurt, Varney agreed. Could count toward his community service hours, too.
The man sat, his hands twiddling a pen for several seconds, then he looked up at her.
No school or town newspaper articles, nothing that could hit the web.
We could make an announcement.
No, that'd mean someone would do it. Just no official paper stuff. Say I said to take it up with me. I'll handle it.
So I can ask him?
Go for it. Tell him I said I won't make him do it, but that I strongly urge him to. I think it's time to shake up some of these people.
Excited about the new plan, Allison glanced at her watch and then rushed for her car.
She ignored Chad's warning that excess speed would get her a ticket and sped along the side streets to Adric's shop. The men were all finishing up their day's work, and Wade waved as she entered.
"Hey, guys, it's Allison, the one who escaped before she got tied down to this lug."
Leo glanced up, and Allison couldn't help being thrilled to see the look on his face as his eyes met hers. He was happy to see her. I think Adric has been a little too chivalrous if he told you guys that. Remember, he picked Jael, and it was the best decision, too, even if I did miss out on a great guy.
Ready to head home, Adric tossed Leo the keys to the shop.
"Don't forget to lock up."
He glanced at the other men.
"Get out. You're done for the day. Leo, you can't work on that thing tonight anyway, so go. Go have a decent dinner for once. I'll pay. Mechanic cannot live on soup cups alone."
Sorry, Adric. I've got dibs on him tonight. He just doesn't know it yet.
Allison grinned and made a show of tapping her feet. Wiping his hands on a rag, Leo ignored the mumbles of Wade and Tyler and strolled out to meet her.
"What's up?"
I've got a proposition for you.
Cat calls followed him, but Leo rolled his eyes and tried to ignore it.
"That sounds intriguing."
I wish it was as intriguing as it sounds. Leo couldn't know it, of course, but Allison didn't get much more overtly flirtatious. Come on, let's go and I'll explain.
Leo tossed the keys back to Adric and followed Allison to her car. They reached the passenger door from opposite directions and at the same time. The man clearly had expected to ride, but Allison waited until he opened the door and then slipped into the front seat.
Thank you, Leo.
A block passed as Leo drove away from the garage. 2.
"Where are we going?"
Let's go to the market and get stuff for dinner. I'll fix something for you. Or we could go to my house.
"Mine is closer, and with the price of gas, you shouldn't have to drive back and forth."
As he pulled up in front of the store, Leo turned to her.
"I should tell you, I didn't open the door out of courtesy. I just didn't expect to drive."
Allison crawled from the car and waited for his eyes to meet hers.
I know, but you were a gentleman anyway.
"Was not."
A saucy glint in Leo's eyes made her smile. Her hand squeezed his arm.
How are you doing today?
"Better, thanks to you."
Leo paused outside the door, opening it for a woman carrying 2 canvas bags of groceries.
"I was a jerk, Allison. Thanks for sticking with me."
It's called grief, Leo. It's okay.
"It's not okay, but I'm glad you're okay with it."
Steaks?
He shrugged as they entered the store.
"If Adric's buying."
As they wandered through the store gathering the necessities that Allison sought, she felt rather than saw his alarm grow. Steaks, coarse pepper, garlic powder, onion powder, lettuce, tomatoes, celery, cucumbers. The list grew as she walked through each aisle.
What do you think about strawberry shortcake for dessert? There were some good ones over in produce.
"Sounds good."
Leo glanced toward the front of the store.
"Can you get them while I run get something? I'll be right back."
By the time Allison loaded her purchases at the checkout stand, Leo returned with a small handful of daisies. He helped bag the groceries and pulled a wad of cash from his pocket, but Allison waved him off.
I'm going to hold Adric to paying for dinner. He can deduct it from my repair bill.
I bet he didn't expect to stock my kitchen in the process.
If we went to Marcello's, it would cost the same amount, and you'll get more bang for his buck this way, she argued.
It seemed crazy to drive the 3 doors down from the store, so with each carrying bags, they walked to the building, climbed the stairs, and stumbled into the apartment.
"Sorry it's so warm in here. I'll get the windows open."
You can leave them open during the day, you know. This is Fairbury, not Rockland.
Habit, I guess.
As she pulled items from the bags, Leo grabbed an empty jar, filled it with water, and shoved the daisies in it. Carrying it to the coffee table, he asked,
"What do I do first?"
Take a shower.
A frown appeared as he glanced at his hands and arms.
"I guess I am dirty."
I don't know. She glanced at him. You seem remarkably clean for someone who spent the day working on cars, but it's hard work and a shower always makes me feel better when I get home. You shower. I'll get the steaks going.
At first, Leo took her words as an exaggeration at best. Remarkably clean. Yeah, right. However, the mirror proved her assertions correct. His clothes didn't have the usual grease and grime on his knees and around his waist, and he had managed to wipe the oil from his hands before it stained them. Though he usually enjoyed the luxury, his only real luxury, of a long hot shower, this time Leo didn't linger. He hurried through his nightly routine, putting on jeans and a t-shirt instead of his running clothes, and brushed his hair, spiking the top in his usual manner. The spider web tattoo mocked him. It had seemed so cool at the time. Now it disgusted him.
Okay, Lord, I don't know what she wants, but if she could just not ruin that steak, I'd do about anything. It smells amazing.
Allison's eyes met his from across the tiny room.
Can you run over to the market and grab some salad dressing? I forgot it.
What kind?
I like red pepper and Parmesan, but whatever you want is good. Just not French. I can't stand French.
French it is.
Something about Allison brought out the dry humor he'd learned to keep to himself during his years with the Casimirs. Perhaps it was a defense mechanism designed to keep him from letting his guard down. Whatever the cause, Leo both liked and feared it. Rediscovering a part of himself that he'd lost intrigued him, but also opened new questions about who he would become. He stared at the bottle of salad dressing in his hands as he waited for the woman in front of him to finish paying for her purchases. Just as he stepped forward to hand the cashier his bottle, he saw a $5 bill on the ground.
Ma'am, did you drop this?
The woman glanced at the bill in his hand.
I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't there when I got in line.
He hated the confrontation. He could have ignored it, left it for someone else to find and for their conscience, but it seemed wrong not to try. As the woman flipped through the bills in her wallet, she flushed.
I suppose it is. Thank you,
she murmured as she took the bill and hurried out of the store.
You'd think it was an insult or something, he muttered.
It was nice of you to give it back. A lot of people would have pretended to drop their own money and picked it up. I see it all the time.
The girl handed him his change.
People always expect the worst out of you, don't they?
I suppose I can't blame them.
Well, I can. I've watched you ever since the first day you came in here. You are one of the few customers who helps me bag your stuff. Everyone else just expects me to ring up their things, bag them, take their money, and make pleasant chit-chat all in seconds so they can get home to their families.
After muttering an awkward, "Thanks," Leo waggled the bottle as a wave goodbye and hurried from the store. The scent of hot steaks nearly made him salivate as he opened the door.
Found it.
Just in time. The potatoes are done.
Potatoes?
Sure, I baked.
Leo shook his head.
No, I've baked potatoes before. Takes an hour in the oven.
But only 15 minutes in the microwave.
The plates looked amazing. She thrust steak, potatoes, and a bowl of salad that actually looked appetizing into his hand.
I'm sorry I don't have a table.
You have a coffee table. It'll work. I've got drinks in the freezer. Hold on.
She'd done an amazing amount of work in such a short amount of time, and yet seemed as calm and comfortable as ever. Did nothing ruffle her? Leo didn't have time to ponder the mysteries of Allison. She sat waiting, apparently for him to pray. After his miserable excuse for a prayer of thanks for the food, Leo cut his first bite of steak.
So, what is this proposition?
I had to teach that class today, and we got on the subject of the bad boy appeal.
Understanding dawned.
I see.
There is so much misinformation about you. These kids hear rumors and are clueless as to reality. I had an idea, and Chief Varney likes it.
You talked to the chief?
Leo choked on his second bite.
Yes, I thought maybe if you did a question and answer session in various classes at the school, kids could learn how people are drawn into gangs and things and what the realities of life in a gang really are.
You won't want that.
Allison's excitement visibly dampened. Why not?
It'll sound glamorous to some of them. Let's face it, if you're not caught, it's a pretty good life.
Well, then don't stress the if you're not caught part. Stress the part where if you decide to leave, your life is in danger. Don't lie. She hastened to add, but don't dwell on what might be the good parts.
Before he could answer, she added the kicker.
The chief says you could get community service hours for it.
Really?
Yep. You said once that you hadn't done any of those yet.
I haven't. The one time I asked, the chief said he'd let me know when it was time. I just thought maybe he'd think I was looking to run the minute I got done, so I waited.
You're planning to stay? He speared a forkful of salad and waved it at her.
This is good, by the way. I like a good salad, but every one I've tried to make is gross the day I make it or the next day. Not to mention, I am tired when I get home from work.
I'll bring half bags of premix when I get them. Mom won't touch the stuff, but I'm with you. I don't feel like making a salad when I get home no matter how badly I want one. This way, we both win. She smiled. Of course, my garden loses, but hey.
Garden?
Okay, my mom's flower beds. Less waste in the fridge means less compost for the petunias. The meal continued in silence until at last Leo said,
So, what will this thing require from me?
8. Leo left the jar of daisies on the desk of room 21 and hurried out into the hall. With his back turned, he evaded recognition as she hurried back to her room after her lunch break. Though it was a risk to do it, he couldn't help glancing through the window in the door to see her reaction. A smile, a finger traced along the petals. Satisfaction. That mission complete, he strolled back to the office and waited for his turn to speak to the principal. It had been years since he'd sat in the same row of chairs waiting for another verdict. Well, it felt like the same row.
Did every school office have the same ugly set of orange melamine seats? Mr. Hassert, Principal Alderman will see you now.
Still amazed at how swiftly he had been called into the school, Leo stepped cautiously into the bright office. That was refreshing anyway, and waited to hear what the principal of Fairbury High School had to say about Allison's assembly idea. The woman seated at the desk surprised him. He'd expected a man, middle-aged and balding, probably portly. The woman couldn't be much older than he was, and petite, barely 5 feet.
It's nice to meet you, Mr. Hassert. May I call you Leo?
Bubbly and perky, too. How did she command any respect from the kids?
That'd be nice. Thank you.
Allison Wall spoke to me this morning about her assembly idea. There's a school board meeting tonight, so we had to rush things a bit. I'm sorry. I want to get a good feel for what you think you'd discuss so I can present it. With the Rockland gang problem, I think this would be an excellent way to show the other side.
I just thought it would be a question and answer session. I'm not a public speaker.
She stared at the papers on her desk.
Were you on trial for murder?
No.
Leo expected her to question that.
What about drugs?
I've used them, yes.
He shook his head.
I assumed you had a copy of my record.
She slid copies of Leo's police record, plea bargain, and his parole officer's report across the desk.
I have it all. I just wonder what you'd discuss that isn't in these.
Look, Ms. Alderman, I'm not going to glamorize my previous life if that's what's worrying you. I am, however, going to be frank. I am going to speak plainly of my faith and of my mistakes. I won't lie to the kids.
Lisa Alderman stood up and offered her hand to him.
I'll call you in the morning. Can you get off work during school hours?
Yeah?
Welcome to Fairbury High, Leo. I really hope you'll make the impact on the students that I think you will.
He stood before the mirror, trying to look serious and believable as he answered imaginary questions.
Sure. Gangs sound fun. Just wait until you're stuck with nowhere else to go. Stupid. Come on, don't sound like a wuss. They won't believe you.
Leo tried again and again. Each attempt to formulate any kind of real statement failed. Disgusted, he grabbed his dirty clothes and piled them in the laundry basket. A glance at it told him he must be nearly out of clean clothes. He opened his drawer, saw one sock and a pair of underwear, and shut it again. The next drawer showed a ratty t-shirt and the dress shirt he'd worn in court.
Yeah, laundry it is.
His pocket held 3 quarters, not even enough for a load. He fumbled through his wallet for bills and came up with $6, all ones.
Need to cash that check at lunch tomorrow, too.
In preparation for a trip to the laundromat, Leo sorted his clothes into 2 piles, whites and towels in one, everything else in the other. They'd be small loads, they always were, but it kept his whites from looking dingy.
I don't even know why I care.
All the way to Ferndale, he tried to imagine what questions the kids might ask. Each answer he formulated dissatisfied him. Still, he tried repeatedly until he pulled into the parking lot with no more idea of how to convey the seriousness of what it meant to become part of a gang. He dragged the laundry basket into the building and found 2 empty washers. As he tossed his clothes in each one and fed the bills into the change machine, Leo began to second-guess his agreement to participate in Allison's discussion. Kids knew better. Despite the tendency of adults to consider teenagers clueless, he had known exactly what his choices meant back when he went to work for the Casimirs. The talks wouldn't do anyone any good.
I'm not doing it. It's a waste of time, and it will just disappoint her.
He refused to acknowledge that not doing it would disappoint her.
Besides, if she doesn't like it, maybe she'll get smart and quit trying to be friends with a guy who could get her killed.
His mind made up, Leo sank into a chair and crossed his arms over his chest. A kid, maybe 10 or 11, watched him from the other end of the row of chairs. The boy's mother watched him too, but unlike her son, the woman feared him.
You get gauges?
Leo nodded.
Yeah.
Where are they?
Took 'em out.
The kid frowned.
How come? They're cool. You must have had big ones.
Yeah, pretty big.
Leo watched the mother try to distract her son and took pity on her.
Now I'm stuck with stupid holes.
Why not put back the gauges?
Trying to get 'em to shrink as much as I can,
Leo admitted.
But why?
Because someday I'm gonna be 90 walking around with wrinkled, floppy, giant holes. How stupid. Can't believe I didn't think of that before I stretched 'em out like this.
The mother mouthed a silent thank you. Leo ducked his head.
What's the spider web for?
Again, the kid sounded impressed.
Just thought it looked good. And it identified me to the others.
I'm gonna get something cool like that someday.
Wish I hadn't.
No way. Why not?
Leo shrugged.
Same thing. Feels great when you do it, aside from needle pain. Then you wake up and realize you look ridiculous.
I think you look cool.
Did the kid know any other word? If he said cool one more time, Leo thought he'd scream. Wasn't cool not cool anymore? Didn't kids call things sick or tight or some other stupid term that wouldn't last another week before another stupid term took over?
I did too when I got it. Tastes change. You get older. Even kids get older. Then one day you wake up and realize you're stuck with stuff all over you that you don't like anymore.
He leaned forward.
Be smarter than me, kid. Don't do things that are permanent.
Like tattoos?
Sure, tattoos are one thing, but even more important, don't do things that change your life forever. It might seem great today, but when you're stuck with a bad group of friends because they won't leave you alone, you'll remember the day you thought it was so...
He hesitated before using the boy's buzzword.
Cool to hang out with the tough kids, and you'll regret it.
You hung out with the tough kids?
Got myself in a lot of trouble.
That why you're hating on your ink and your piercings and stuff?
A sneer twisted the boy's lips.
Too heavy-handed. See, this is totally not your forte. Don't do it. I'm not hating on them as much as on me for not thinking about it more. It's one thing to say, I love this and want it decorating my neck for the rest of my life. It's another to say, this will make me look cool with the other guys. I'll do it.
The boy didn't speak. He turned away, watching the primetime program that left little to the imagination and much to sully a kid's mind. Leo glanced at the kid's mother, wondering how someone so concerned about holes in ears and ink in skin could care so little about the images in her son's mind.
The things I could tell you about what that scene will do to him in a year or two would make you ready to have him sent to a monastery.
It reminded Leo of the part in the Gospels where Jesus ripped the Pharisees for being overly concerned with the outside when they were letting the inside rot. As he got up to move his clothes to the dryer, the boy's eyes followed him. He fed the machines the necessary quarters and returned to his seat. Still, the boy watched. Eventually, the kid said,
I guess it is dumb to do stuff without thinking about if you really like it. When I get a tattoo, I'm going to make sure it's my idea and that it's exactly what I want.
It wasn't acquiescence to what some might consider the superior idea of holeless and tattooless bodies, but Leo couldn't complain. The idea of thoughtful decisions had been planted and taken root. That had to count for something. Hope for success in his talks with the students sparked. Nerves sent shockwaves of misery through Leo as he stood before a classroom of what seemed like 100 kids. His rational side told him there couldn't be more than 20, maybe 30, but his panicked persona insisted there were more. Instead of one large assembly, the school board voted to do several classes on different days. Students whose parents did not approve of the session could have their children opt out and spend that period in the library. From the looks of this first one, not many, if any, had refused. Allison meant to reassure him with her smile, but for him, it was nothing more than a reminder that he needed such encouragement.
As you all know, today we're having a question and answer session with Fairbury's most infamous new resident, Leo Hassert.
Hands nearly shaking, Leo stood in front of the desk and stuffed them in his pockets.
Hello. Like I told Ms. Alderman, I'm not much of a speaker, so you just ask questions and I'll answer them.
A kid in the front was the first to speak.
Tell us about your time in that gang. What was it?
The Casimirs. As I said, I'll answer questions, elaborate even, but I'm not narrating.
A girl in the second row asked the next question.
Have you ever killed anyone?
It wasn't the question he expected to start with, but it would work.
No, I'm sure my mother would say that I killed her, but considering she was alive the last time I saw her, I think it was... He thought for a moment. Come on, Allison, what's the word for a story to illustrate a story or something like that?
Metaphor.
The answer came from a kid on the far right.
Right.
The memory of his mother's obituary slammed into his heart and squeezed it.
Oh, God, forgive me. Ugh.
What about drugs?
Leo shrugged.
What about them?
Ever done drugs?
The same boy with the answer to metaphors asked the question.
Yes.
Allison saw the need for a little more direction and interjected her own question.
Leo, can you tell us what about the gang appealed to you? How old were you when you joined?
I was 17, high school dropout. I couldn't see the point of sitting in a hot classroom all day reading stuff about a bunch of old dead people or reading books written by a bunch of old dead people. So I started dealing drugs. Frankly, I was not much of a salesman. My skill was evading the cops.
How? The kid asking the question looked like a rebel, a kid who would take anything he said and use it to his advantage.
I knew how they thought. I could predict how they'd react and where they'd be blind. I got away with selling meth because I was good at knowing how to stay out of the cops' path. What I didn't know was that I was really selling for the Casimirs.
But what did you do?
What's your name?
As Leo waited for an answer, he prayed for the right words.
Landon. Look, Landon, I'm not here to give you a crash course in how to evade the law. I'm here to show you exactly what happens when you do.
He raised the leg of his jeans and showed the clunky ankle bracelet that he had to wear for the next 2.5 years.
If you wanted a lesson in how to be a criminal, you came to the wrong class. This is Avoid Jail 101.
The classroom laughed, and Landon had the grace to look chagrined.
Fair enough. So when did you find out who your real bosses were? When they pulled me in to discuss my particular...
He hunted for a word that didn't sound positive and then shrugged.
Skills, I guess. I was excited. I mean, come on. Here were big, tough guys with cool bikes, leather jackets, and respect. People feared them when they'd roll into town. They wanted what I had.
So, did you continue to deal drugs? Leo shook his head.
My so-called career in drug dealing lasted exactly 6 weeks before they figured out how I managed to sell right under the cops' noses. By the way, those deals are the bulk of my sentence.
A quiet girl, clearly not popular but pretty enough, raised her hand. Exactly how did you get caught?
I didn't.
The class erupted in laughter until they saw he wasn't joking. When the jokes dissolved into whispers, Leo decided to elaborate.
I became a Christian and turned myself into the police. And ratted out your friends.
The accusation came from a burly kid, beefy enough to be a linebacker.
At first, no. I had every intention of confessing my own crimes and leaving others out. Then, I discovered how many people the Casimirs killed each year. I'd been out of that loop. Weren't you afraid of getting caught? Retribution?
A question about fear from such a tough-looking kid surprised him. Leo nodded and glanced toward Allison.
Are visual aids allowed?
Such as?
Scars.
Silence, ominous and fearful, descended over the classroom. Allison swallowed hard before she gave a grimace intended to be an encouraging smile. As long as it's above the waist. I'll take, she interrupted with a disapproving shake of her head. Not funny, Hannah. I thought it was, the girl muttered under her breath.
I knew turning myself in would mean I got jumped, but I really thought they'd just off me.
Isn't that a bit overly dramatic? Leo stared at the boy who spoke. His perfect row of glistening teeth, his designer jeans, shirt, and shoes, it all screamed one thing: money. This kid was accustomed to making others feel foolish simply because he looked superior in their minds. Leo considered the best response. With eyes closed, dreading the look on Allison's face, he began unbuttoning his shirt. A detached part of him snickered at the incongruity of it after their mockery of similar actions in the movies. A few catcalls, a whistle, and several shaking heads accompanied his swift movements. When the last button was undone, Leo let the shirt slip from his shoulders, his hand catching it before it hit the floor.
I don't know,
he asked with a calmness he hadn't expected to feel.
You tell me. Am I...
A maze of scars covered him from the collarbone to his waist and beyond. Burns, knife wounds, and who knew what else crisscrossed the tattoos that once decorated a well-muscled chest. After one brutal beating, he'd become just a scrawny guy with a truly hideous topography. From the corner of his eye, he saw Allison raise her hand to cover her mouth as she gasped. So much for not revolting someone he'd begun to think of as a friend. Then again, perhaps she'd see why that friendship was dangerous. The atmosphere of the room grew eerie as he began to turn, finishing his question.
Being overly dramatic?
Allison whimpered. He glanced her way, and at the sight of tears pouring down her face, Leo decided they'd seen enough. Pulling his shirt back on, he buttoned it as he turned back to face the classroom.
I have plates in my left leg, in my wrist, and screws holding half of me together. They left me for dead.
Why didn't they just shoot you? Leo turned compassionate eyes to the geeky-looking girl in the front row. Her huge glasses rested atop an overly large nose on an acne-crusted face. Greasy hair, that she'd probably washed only that morning, but he suspected her classmates assumed she never washed, hung limply to her shoulders. As visibly shaken as the girl was, it seemed cruel to answer the question. A glance at Allison's stricken face earned him a nod to continue.
They did. Left leg and chest. It punctured a lung, but barely missed my heart. If a homeless guy hadn't freaked when he found me, I'd be dead today.
A wave of nervous laughter rolled over the room as Leo passed Allison the box of Kleenex from her desk. One kid, one of the Allen boys, mercifully changed the subject.
You said you became a Christian. Do I understand correctly that this was before you turned yourself in? That's right.
Caleb Allen nodded.
How did a member of a gang like the Casimirs ever hear the gospel? I knocked down a little old lady.
Again, laughter filled the room, and once more, Leo didn't laugh, but a smile crept around the corners of his mouth.
Seriously, I did. I got a call while eating in a diner one afternoon. One of the dealers thought maybe we had an undercover cop planted in the group, and he thought he knew who it was. When he wouldn't tell me who, I knew that he was the cop. So I booked it out of there and ran down a granny coming into the place.
And that's it? Epiphany?
Leo shook his head at Miss Nerd.
No, I couldn't get the woman's crumpled body out of my mind, so I went to see her at the hospital. Brought her a nice bunch of flowers from the gift shop. I thought that'd kill any feelings of guilt and went in. I hoped she'd be doped up. She wasn't.
And?
Allison's voice still held a slight tremor.
She asked me to go home and get her knitting and the book on the table beside her recliner. Handed me her keys.
Leo pointed to the tattoos on his arms and neck, the holes in his ears, and then showed where he'd been sporting spikes at that time.
I had 3 studs in my lip, a hook in my nose, and a barbell in my tongue.
He flushed with embarrassment.
Let's just say I had no idea how ridiculous I sounded when talking with that thing.
Is that scar on your nose from the fishhook?
He nodded.
They ripped that out first thing when they came after me.
Caleb wanted the topic returned to his story. So, this lady gave you her keys to her house?
Yep, on the way out the door. She asked me for her Bible as well.
Were you tempted to rob her? Leo shook his head slowly.
I don't even think it occurred to me. We weren't thieves, not in our minds. We earned the money we got. You get caught stealing, and you're gonna get jumped.
Like you? The linebacker was back.
No, I was offed. I just am hardier than I look.
So?
The quiet girl spoke up again.
So I didn't. Seemed like the least I could do after breaking her hip.
You broke her hip?
The exclamation filled the room, and almost in complete collective unison.
Not intentionally, but yeah. She got me to come back again and again. I couldn't figure out why she wanted me there. I mean, come on. Cool biker dude versus Aunt B from Andy Griffith, 20 years older.
So, she led you to the Lord.
Preacher's son knows the lingo,
the kid with money mocked.
No, I didn't meet Jesus at Mrs. Fenway's knee. Her grandson came in. Big, burly guy with tattoos and gauges. Ran a charity for abused kids. I don't think I'd have listened to Mrs. Fenway, but Pete.
He still had his gauges?
Miss Geek seemed surprised.
He was religious with gauges?
Yep.
Caleb was back in full force. So, why did you take yours out?
He got them because he liked them, thought they looked cool. He works with some tough kids and stuff, so it works for him. I just got them because it looked good with my persona, my life. I liked looking tough and cool. It was a rebellion thing for me.
Leo stared at Landon for a moment and then continued.
It didn't seem to make sense to keep signs of rebellion that I no longer felt.
But now you have stupid huge holes in your ears.
Yeah, you don't think of that when you do it. You think about how big you can go, how fast, what kind of statement you'll make. but you don't wonder if you'll still want $50 in your ears at age 50. You could have worn them until you didn't want them anymore.
Landon seemed determined to play devil's advocate.
I did, and by taking them out when I did, I've shrunk back to quarter-sized. I don't think it'll shrink much more. Maybe to a nickel. I'll always have large holes to remind me of the stupid things I did before I knew Jesus.
How religious are you?
Miss Quiet seemed to have found her voice.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, I've heard a lot of people talk about how you played the religion card to get a lighter sentence. I just wondered,
how about I help with this? Allison interjected.
Mary, you're Catholic, correct? With a name like Mary in today's society, you have to ask that question?
So, Miss Quiet is actually Miss Mary and not so quiet after all,
Leo mused. Aloud, he said,
Nice to meet you, Mary.
Allison moved to Leo's side and addressed the class. Okay, who in here claims to be a Christian? Hands shot up all over the room. More than 50% of the class claimed some sort of relationship with Jesus. Okay, so who in here has ever read the Bible voluntarily? Not all of it, just any. Half the hands dropped. Okay, now who in here has read all of it? Only Caleb's hand remained. Landon snorted.
It would be the preacher's kid. Probably has to read 10 verses a day or he doesn't get dinner.
We are not discussing Caleb's relationship with the Lord, Allison snapped. Leo laid a hand on her arm to calm her, surprised at her outburst. Allison didn't burst out. How about prayer? Who in here prays?
Every time I step in through that door,
the linebacker joked. Leo didn't know where she planned to take the round of questioning, but it began to make him nervous. Oblivious to the panic building in the man beside her, Allison continued. Okay, and who in here has really suffered for their faith? No hands rose. After several seconds that dragged like minutes, Allison turned her head to Caleb. I thought your father said...
Yeah, yesterday. I'd have raised my hand. Not today.
Not today. Leo began, but Allison cut him off before he could protest. Okay, Leo, how many chapters of the Bible do you read every day?
5.
And have you always read that many, or did you work up to it? His face reddened.
Actually, I cut back. I misunderstood Adric's recommendation of 15 minutes a day to be 15 chapters.
The class laughed, Allison smirking along with them. Okay, and is that why you cut back to 5? Miserable, Leo shook his head.
No.
Then why? As if she realized how uncomfortable her questions made him, Allison interrupted once more. Okay, I'm just going to tell you guys. Leo read 15 chapters a day until he heard about a guy who gave up his TV to pray for 2 hours a night. He asked Adric about maybe cutting back a little of his reading and trying to learn to pray more. That's when he found out that he'd misunderstood Adric. He goes to church every Sunday despite the fact that no one welcomes him. He works hard every day, jogs every night, and spends his free time in the Bible or praying. He does it not because he has to, but because he wants to.
You gave up TV? What about computer?
Where would I get the money to buy either of those? I'm barely eking by as it is. I've been tempted to find a used set somewhere, but then I'd have to pay for cable to make it worth watching. I can't do that.
He took a deep breath.
Look, I started reading the Bible at all because I figured I should. I mean, it's what Christians do, right? Well, I didn't like it, but I did it. I actually like it now, but to be honest, that's partly because it's not a burden anymore. 5 chapters is easy when you've been doing triple that. What does your parole officer say about your Bible reading?
Leo stared at Landon as if he were insane.
Why would he know, much less care about that? Obviously, it's part of your plan to get you off. Look, if you want to think that I risked my life to become a Christian so I'd get off on a charge that I'd never have had if I didn't turn myself in the first place, go for it. I don't see the logic there, but hey, Maybe you haven't taken that class yet."
His eyes roamed the classroom.
"I didn't mention why I turned myself in when I did. Religion never came up in the depositions and is not mentioned in my plea bargain. The only reason anyone knows about it is if I happen to tell them. The news got wind of it. That's what happens sometimes, but they didn't get it from me."
He took a deep breath and added one more thing.
"If you have questions about the dangers of gang life, I'm happy to hear them, but we're done picking apart my faith. You either accept it or you don't. I really don't care."
9. A knock interrupted his dinner, such as it was. He took the last bite of canned stew and wiped his mouth before unlocking the door. Habit.
"Chief Varney."
Uncertainty wrenched his gut. Leo blinked and then stepped back.
"Sorry, come in. Heard about your Q&A today. Allison says you did great. She also begged me to convince you to stop. Want to tell me about that, son?" I used visual aids to show what happens when you cross a gang. I didn't think it would upset her that much.
He frowned.
I didn't think she could ruffle as easily as she did. She always seems almost too calm. Placid. Darla says it helps her keep order in classrooms. The kids know they can't get her riled, so they don't even bother trying. Well, she was riled today. I thought she'd bite a kid's head off.
Frowning, the chief shrugged.
I don't understand that, but then I don't know her as well as a lot of people. Just what I've seen with Adric and around town sometimes.
He pointed to the couch.
Mind if I sit a spell? I took a beat today, and now I'm...
He chuckled.
Beat.
Leo nodded and took the opposite side.
So, did she say why? Nope. Thought you'd tell me about it. Can't help you there. I know my scars really shook her up, and the kids were skeptical of my conversion. That seemed to set her off.
After a moment of thoughtful silence, the chief asked,
"What about the rest of the talk? Did the kids get the dangers of gangs?" Well, I think I killed the glamour of it. When they found out that for most members it's more like being an army recruit rather than a schoolyard bully, it didn't look so cool anymore. I got more than one. Why would you do that?
Chief Varney glanced around Leo's room.
Bet a year ago you didn't expect to be living in a little town like this. Nope. I had the crazy idea that doing the right thing would open doors for me. I'd get a good job and go back to having decent money.
Leo sighed.
Not hardly. Regret it?
Leo studied his hands for a moment and then sighed.
I hate questions like that. It's not your fault,
he hastened to add.
But, like the kids at that school today, people are suspicious if I don't sound miserable. I'm not sorry I did it. I can look myself in the mirror, and as much as I hate what I see, I can know that if I see a cop, I have nothing to hide. If an ambulance drives by with a kid strung out on drugs, well, it wasn't my fault. If a girlfriend gets battered, it wasn't because she was flirting with me. It's boring. I'm not used to the solitude, and I hate that part. But I don't regret knowing I'm not at odds with society. Stressful, ain't it? I never knew it was until the stress was gone. I thought I was an adrenaline junkie. The first time I walked past a cop car and realized I hadn't put on an act was huge.
The large man wrestled out of the couch and offered his hand to Leo.
I'm glad you're here, son. I know it ain't easy, but I hope you decide to stay. She apparently wants the Q&A sessions stopped. After the first one,
Adric frowned.
I thought you said it went well. I thought it did, but she obviously didn't think so.
Leo wiped his forehead with his arm and then reached for the air compressor nozzle.
I guess that's why she was so flustered.
Allison, flustered? That doesn't sound like her.
Flustered isn't the right word. It just really shook her up. My scars bothered her a lot more than I expected them to, and then when she snapped at that kid...
No way. Allison would never snap at a student.
She did.
Leo leaned his forearms against the side of the car and frowned. I really thought it was a good thing. Those kids seemed like they got it by the time I left, but she went straight to the chief, so I don't know. I'll talk to her. Leo nodded and went back to adding air to the tire, and then called out, Hey, Adric. Yeah? Don't talk to her. I need to do it. All afternoon, Leo prayed about his conversation with Allison. For the first time since he'd made a concentrated effort to spend quantity time in prayer, he had no trouble with Allison intruding in his thoughts. This time, she was welcome. More than welcome. The incongruity between his thoughts of an attractive woman 2 years ago versus the prayer for one now seemed almost a cruel joke. The moment the other men left the shop, Leo forced himself into the office and found her number. The office phone felt strange in his hands. Large. He'd gotten used to the little cell phones of his former days. Now, he had only the phone at work if he wanted to make a call. It's like I stepped into someone else's life. Weird. Allison picked up on the first ring.
Adric, is everything okay?
It's Leo, Allison. I'm at work. I just wondered if you might be available to talk this weekend.
My father is grilling tonight. Let me take you home. He grills the best fish.
An unpleasant twisting in his stomach made him hesitate. Should he go?
Look, I really need to be able to talk privately. Maybe tomorrow?
I'm coming to get you. We'll talk in my rooms. Mom and Dad will probably work on the yard after dinner anyway.
Leo stared at the phone. Gone. Great. The walls wore genuine smiles as Allison introduced him. Genuinely nervous smiles. Eva stared at the holes in his ears and avoided the spiderweb on his neck so obviously that it would have been less awkward had she stared at it and made rude comments. Rod, on the other hand, took one look at his daughter, saw something on her face, and relaxed. We're truly happy to meet you, Leo. Allison thinks highly of you. If anything could have made him feel better and worse at the same time, those words would do it.
I think Allison has a natural predisposition to think highly of anyone who can get her car going again.
There. That was honest without sounding too personal, he hoped.
Eva coughed. Excuse me. Can I get you something to drink? We have colas and lemon lime, iced tea, or Allison could pour you a glass of wine.
There went the cough again.
I'm afraid we don't have any beer.
Coke or whatever is fine. Water is good. I'm not particular. Thanks.
He sounded just as stilted as he felt.
Well, I'm going to go get the fish on the grill. Would you like to come supervise, Leo?
He knew what that meant. It was code for, I'll get him out of here. You get your mother calmed down. Leo just nodded. To his surprise, Rod put the fish on the grill wrapped in aluminum. Somehow he'd expected dried-out, overcooked salmon or something.
I'll just get it mostly cooked, brush some more of Eva's secret sauce over it, and give it a quick couple of turns on the screen before we take it in.
The man gave him an apologetic look.
Eva really does mean well. It doesn't bother me, Mr. Wall, really.
Rod,
Leo agreed. I just know that people don't know where to let their eyes rest. Let's face it, pretty much every inch of me has something designed to attract attention. I can't be offended if I get it.
Before Rod could respond, voices in the kitchen reached their ears.
Mom, he's just a man, a good man. Get a grip.
Maybe I should go. No, just keep an eye on the fish. When it flakes, brush that sauce on it and flip it onto the screen. 15 to 20 seconds on each side, max. I'll be right back.
This made Leo even more nervous. The entire meal rested in his hands, and in his experience, most people ruined fish. Lost in concentration over the fillets, he didn't hear Allison approach.
Sorry, Leo. I've never seen my mom be so...
It's okay. I shouldn't have come, and I knew it.
Yes, you should have.
The voice came from the French doors. Eva Wall crossed the patio and met Leo's gaze.
I was rude to my daughter's friend. I made a guest in my home feel awkward. I am so very sorry.
How about you tell me if these are ready for the sauce and we'll call it even?
Allison laughed. That doesn't even make sense.
Does to me.
Leo turned his head back to Eva.
It really is okay. You tried. Many people don't go that far.
His hands made sweeping motions around his face and torso.
Just where can you look that isn't covered in holes or tattoos?
Your eyes, Leo. I could have looked at your eyes. They're beautiful, by the way.
She took the aluminum foil, unfolded one side, and poked it with the fork.
Perfect. Allison, why don't you show Leo his place at the table and serve him some salad? I'll be right in.
Leo glanced at Allison as they stepped into the room.
Did I say something wrong?
Nope, you said everything right.
Something in her eyes unnerved him, but she continued before he could pinpoint it.
Mom just went from polite hostess to welcome to the family. It's what she does when she likes someone.
That comment left him nothing to do but sit down and accept a large helping of salad.
I don't think I understand, but okay.
To Leo's surprise, he enjoyed the meal more than he'd enjoyed anything in a very long time. With the awkwardness gone, he found the walls to be much less stuffy than he'd imagined. They laughed, joked, teased, all in a quiet manner that seemed incongruous with the jocularity exhibited. Regardless, they made him feel at home and comfortable. As Eva served key lime cheesecake, the question Leo thought he dreaded came.
Do you mind me asking a personal question, Leo?
He hesitated, hoping his answer wouldn't be a lie.
No.
It's nothing so terrible, I hope. I just wondered if you missed anything about your old life.
His answer came swiftly, easily.
A sense of belonging.
He'd expected something more deeply personal. Truly interested people always managed to ask the most painful questions when they thought they were being reasonably innocuous.
How do you mean?
He didn't know how to answer her.
This is so good. I don't think I've ever tasted anything better in my life.
He took another bite, and then he remembered Eva's question.
Oh, belonging. Sorry. You see,
he continued after another bite of cheesecake,
groups like the Casimirs appeal to people because they are kind of a family. I miss knowing there's someone to talk to, hang out with, that someone has my back. I thought you were a Christian.
Rod glanced at Allison with a look that clearly said, You told us he was religious.
I am. You don't find that kind of community in the church? I thought that's what the church was all about.
Allison started to interject, but Leo pretended not to notice.
They just haven't proven me yet. It takes time in any group to earn the trust and then the loyalty of the group.
Eva's indignation warmed his heart a little.
That's ridiculous. What is the purpose of having religion if people treat you the same as if you didn't have it? I've been asking that question ever since I met Leo. He's a new Christian and is much more forgiving and Christ-like than people who were practically born saved.
Leo choked on his Pepsi. Rod and Eva stared at each other while their daughter and her guest stifled guffaws and gasped for air between failed attempts at repressed mirth. At last, Eva couldn't stand it any longer.
What is so funny about that? I think it's sad. Unless you're saying that Leo isn't more forgiving and Christ-like, then I'd like to slap you for being so rude. So which is it?
The idea that someone was born saved. The Bible says the opposite.
We're born lost, but some people think their Christianity was in the cargo hold of the Mayflower or something.
The joke fizzled with her parents, but Leo and Allison erupted in a fresh round of weakly suppressed giggles. The cheesecake slowly disappeared in a silent room. Eva glanced at her empty plate, sent a sidelong glance at her husband, and hurried into the kitchen. Seconds later, she emerged carrying the plate of cheesecake and cut them all second slices.
That's the great thing about fish for dinner.
she quipped as she slipped a new slice on Leo's plate.
It doesn't fill you up too much.
Leaves room for the important things.
Leo glanced at Rod and shook his head.
You can't possibly eat fish very often, then. I think each slice of this cheesecake has more calories than the rest of the meal combined.
Exactly. This is why we serve decadent desserts with low-calorie meals.
Rod shook his head.
Don't listen to them, Leo. These women will use any excuse to indulge themselves. Humph.
The sound appeared in unison from across the table.
These are my rooms. My dad opened a wall between this room and the spare room about 6 years or so ago. Now I have a kind of mini apartment in the house.
Guess it's a good thing you had an extra room.
She shook her head.
For about 18 years or so, I heard Dad grumble about all the extra rooms in this house.
She smiled.
He was joking, of course, but it was fun to tease Mom about a 5-bedroom house for 3 people.
Allison pulled a stack of books off a chair near the couch.
Try that chair. I'll bet it's the comfiest for you.
Leo didn't sit. Instead, he pointed at pictures on shelves and the wall.
Mind if I look around first?
Her nod came automatically. One picture of Allison at about 10 with a freckle-faced boy made him smile.
First crush?
That is Mikey. He's my cousin. We were close until I became a Christian.
Didn't like the new convert zeal?
I never said a word. He heard about it and quit calling to include me in things.
Why?
That idea made no sense to Leo. Even he wouldn't have cared if a friend got religion in his pre-Christ days as long as the friend wasn't pushy about it.
My mom had the best answer.
Allison's eyes glistened with unshed tears.
She said that he knows it's what he needs and can't stand the internal pressure.
I don't understand your parents.
Leo's eyes grew wide as he spun in place.
Not that I don't like them, I do. They just seem to get it, and yet they don't.
Nodding thoughtfully, Allison pulled her feet under her and began sorting papers.
That's a great way of putting it, actually. They get it, but they don't.
Another picture of Allison with a few girls all holding martinis made him smile.
I love how you aren't afraid to be out there with this stuff. I still run from it all.
What stuff?
Leo pointed to the picture.
Drinking.
He pointed to himself.
Hanging out with dubious characters.
Allison's head shook slowly.
I rarely drink, don't care for it much, and I only hang out with the best sorts of people. I like friends that I think will spur me on to love and good deeds, so to speak.
The words made his stomach knot. She had carefully worded each one.
Well, whatever it is, it'll be nice not to have to avoid things because you don't trust yourself.
A picture of Adric and Allison sat displayed prominently on a side table near the chair she'd offered him. He picked it up and examined it.
You two made an attractive couple.
We weren't ever a couple, Leo.
Well, you would have been. Jael's great, but...
It's okay. He made the right choice. I wasn't surprised.
I am.
The disgust in Leo's voice made Allison's lips twitch.
Thank you.
Why'd you do it?
So she couldn't see his face, he went to examine a shelf of books with his back turned to her.
Do what?
The whole girl of the month thing.
The sigh that preceded her response nearly made him take it back, but her answer made the awkwardness worth it.
I wanted, well, still want, to get married. I want to find that someone to share my life with. I want what my parents have, just with a Christian.
So you joined Bachelor House Fairbury style?
He shook his head, turning to watch her expression as he continued.
Why do that? You must have guys asking you out all the time.
I do.
Then...
To his surprise, she began scribbling on the back of one of the papers. Intermittently, she paused, thought for a moment, and continued writing. Leo almost dreaded reading the paper, but he took it as she handed it to him and glanced over it curiously. Tim, 3. Evan, 2. Mark, 3. Joe 1, Jorge 1, Wayne 2, Peter 2, Kevin 3, Craig 2, Greg 1, Nathan 1, Phil 3.
Who are these people? What do the numbers mean?
Those are the names of the guys I can remember going out with in the past couple of years. The numbers are how many times we went out before they stopped calling or gave me the "I'm so glad we're friends, I really need your advice about this girl" speech.
Idiots.
I agree.
Shocked, he turned to say something and then laughed.
I also love your sense of humor. It's quiet, but it's killer.
He glanced at the list again.
Well, at least some of them took a little longer. I mean, the one-date guys.
Were kind enough to get the "this isn't going to work" thing over before I got my hopes up. The guys who waited until the third date were the cowards who went out a time or two more hoping it wouldn't seem so offensive that way.
Has anyone ever told you why?
He couldn't understand it. Were people in the Rockland area just stupid?
It's always the same thing. I'm great. They love spending time with me, but I'm not the one. Well, that's what some say. Others say the first date is amazing, second is okay, but after that, there's nothing there. Flat. Adric once said there's no spark to my personality.
Ouch,
It's okay, Leo. Do you really think I want to be with someone who isn't at least reasonably interested in me? I don't want to settle.
Don't.
His voice sounded fierce.
Don't settle for just anyone. There's a guy out there, somewhere, who can see just how amazing you are and will love you.
And you're not him. Is that what you wanted to talk to me about?
The catch in her voice nearly killed him. It wasn't the first time he'd noted interest in her. Sure, he'd tried to ignore it, but it always remained, hovering in the background, just waiting to remind him. He wanted to be able to say he wasn't attracted to her, that she didn't have what he'd want in someone. It would be the kinder thing to do. He saw that now. What seemed so cruel in men before him now seemed merciful compared to what he'd have to say.
It's okay, Leo. I get it. I can be just a friend. You should know that. I'm used to holding a tight rein on my emotions.
He debated with himself until Allison visibly wilted. Unable to stand the idea of her facing another personal rejection, Leo shook his head.
It's not that. I kind of wish it were now. It's me. I can't have people close to me. Can you understand that?
Why?
Anyone close to me is at risk until we know I'm not a target for the Casimirs. I'm just starting my relationship with the Lord. I don't know how to do both and try to keep someone alive. For that matter, I don't think I have it in me to risk losing something or someone that close to me. No one can take the Lord from me. It's just safer that way.
But if the woman of your dreams was standing right here...
Who says she isn't?
Leo nearly choked his thoughts as he fought to keep his mind in safer territory.
I'd say the same thing to every person on the planet. I don't want someone dying because of me.
That's what you called to tell me?
He shook his head and sat down, his eyes refusing to meet hers until he'd prayed for the right words.
No, I called about the Q&A sessions. I'm not going to stop them.
But...
I've talked to Chief Varney, to Adric, and I've prayed about it. I saw something in a couple of those kids, and I think I made a difference. I need to know that all those wasted years can have some value now.
I'll cry.
Leo nodded.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to.
I know.
Allison stood and offered her hand.
Care to take a walk? I could use some fresh air.
You're not mad at me?
The only thing more awkward than taking her hand would have been refusing it. Leo wrapped his fingers around hers, feeling more alive and awkward than he had in a long time. She shrugged as she slipped her feet into flip-flops.
You're a grown man. You can make your own decisions. I butted in. I'm amazed you're even talking to me.
I don't get you. I mean, you're amazing and all. I just don't get you.
As they stepped outside, Leo realized just how much he sounded like every other man she'd ever met.
That didn't sound right.
Sounded fine to me. Let me show you where I got my heart broken at age 12.
Cute kid with dark hair and killer blue eyes.
I said when I was 12, she teased. He had dark eyes, salt and pepper hair, and the cutest whiskers, until a car flattened him right there. She pointed to a spot in the street a few feet away.
Dog?
Nope. He tried again.
Cat?
Nope.
I don't know what else there is.
Rabbit. Jesse Foley let him out of his cage and he ran across the street, right under Mr. Wiley's car.
Leo couldn't resist a smirk. The rabbit was killed by Mr. Wiley? Was he coy with a goatee?
Oh, that was bad. That was really bad.
Look what you gave me to work with.
Allison stopped and smiled at him, clearly hiding her own amusement. My father said the same thing. Mr. Wiley had a full bushy beard at the time.
Figures.
10. Heels clicked on tile as Trina maneuvered into the airport bathroom, dragging a small carry-on behind her. She waited for a handicapped stall and stepped inside as the previous occupant vacated it. Quickly, she shed her favorite miniskirt, micro mini according to the ad, and the spandex top that she always wore with it. As Dell once said, it showed her assets to their best advantage. From the suitcase, she pulled a pair of jeans and a t-shirt that read, "Be Transformed." The words splashed across a grungy-looking cross. Churchification complete. Purple Converse shoes replaced the 5-inch stilettos, and all jewelry found its way into the interior pocket. She pulled out her phone and switched out ringtones from "I'm Sexy and I Know It" to "Do Everything" by a guy who seemed to think God cares about lipstick. Outside the stall, she went to work on her appearance, pulling the hair into a sloppy ponytail, removing most of the eye makeup, and trading out her lipstick for Carmex. The result revolted her. Perfect. Trina closed her eyes, relaxed her arms and shoulders, wiggling her entire body into a relaxed pose, repeating, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus," until she felt like she must be in a prayer service. She strolled out the door and glanced around her. Come on, there's gotta be someone. Gotcha. She punched her phone off in her pocket and then walked in her pray's direction, frowning at it before stopping in front of a man waiting in line at a coffee kiosk. "Excuse me, do you have the time?" She wriggled her phone before returning it to her pocket. "Dead?" He looked right at her without a hint of recognition.
He
glanced at his phone.
Yeah, it's 3.
"Great, thanks." At the doors, she glanced back, but he wasn't watching. "You watched enough in the airplane. Couldn't keep your eyes in your head, and well, we both know how that turned out." Trina mused as she walked to the rental agency. It took half an hour to get her into the stripped-down Hyundai. Cheap cars are the pits. Jenk owes me big for this one. Just as she started to back out of the parking space, the obnoxiously bad music blared from her phone, admonishing her to do every little thing she did to the glory of the one who made her. Hope God likes this one. Reconnaissance on a biographer for a gang that wants another guy dead. Glory to God on that one, she snapped as she dug for the phone in her pocket. What? She glanced at the name on the screen. Really, Ernie?
Just making sure you got there okay.
I'm here, okay? I look all dulled up, and I'm on my way to Permbrook.
Pembroke.
I'm just joking. Get a grip. She grabbed a mint from her purse. I know how to do my job, Ernie. Without another word, she disconnected and tossed the phone on the seat. According to MapQuest, she had a 10-mile drive. All right, Warren Whitfield, Trina Downs is on her way. He was cute, muscular. After 3 days of watching him, Trina knew all she needed to about Warren Whitfield, and a book signing at the coffee shop would be the perfect way to meet him. She pulled out her copy of Off-Broadway, The Stages of Life, and got in line. If you could call one other person a line. Maybe that meant he'd be willing to talk. She needed him to talk.
Hey, Off-Broadway. That was the most fun to research of nearly all my books. Have you read it?
Trina nodded. Twice. He looked more rugged than his picture, with shorter hair. Killer gray eyes, too. Then again, it was just a profile shot against a low-key background.
Do you want it signed to someone in particular?
Oh, that'd be great. Just Trina, thanks.
Trina, you don't sound like you're from around here.
I grew up in California. I'm just here to scope out the area. I want to try to write, too. Fiction. I don't think I'd be good with nonfiction. The bell jangled, announcing another patron. Trina let her face fall when she felt someone come up behind her. I guess I should go. Once she had the book in hand again, she waved it slightly. Hey, thanks a lot. I can't wait to read whatever comes next. The way you show how Jesus turns a person inside out and upside down is just incredible. Undersell, undersell, undersell. She growled inwardly as she wandered to a couch in the corner, book in one hand and coffee in the other. It took 2 hours, but eventually Warren stacked his remaining books and pushed his chair away from the table. Please look my way, just once. He did. At the door, his head turned toward her, and he smiled. Her face jerked into a semblance of a beaming and adoring fan for just a moment before she forced herself to stare back at her book and prayed her face would. There it was, flush. How is that for calling on my roots, God? I even prayed. I'll just say thanks, and now we're even. Don't think this is a new habit. I'm not interested. When I break up, it's for good. A few minutes later, the doorbell jangled again, but this time Trina didn't allow herself to look at it. If he had returned, and he just might have, she had to look surprised.
Trina?
Score. Oh. She tried to manufacture another flush, but failed. Only one freebie, eh? Whatever. You're such a leech, God. I thought you left.
I did. I drove around the block and came back.
Oh.
I wondered if you might want to get something to eat. Renee's Diner has a great burger and even better fish and chips.
Sure. Really?
Dial it down. Eager, not stalker. Play it up as writer to writer.
That'd be great. I really appreciate the encouragement.
Encouragement?
As a writer, I thought. She hoped her expression looked confused rather than maniacal.
Well, I'd love to talk about writing, but I asked you because I thought I'd enjoy getting to know you better.
Trina forced herself to count to 3 before answering. That's just great. I'd love to. Should I meet you somewhere? What time?
I could pick you up around 6.
She frowned. Not to be rude, but I don't tell strange guys, even cool writer ones, where I'm staying. My dad would kill me.
Smart dad. Warren smiled. How about we meet at Renee's then?
Great, thanks. Trina let him get 2 steps away and then added, Hey, sorry about the paranoia. Years of sermons on wise as serpents and gentle as doves are hard to overcome.
Master lecturer?
His smile nearly killed her. Would he? Master preacher. Sunday morning, twice if you count Sunday school. Sunday night, Wednesday prayer meeting, and Friday worship hour.
Sounds like an idyllic childhood.
Ideal is right. I've had my bad times, she admitted. But right now, I wouldn't change it for anything. Gives me just the right edge for a very lucrative job.
6 o'clock?
He nodded at the book.
We'll talk writing.
I'll be there. Hey, Ernie, on my way back now, yeah.
This Warren guy knows nothing about Leo. We spent hours surfing the web, looking for him together.
How is he writing?
Using interviews with that old lady Leo beat up, her grandson, and people that he spoke to like his preacher friend. He's looking, though. We need to keep an eye on his web browsing. I got an IP address for you.
Great. Text it to me.
As Tina drove away from town, she punched the number for Warren's phone.
Hey, I just wanted to say thanks for all the encouragement. My dad called. Grandma isn't doing well and wants to see everyone before she dies. Again.
Sorry to hear that. I've enjoyed getting to know you.
Me too. It's been nice.
Look, if you're in the neighborhood again, call me.
Yeah, right. Like I want to be preached at again. I'll do that. Sorry we won't get to do that movie. I really wanted to see it. Gag me.
Well, maybe next time.
Look, I'm coming on some traffic. Not sure why or how out here, but hey, I need to concentrate. I'll call sometime.
Goodbye, Trina.
The finality unsettled her.
Goodbye.
Why did it bother her? It shouldn't, right? It was just his way.
Warren Whitfield here. She just left. All clear.
11. A basketball bounced down the incline and into oncoming traffic. Leo watched as a pickup drove toward it, destining it to pancake status in less than 30 seconds. Without thinking, he dashed into the street, grabbed it, and shot out of the path of the truck before it had a chance to slow down. A horn blared as a man shouted, "Get out of the road, you idiot!" Leo stuffed down the inclination to respond with an eloquent bit of sign language and waited for the vehicle to pass before he jogged across the street and up the incline and tossed the ball back to the boys. One of the guys called out his thanks as another beckoned him to join them. He hesitated. The kids looked familiar. After half a dozen class question and answer sessions, that didn't surprise him.
Come on, Leo. Even up the teams.
What would parents think? Then again, thus far, none of the parents had withdrawn their kids from the class Q&A, and there weren't any complaints. Taking a chance, he strode toward the court.
Which side am I on?
You'll play? Cool.
The police cruiser rolled by slowly. Joe waved and grinned before turning at the corner. It seemed as if he had law enforcement approval anyway.
Just tell me who I'm playing with so I don't pass it to the wrong guy.
He knows how to pass. Phew.
A red-headed boy tossed the ball back to him.
I'm Kevin. That's Tyler, Jordan, and Bryce. They're the rest of our team.
Totally not fair. You guys got the two tallest and fastest because you were one down. Now we're even. The protester was a short, scrawny guy of dark but uncertain ethnic origin.
Oh, come on, Ravi. Get over yourself, Kevin said. I mean, we're already 20 points up. He couldn't catch up if you tried. He could be a liability.
I can go,
Leo began.
Let's play.
The game began. Rusty as he was, Leo managed to snag the ball from the biggest boy on the other team and pass it to Kevin. The game intensified. He passed, shot, stole, and played harder than he'd played in years. It felt good. Very good. As they neared the end, his team separated the spread by over 30 points. One of the boys from the other team let out a stream of profanity that Leo hadn't heard since he'd been released after the trial. He felt the temptation to point out that losing a game didn't mean you had to vomit your disgust all over everyone within hearing, but decided it was none of his business. Fire ignited in his chest as the ball slammed into him, a deliberate and direct hit from Jeff on the opposing team. It took him half a minute to realize that his own temptation to spew obscenities hadn't surfaced, probably for the first time since he was 6.
Ugh, guess I need to pay better attention.
He mopped his face with the bottom of his tank. Hey, can I see your scars again? No shyness in Kevin.
Sure, I guess.
Feeling awkward, Leo removed his shirt and stood there feeling very much like a freak.
Whoa, whoa. They give your tattoos a cool effect, don't they? That's one way of looking at it.
What's the long one around your side?
That's where they had to take out my spleen. Frog Mandini sliced me up pretty good. The doctors just opened it a bit more to do whatever they did to save my life. Were you really that close to death, or is it just some story that sounds good?
Tyler pointed to the scar in the center of his chest.
How'd that miss your heart? They said the bullet missed it by so little that I should have had damage anyway.
Do you regret it?
Leo frowned. Regret what? The whole religion thing and turning yourself in. I mean, what'd you get out of it? A dead-end job with no money and nothing to show for it? Weren't you better off in your gang? Depends on what you mean by better off. Yeah, I had money. And respect and friends. Here, you're nobody with nothing.
Leo grinned.
Gee, thanks. Sure, I had respect of criminals responsible for more deaths than I knew of. I thought I was giving them news of the one I knew about. They told me about a couple dozen more, and that doesn't include the people that died from overdose from the drugs we sold and gave away to hook people on them. I didn't have the respect of respectable people.
You really bought the good guy line, didn't you? Tyler sounded disappointed.
Look, I know my old life sounds cool. I mean, I really do.
He glanced around him at the boys who thought gang life sounded so much better than his current one, and tried to find the words to show how much better the new life was. Boring at times, but better.
Motorcycles, leather, drugs whenever you want them.
Leo grinned.
Girls, lots of girls. Money without doing much to prepare for earning it. No high school diploma, college, or anything. Respect and a bit of fear from just about everyone. Yeah, it sounds great. Well, until you blow it.
He pointed to a scar under his jaw.
Then you get a fistful of put you in your place because you checked out the new girl and it turned out to be the boss's new chick. That can happen anywhere, though. At least you had girls checking you out.
He's got girls now. Miss Wall is totally into him. For a guy with an Indian name, Ravi sounded almost Californian. Leo started to comment when Kevin grinned and said,
Love it when she's our sub. At least it's something nice to look at. Hey, watch it, he warned.
Jeff shook his head after dousing himself with water.
Oh, the town thug is into the hottest teacher ever. That's not weird at all. Look, even when I was in the Casimirs, I didn't talk about women like they were there for my own amusement.
Because you went out with biker chicks who could whoop your...
Maybe.
One of the other team members, Chris, sat listening quietly throughout the discussion, but now he seemed unable to resist the question. What do you miss the most? He glanced at a couple of the guys he knew that were often in church. Should he answer it? It seemed cruel. Then again, if answering would help someone in the future.
Belonging. I miss a sense of belonging. I was part of a group, kind of like family.
But you're part of the church now, Jordan protested. You've got family again.
Does he?
Ravi shook his head. I've seen how your church people treat him around town. Who wants a family like that? Jordan started to protest. He opened his mouth, said,
That's not,
grabbed a bottle of water, and took off down the street. It's true, even if Jordan doesn't want to admit it, Ravi insisted. Gandhi said it right. Your Jesus seems like a cool dude, but his followers aren't any better than the rest of the world. Most are worse. Bryce stepped closer and eyed the tattoos. It's a shame they ruined that artwork. The stitches really messed it up.
That, and I'm out of shape. I had muscles back when these things were done.
Why no girls? I thought bikers always had tattoos of girls with big...
Not in the Casimirs, unless you were married.
Leo tried to count how many he'd seen.
Probably 3 or 4 out of my core group.
Married? Those guys got married? There was his in, the chance to show how ordinary most of life in a gang could be.
Married? Kids? Shoot, one guy's wife even went to PTA meetings. They had houses, doctor visits, and parking tickets.
Everyone's got those, Jeff said, clearly disappointed in the description of gang life.
Yep, and that's one area that everyone is like a gang. No one pays them.
The boys all chuckled, but it was half-hearted at best. Leo shook his shirt.
Mind if I put this back on now? Don't want some little kid coming along and having nightmares.
The boys nodded, taking one last glance before the tank dropped over his midriff. Ravi took a swig of water before offering it to Leo.
Do the tats mean anything?
It was a question he hadn't anticipated, and it made him feel vulnerable.
Yeah, most have meaning.
He pointed to the snake.
This one doesn't. I got it to irritate my mom, so I guess that's the meaning behind that one.
I think it's cool. When you move just right, it looks like it's slithering. Leo nodded.
That was the idea. The guy who did it was a genius.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
What?
Kevin pointed at the snake. You looked at it like it was something awful. I mean, it's really cool. He hadn't realized that his disgust over the tattoo he'd been most proud of showed.
I used to love it. It was just like art on my arm, you know? Now people that I like and respect are revolted by my arm. That bothers me.
Like who? Oh, Miss Wall?
Yeah, I know it bothers her. The chief's wife, Mrs. Allen, even Chad, although I think Chad's wife kind of likes it.
Willow? Really? Ravi shook his head. You never can tell what that woman is going to think. My mom is convinced she's not all there. His talent for reading people told him he'd lose his audience soon, so Leo decided to make his last few comments count.
I said it once, and I'll say it again. The life sounds exciting, but it's not. I know you think I say that because I wear this stupid ankle bracelet and have 2,000 hours of community service, but I say it because it's true. Most of it is hard work and boredom all rolled together. Yeah, I had money, but I worked for that money, just like your dad, and your dad, and your dad.
He punctuated his words with fingers jabbing into the air near the closest boys.
Unlike out here, if I messed up, I was asking for a beating like you can't imagine. It's like the army, but there are no rules for the drill sergeants. They can do whatever they want. Kill you if they don't want to mess with you. Life isn't exciting most of the time.
But you had friends and sort of a family, Kevin argued.
Yes, and that was nice. But those friends are also the ones who nearly killed me. Tried to. If you tell Joe that you and your friends broke into the school and spray-painted the lockers, your friends will be upset. They might even refuse to speak to you, but they won't try to kill you.
They wouldn't kill you for that. Not for that. Leo shook his head.
That's where you're wrong. Talking to the police is, in my old circles, equivalent to pulling a gun on them. They even consider it an attack on the whole group, even if you're only turning yourself in.
The door from the office swung open and crashed against a tray of tools in the bays. Startled, Leo glanced up to see Allison standing there, shaking.
There are motorcycles on Center Street, about a dozen. I saw them drive in and left my class with an aide.
Leo didn't hesitate. He hung the belt he'd been working with over a hook hanging from the ceiling and wiped his hands on a rag.
Let's go see.
Are you crazy? Get out of here.
He stared at her, trying to ascertain what seemed so unusual. The answer both warmed his heart and kicked him in the gut. Panic. Allison Wall, the epitome of unflappability, shook with fear. For him. When he reached her side, he gestured for her to lead the way out of the garage. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him, heedless of the grease and other automotive fluids that now ruined her outfit, and tried to drag him back into the bay.
You have to hide.
Not yet, I don't.
She refused to let go. Her shaking shifted, now a result of stifling the urge to cry.
Leo, please.
If he touched her, cradled her face as he wished to, it would be evident to everyone she saw. But the raw fear in her eyes wiped away his hesitation. With one hand leaving grease residue on each cheek, he raised her head to watch her eyes.
Trust me. Do you think I want to die?
Her whimpered no did little to assure Leo of her utter confidence in him.
Okay then, I want you to get on that computer and look up biker meetings in a 500-mile radius. I'm going to go check out.
No, you search. I'll go take pictures with my phone.
Leo shook his head.
I can't let you do that. I'm pretty sure these aren't Casimir's, but you won't be able to tell.
As she began a fresh protest, he shook his head.
Trust me, I am not going to get myself killed just to satisfy curiosity. I know what I'm doing. This is what I did for them.
Allison stared as the door closed behind him.
Are you for real? The men out there, evil, horrible men out there want to kill you, and all you can say is, trust me?
Her fingernails drummed the arms of Adric's chair as she waited for the computer to boot. The messy surface distracted her, and by the time the computer desktop appeared ready for her use, she had filed the paperwork, tossed the trash in the bin beneath the desk, and wiped the phone with the Clorox wipes, still stashed in the bottom drawer from over a year ago. From the pristine look of the outside, Adric hadn't touched them since. She gave the mouse a swipe with a wipe and began the search. It took exactly 46 seconds to find the answer she sought. Her eyes widened and her hand covered her mouth just as Leo burst in the door.
You found it?
He demanded.
Yeah.
His lips twitched.
CMA, really? You were worried about the CMA?
How was I supposed to know? I didn't even know there was a Christian Motorcycle Association. A bunch of guys arrive on bikes with leather jackets and tattoos on their arms, and I freaked. I mean, who wouldn't? There are people out there who want you dead.
As she ranted about the flagrant way he flaunted his freedom, Leo moved to her side and leaned against the desk. He waited for her eyes to meet his and said,
The kinds of people who want me dead are going to show up after dark and take me out when they think no one is looking. They're not going to announce their arrival quite so publicly.
So, I have to go back to class now?
He grabbed a peppermint from the bowl on Adric's desk, unwrapped it, and popped it in his mouth.
I'd suggest making a joke about it or the kids will eat you alive over it. You've got a thing for me, you know.
What?
That's what some of the guys think.
He winked.
No worries. You're not alone. Apparently, I'm into the hottest teacher ever.
Before she could respond, Leo bit down into the candy and moaned. Clutching his jaw, he winced, whimpering.
Ow.
What?
I've got a tooth that acts, up. I forget about it when there's a long time between flare-ups.
He groaned.
Go see my dad. He'll...
I can't afford it, but thanks.
Allison stood and leaned close.
Open your mouth wide and pull your...
She stared at his hands. Never mind. Mine have to be cleaner. She pulled the cheek away and directed his head toward the light.
Oh, yeah, I can guarantee that's a root canal. You've got to be seen, Leo.
Well, I can't.
Dad'll take payments.
Eager to change the subject, Leo nodded.
I'll think about it.
The disappointment in her eyes made him sigh.
I'm sorry. I promise I'll think about it. Really.
Decay like that is not going to go away, Leo. It'll only get worse.
Yes, ma'am.
She handed him a cup of water from the water cooler.
Rinse the sugar from your mouth. Get some echinacea and some garlic cloves. Put the clove on your tooth with a little salt. When you can't stand it anymore, chew it up.
If you aren't interested...
Very funny. It'll help, really.
She started for the door, but Leo led her to the bathroom.
Might want to take care of that grease first.
Oh.
Her hands shook as she lathered soap in her hands.
How did I not notice that?
Sorry.
Don't be. I needed it.
She smiled at him, wiping the last bit of grease from her jaw.
Your clothes are toast.
I'll be fine. Mom's amazing with stuff like this.
At the door, she turned and smiled at him.
I'm glad you're safe, and I'm sorry about your tooth. Call us if you need help. Dad really doesn't mind.
12. Handing Allison the keys to her thoroughly internally refurbished car deflated him more than Leo expected. As he watched her back the car into the street, turn around, and whiz down the road at what couldn't possibly be within the speed limit, disappointment settled into his spirit. He wouldn't have a reason to call anymore. In 2 more weeks, she'd be in some other school around the loop instead of in Macy Felspan's English Lit class. Just as he dropped the paperwork in Adric's file tray, the shop phone rang. Adric answered and called Leo back from the door to the bays. Allison.
Don't tell me your engine is knocking again. You've got to keep her away from hunky trucks.
The look on Adric's face was worth the embarrassment, this time. He listened for a minute, cleared his throat, and said,
Sure, that'll be fine. See you later.
He made it into the bay before Adric's voice called after him.
She's not going to give up, Leo. She likes you. That's a good thing.
For just a hair of a second, he considered ignoring Adric, but instead turned and caught the door just as it started to latch. Pulling it open, he said,
That's what I'm afraid of, Adric. If they find me and find out about her, she's dead. It's that simple. If I'm around, what they do...
He swallowed hard.
It's just how it works. I know it sounds cruel, but I'm telling you, you really don't want her connected with me. They're not coming for you. They don't know where you are, and the leaders are in jail. You can have a normal life.
Look, Leo began, allowing himself to say exactly what he thought for the first time since he'd met Allison.
You may have let her go, and as far as I can see, that was the stupidest thing you've ever done, but that's no excuse for shoving her at me. Normal life? You're kidding, right?
He jerked his pant leg over the tracking cuff around his ankle.
Yeah, that's normal. Sure it is.
Leo, listen.
No, you listen for once. I can't have a cell phone, because if I do, and the wrong person gets a hold of it, I can be tracked. If I go any further than around this loop, I'll have half of the law enforcement of the state on me. And despite what you think, there are men out there who, if they get the time, will come looking for me and will kill me and anyone they think I care about if they find me.
He pushed his way into the bays and grabbed the battery charger. 2 seconds after he connected it, his anger boiled over into dangerous levels. Nearly shaking with rage he couldn't understand, Leo stormed into the office, grabbed his time card, and punched it.
I'll finish up tomorrow.
Leo. Adric's attempt to call him back failed. He strode down the street, struggling to shake off the fury that seemed to suffocate him. Within seconds, he was jogging, and then he ran. His feet hit the pavement awkwardly, but still he sprinted toward the apartment. Toes cramped, but he took the stairs 2 at a time before he burst into his living room. His fists ached to pound the walls, but instead he jerked the shoelaces and tossed the shoes into the closet with more force than necessary. A half-moon arc at the bottom of the wall produced a wry smile.
Too bad it wasn't the bathroom door.
Bathroom. The thought gave him direction. He pulled his shirt over his head and unbuckled his pants. Leaving a trail of clothes throughout the apartment, he made his way to the bathroom. The moment hot water hit his neck, some of the steam built up inside of him released. With every second that passed, water soothed his angst-riddled body, and he relaxed. The first tears mingled the spray from the shower head, but within seconds, sobs overtook him. He stood in the 30 by 30-inch cubicle, allowing the water therapy to relieve his tension until he began to shiver from the lack of warm water. That was when he realized he'd forgotten a towel. Leo hated tracking water all over the bathroom floor. The mostly closed bathroom door confused him. He hadn't closed it, had he? He'd left it wide open, he was sure of it. A towel on the sink made him hesitate once more. Was that there earlier? Did he leave it that morning? He grabbed it, sniffing for the stale scent of a damp towel left in a hot apartment. Dry and fresh. Leo snatched it, his eyes darting around the room looking for anything to use as a weapon. Disgusted, he dried off, tied the towel around his waist, and reached for the plunger. Clothes on the toilet seat confused him once more. He shut the door, locked it, set the plunger on the counter, and pulled on his boxers, jeans, and t-shirt. Taking a deep breath, he locked the door, grabbed the plunger, and peered around the doorjamb. The room looked empty at first, but Allison stood at the sink, washing a few dishes.
"What are you doing here?"
He picked at his t-shirt.
"Did you put these in there?"
Her cheeks flushed as she nodded. "The door was open, and I heard the shower." At the look of alarm he knew he couldn't hide from his face, Allison added hastily, "I just tossed the clothes in and put the towel on the sink. I didn't know what kind of shower thing you had."
"Well, thanks."
Had she heard his sobs? How could she not? Should he mention it? Before he could decide what to do, she stood and crossed the room. Her eyes slid to the plunger. "Were you planning to hold me hostage with threats of overflowing toilets?"
"Well, I thought I might be able to pull a Dalek."
He dropped his voice to robotic monotones.
"Exterminate kind of thing, but..."
"That's it. You are now officially the perfect man."
"How do you figure?"
Allison grinned. "You just made a Doctor Who reference in casual conversation."
"Not complaining or anything, but why are you here?"
Adric called, so I turned around and came back to make sure you were okay." For the first time since he'd stepped out of the bathroom, he saw the concern on her features. "You're not."
"You heard."
Her arms wrapped around him. "I heard. Want to talk about it?"
"Not really."
She glanced up at him, unshed tears in her own eyes. "Want me to go?"
"Not really."
"I could make us dinner." He nodded.
"I need to run back to apologize to Adric. I was rude."
Her phone found itself in his hands. "Call him. He understands." To his astonishment, she waved and exited the apartment, leaving him standing there with her phone and no idea what had happened. If she planned to make dinner, why did she leave?
Allison?"
Allison's footsteps grew louder as she retraced her steps. She popped her head in the door and said, "Hmm?"
"What happened to us making dinner?"
"Do you see anything makeable in your fridge? I don't. You call. I procure some kind of foodstuffs. I'm thinking chicken." While she went, presumably to the market, he made the call. Adric assured Leo that he understood.
"I didn't realize, not really, just how uncertain your future must seem to you."
Leo's feet shuffled as he tried to explain without downplaying the reality of his life.
"I forget and I live it. No one expects you to understand. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. I called Allison. I didn't know what else to do." "She came,"
Leo admitted.
"You did the right thing. I needed someone to make me laugh at myself."
Before Leo could add any further reassurances, Adric groaned.
"I've gotta go. Jael's at it again." "At what?"
"She just sent me a picture of the kitchen. We don't have any cabinets, and she's talking about demolishing a wall and putting up a half wall."
"I thought she was like 6 months pregnant."
7. I've got to get home before she decides to add on a sun porch as a breakfast nook or something."
"Bye, Adric. Tell her I said she needs to take it easy. She's working by her mere existence. Shouldn't that be enough?"
"Will do." The dead air of a disconnected phone call punctuated Adric's words. Glancing around the room, Leo debated within himself. Clean up and help prepare for making a meal that he didn't know how to make, or hurry and catch up with Allison and help carry home groceries. The moment he thought it, Leo realized that she'd drive. She liked Fairbury life, but she was a Ferndale girl. The pedestrian life of Fairbury wasn't second nature to her yet, was it? Allison breezed through the door carrying 2 cloth bags of groceries. He should have known she'd be the environmentally conscious type. Jill at the market almost glared at him every time he asked for plastic bags during his checkout.
Hey, I didn't know if we needed the oven, so I preheated it to 350 anyway. That's what Mom cooked everything on.
Good. She pulled out a whole chicken and patted it almost affectionately. Doesn't she just look yummy?
Gaggy is more like it. I mean, it's all goosebumps and fat globs.
Her hand shook the other bag. But behind door number 2, we have the perfect ingredients for a rub that will give it more flavor than you can imagine.
I don't have a pan.
A disposable aluminum roasting pan appeared alongside a box of roasting bags. I came prepared. Fascinated, he watched as Allison washed the bird, half-dried the bird, removed all sorts of odd things from the cavity of the bird, and then rubbed it with a mixture of salt, pepper, and various herbs that now stood proudly in his cupboard as if they actually believed he'd used them again, the poor misguided things. She placed the chest side down, stuffed it in the cooking bag, and placed it all in his small oven. There. I'll add the asparagus when we take this out and dinner will be done.
Asparagus?
Trust me, you'll love it.
Okay.
As if ready to change the subject, Allison sank onto his sofa and said, So, I heard about your basketball game with some of the guys. They're still talking about it. He seated himself opposite her as he asked,
Did you happen to notice if they got over the idea that gang life is cool? I couldn't tell if they didn't believe me or if they were trying to figure out if I downplayed stuff in my Q&A sessions.
Both. Tyler said he hadn't believed you until the game. He was sure we forced you to say how awful it was as part of your plea bargain or something. She nudged him with her toe. Did Kevin really ask to see your scars again?
Yeah.
Allison squirmed awkwardly. Does that happen often?
Who would ask? It's not like anyone talks to me.
Something in Allison's demeanor told him there was more to it.
Why?
It just seemed uncomfortable. I can't imagine how that'd feel. I mean, on both sides. I can't see what would give me the chutzpah to ask in the first place, and then how I'd respond if someone asked me something like that. I just don't know. A reply seemed necessary, but Leo didn't know what to say or think. Absently, he covered part of the snake on his arm with his hand and shrugged.
I think it'd be different for you than for me.
Why?
Before he could respond, comprehension dawned.
Oh, you're more used to people being in your face, I suppose.
Well, yeah, and I'm pretty sure no matter how many scars and tattoos you had, no one would ask you to take off your shirt and show them, the whole male versus female thing.
How a blush could make a gorgeous woman even more attractive made no sense to him. Leo winked and started to change the subject when he realized her dilemma.
Allison, I thought my scars and things bothered you.
They do. I don't know how anyone could do that to a person.
You want to see them again, but then again, you don't.
Eyes wide, she stared at him. How did you know? Then, as if a dam burst, she began talking. I mean, in class I can't stand it, you know. I've got to be in control, but every time I look at them, I lose it. I keep thinking that if I just let myself see what I don't want to see and take it all in, I'd quit falling apart every time. It's just unbelievable. I mean, if it were a movie, I'd swear they overdid the makeup.
So, like I said, you don't want to see it, but you do.
She grimaced. Now you're laughing at me.
Not really, but I did want you to acknowledge the universal proof that you're female. Indecision.
Of course you do, she agreed. Allison pointed to his side. Kevin said the big one there was where they had to save your spleen.
Yeah, well, they removed it. Saved me from it is more like it. I should have died from a half a dozen different things that night. Seemed like God wasn't done with me yet.
That's what Kevin said. You got through to him with that one.
Leo shook his head. I didn't say that. God got through to him, not me.
Are you going to play basketball with them again?
We didn't make a play date, Allison. If I see them and they invite me, I'll do it, of course.
The unflappable, placid Allison settled back into place.
I think that's wise. Will you make yourself available? I mean, will you be where they can see you sometimes?
I guess I can, maybe. I don't know. I'm not opposed to it or anything.
She sighed. I guess I'm being pushy, but I see so much potential. I think you'd have amazing influence on them if you did, and it makes me a little driven to do something. These kids are just so...
I know. And I'll do it too, really. If it helps keep someone from doing something stupid like joining a criminal organization, I'm all for it.
Allison shifted awkwardly.
Do you think your scars help or hinder your influence?
I don't know that they make a definite difference either way. I think it depends on the person. I think for a lot of guys it garners some respect. They see what happens when you stand for what you think is right, assuming they realize that's why I did it. Girls, maybe the sympathy vote.
I guess that makes sense. I can see the mama bear side of girls coming out, wanting to protect and nurture. Well, for the nurturing kinds of girls. I doubt Emma Yorgis would put on her maternal mantle.
Maternal mantle?
Leo snickered. As he watched her, a new question formed.
Allison?
Hmm?
Are my scars a problem for you?
Not a problem, really, but...
What?
He frowned.
Don't panic. I'm not going to whip off my shirt. I'm not in a ridiculous teen drool movie.
She jumped from the couch, leaving Leo dumbstruck. What had he said? Seconds later, when she began arranging asparagus on a second foil pan, he relaxed again. The chicken emerged, smelling so good that his stomach growled in anticipation. She slid the other pan into the oven and turned to him.
I want to see them again. I need to. I need to understand what they did to you and why. It will make things easier for me in some respects. We still have several more Q&A sessions, and they'll go better if I don't have to fight falling apart each time.
Leo stood and crossed the room, leaning on the divider between the living room and kitchen.
Let's not ruin dinner with it. It's enough to turn anyone's stomach.
He lay against the couch with his feet propped up on an upside-down laundry basket and his eyes closed.
That was the best meal I've eaten in months, maybe years.
Allison shifted on the other side of the couch.
I love a good chicken.
What are you doing with the pot on the stove?
Boiling the bones. It'll make a good broth, and you can have chicken soup on the weekends. Just chop up some carrots, onion, and celery, and add noodles or rice half an hour before it's done, and voila, instant soup that a 10-year-old could make.
Are you insinuating that I have the mental capacity of a 10-year-old?
No, she hedged. I was just trying to prove that I wasn't asking you to become a culinary student.
Leo cleared his throat.
We have to talk about something.
I don't want to.
I know, but we still have to. I can't be in a relationship. I can't even have people speculating, and they are.
Who?
Your students.
Even Allison had to concede his point when she remembered some of the things the boys had said.
I know we talked about this before, and you said...
She swallowed and stared at her hands.
I just have to ask anyway.
Okay.
Is it me?
Not at all.
How could he explain without sounding melodramatic? Leo grinned inwardly. Melodramatic. That wasn't a word he was used to hearing, much less thinking.
You've seen what happens when you cross the Casimirs.
Do you really think they'll come looking for you?
I don't know,
he felt forced to admit.
I mean, on the one hand, I doubt it, but it's just a bad idea to risk.
Despite his best efforts, he couldn't say it. He knew all too well what would happen if they were found together. He'd heard things he hadn't believed to be true until that day in the police interrogation room. She sighed.
If you weren't ex-Casimir?
It seemed cruel to say it, but Leo decided it would be even crueler not to.
I'd ask you out right now.
Allison stood, smiling, and went to strain the broth.
That's something. I'll take it.
13. The office door opened as Leo let himself into the shop. He nodded at Adric and went straight to the restroom to change into his uniform again.
Well, I gotta thank you for him being on the phone, Lord. I've got to get it together.
He prayed as he unbuttoned his shirt. The little mirror over the sink was just old and distorted enough to make him look even more hideous. He raised his eyes to the glass, resisting the urge to ignore his reflection, and stared. Becoming complacent would only get himself or someone else killed. Someone like Allison. Revolting. He could think of no other word for it. Revolting. Work shirt buttoned up and jeans exchanged for uniform pants. He tucked in the shirt and stared at his reflection. Wade and Tyler mocked him sometimes about that shirt-tucking thing, but for Leo it was a reminder.
You're respectable now. Look it while you're at work.
He thought it looked stupid, but when the rest of you looks like a gangbanger from Rockland, a tucked-in shirt reassures the middle-class conservatives who walk into the shop that maybe you won't drive off with their ailing auto. As he stepped out of the door, Adric called to him.
How'd it go, Leo? Fine. I think this might be the first class that kind of got it the first time. There were a few kids in there that I've talked to around town. They backed me up.
You've been talking to a lot of kids lately. Joe says you've managed to do in mere weeks what he's spent years trying to achieve.
Without that, they probably wouldn't even listen. Joe's a good guy.
In the bays, Leo stared at a brake job with distaste. After a nice rebuild, brakes seemed so mundane.
Could be worse, could be a lube,
he muttered under his breath as he reached for the new brake pads. The shop rocked and swung to the varying rhythms of country music. Lee Bryce's Love Like Crazy nearly drove him wild. Common sense. Did he have any? His past choices seemed to indicate he didn't. Overuse I love you? How? He didn't have anyone to love. Not if he kept his wits about him.
Jesus. Overusing I love you with Jesus.
That'd grow his relationship with the Lord in ways he had only dreamed of, wouldn't it? He grinned at prayin' knees. He had those now, sort of. Leo? He jumped, lost in the song. He hadn't noticed Adric's approach.
Huh?
I never thought I'd see the day you were humming along to country.
It's a bit catchy,
he admitted. It's a good thing, and I don't like country at all. Get someone like Harry to sing it, and it might just be about perfect.
He's not the end-all, Adric. How can you stand to listen to only one man sing? What about a woman?
I listen to more than Harry. JL got me that Michael Bublé CD. He's okay. I don't care much for women's voices. I like to hear JL sing around the house, though. Does that count?
It'll have to.
Adric stared at him for a few seconds. Allison sings, well, along with the radio or a CD.
What?
Leo put down the brake pads and wiped his hands on a towel.
Are you nuts? What does that have to do with anything?
I just thought you might be curious, but not be willing to ask.
Well, I'm not.
Guilt hit him.
That's not quite true. I'm not in a position to be curious, is more like it.
You could be. Adric held up his hands and spoke before Leo could respond. Hey, I spoke to the chief. Anger welled in Leo.
Who is a nice man, a good old boy, but he's not realistic about the risks. Who was in the gang? Who was in charge of evading men like Chief Varney? Come on, Adric. You didn't choose her, but you can't possibly think that little of Allison. Do you want me to put one of your girls in jeopardy just to assuage your guilt?
My guilt? Adric stared at him. I chose well, Leo. Allison didn't want me any more than I wanted her. Should I have settled for both of us just so someone could choose her? Why not leave her for a man like you? Because a man like me will get her killed. Silence seemed to fill the shop. It was an awkward silence, one filled with the twang of "Mama, he's crazy," the blast of the monster-sized fan that sounded more like a turbine engine than a breeze creator, and the occasional shuffle of feet. Even so, a sort of silence crept around them, expectant. At last, Adric leaned forward, his hands resting on the quarter panel of Leo's project, and asked, "Is this truly about her safety, or about some misguided idea that your past disqualifies you as part of her future?" How long did it take you to come up with that one? Grinning, Adric shrugged. Not long. I've been thinking about it for weeks. Jael asked me that last night, so for me, it was instantaneous, so to speak. If by it you mean that you think I've got some weird complex about being not good enough for her. He stopped, mid-sentence, frowning. Well, I guess I don't think I am, but that wouldn't stop me. What guy is good enough for any girl worth noticing? Before Adric could answer, he added, Look, I'm not suffering from an inferiority complex. Like I told her the other night, if I didn't have the possibility of retaliation over my head, I'd have asked her out already. I know a good thing when I see it. I don't want to lose her, but if I want what's best for her, I'm kind of stuck. You should be in witness protection. Well, I'm not. And then again, why should I be? Why should me telling on a bunch of criminals absolve me from the consequences of my own criminal actions? Leo blinked, his forehead furrowed. Did I just say that? Yeah. I didn't know I was so... What's the word when you say things right? Eloquent? Yeah, that one. I didn't know I was so eloquent. Adric pushed away from the car and stuffed his hands in his pockets. You know, you just killed the eloquence with that. With a shrug as he reached for the brake pads again, Leo quipped, Yeah, well, I've got a reputation, you know. Allison led him across the crowded room. With the last day of school a mere 3 days away, he thought his talks had ended, but Allison had urged him, nagged him really, to attend the parent-teacher reception with her. Leo's eyes scanned the room, trying to judge the reaction to his presence. The white shirt felt strange. The tie, stranger. The Dockers she'd bought had been stuffed back in the bag in Allison's back seat. He'd stepped out of the bathroom and erupted in laughter with her. Dockers and Leo, no mix. With jeans and his work boots, he felt half normal. Several parents avoided eye contact, but one woman squared her shoulders, took a deep breath, and strode across the room. Leo, watching from the moment she spied him, braced himself for a verbal attack. She approached with the gentle subtlety of a charging bull and stopped short, just 2 feet separating them.
Leo Hassert?
Yes?
I want to thank you. You've done something. I don't know what it is, but you have. My son, Kevin, came home from that basketball game a different boy. Well, not different. He's the kid he used to be. He's talking about law school now.
I doubt I had much to do with it. Leo hedged.
I know you did. I wasn't very happy when Chief Varney invited you here. I thought you'd start some kind of drug ring and lead our boys into a life of crime. She shook her head. I sound ridiculous, but I really thought it.
Well, honestly, I don't blame you. I can't be surprised when people expect me to be what I was. I understand that. The kids, they didn't. They didn't get that there are consequences for actions that don't just go away if you say sorry.
The woman nodded. I guess I just really appreciate it.
She started to walk away, but Leo touched her arm, prepared for her to wince. She didn't. Mrs.
Cece St. James.
Thank you.
For what?
Leo tried for that delicate balance between utter gratitude and nonchalance.
For telling me. I know a lot of moms and dads are probably uncomfortable with me here, but you came and said hello. I appreciate it.
The woman didn't speak. She saw a friend across the room and waved, but her response was eloquent.
You're welcome.
It felt good. Within seconds, Cece St. James dragged her friend to his side and introduced her. All evening he had little chance to catch his breath. Cece, Allison, and Principal Alderman spent most of their time introducing him to nearly every person there. One man stood alone in the corner of the room, watching him with a disdainful eye. Leo flip-flopped between avoiding him and resisting the urge to challenge him. Aside from that, it seemed as if the general antagonism of the town might be gone, and that alone made his appearance worth it. As Principal Alderman praised the Q&A sessions, recommending similar ones for other things, Leo felt the man's glare boring holes into his back. He leaned and whispered to Allison,
What is with the guy in the gray suit, the one who looks like a stock photo for a driven businessman?
Allison didn't answer. For several seconds, Leo debated asking again, but at last she glanced around the room, her eyes barely skimming the area where the men stood, and then brought them to the front again. Another half-minute passed before she whispered,
That's Ross St. James, Cece's husband. He's not happy to have me here.
Who cares? Almost everyone here has figured out that you're not out to recruit their kids into the Casimirs.
A round of applause jolted him back to the presentation. His next glance toward Ross earned him a glower that rivaled the worst he'd seen anywhere. Ross St. James was not a Leo fan. Once dismissed, Leo stood and tried to slip from the room. Tired, hungry, and in need of the misery of jogging to turn off his brain, he wanted nothing but to get home, get his reading done, and eat. Unfortunately, Ross met him at the door.
Stay away from my boy, you hear me? Certainly. What?
Ross, leave him alone. He's been good for Kevin.
Shut up, Cece. He may have fooled this room full of idiots, but I see through him. Stay away.
Happy to. Good night.
Wait, Leo.
Cece hurried after him.
Ross doesn't know what he's talking about.
Cece!
Ross's voice thundered across the room. His wife ignored him. She grabbed Leo's arm and said,
Don't let him stop you. What you're doing is so important. You're making a difference in the lives of these kids.
In the time it took her to say those 3 sentences, Ross reached her side and pushed his way between his wife and Leo. Get out of here and stay away from my wife. Leave my son alone. I am warning you. You're warning him about what, Mr. St. James? I'd like to have it for my records. Threatening someone with bodily harm is a crime, you know. It's my job to record this stuff. Principal Alderman stood with cell phone in hand, ready to type in his exact words and send it to the police station. Leo, however, turned and left without a word. Allison started to follow, but the principal held her back. Let him go. He's behaving much better than Ross, and everyone will remember that. The apartment was dark, almost black. Only one small light from the street lamp shone into the room, but Leo didn't see it. Eyes closed, he lay on his back, his arm over them, praying. His tie lay in a small pool beside the couch where he'd tossed it, his shirt unbuttoned. Only the faint whir of the oscillating fan broke the silence of the room. With his tooth pulsating with impending pain, Leo tried to focus on his hour of prayer. The first minutes had been easy. With his mind on the St. James family, he'd prayed for their family dynamics and for harmony in the home in the coming days. Though simple, he meant each word he murmured as he lay there remembering.
Hold his tongue. Give him compassion for his son. Please don't let them argue, especially not in front of Kevin.
From there, he'd prayed for each of the boys he'd spoken to in the past weeks. For some, he prayed they'd make good decisions. For others, good influences. For Ravi, still antagonistic about Christianity, Leo prayed that someone would say something that would show the boy his need for Jesus. As he found his mind wandering from his prayers, he switched to speaking aloud. It happened every night, much to his disgust.
Well, here we go again. I've got to say it out loud or I can't concentrate. I feel like a little kid with ADD. That PADD thing again, I suppose. I hate to switch to me so quickly, but this tooth is killing me. I can't afford to get it fixed, and I can't afford not to. What do I do?
He chuckled.
You know, Tom told me that I just needed to go to the Bible when I needed answers about what to do, but I don't know what the Bible would say about this. I mean, is there a, if your tooth hurts and you have over this amount in the bank, get it fixed, otherwise suck it up until you've got the money? I don't think so.
As usual, near the end of his prayer time, Leo's thoughts turned to Allison. Ever since he'd met her, he had tried to keep his prayers simple and focused on blessing her whenever she came to mind. But this time, he allowed himself to pour his heart out to the Lord. He finished by saying,
"Just help her understand. She shouldn't suffer because of my stupid decisions. There's got to be some man out there not too blind to see how great she is."
14. If Leo had expected life to be any different after his appearance at the end of the year parent-teacher reception, he would have been sadly mistaken. In fact, the idea had drifted in and out of consciousness so swiftly that he hardly remembered wondering. So, when a parent whispered to someone Friday morning as he strolled to the shop to finish a water pump job, it hardly registered with him. What did register, however, was a tentative wave by one of the high school girls. His chest pounded, he perspired profusely, and his throat went as dry as any in a desert. He had every symptom of a teenager with a horrible crush, but the only crush he felt was the panic that came at the idea of someone noticing and accusing him of consorting with an underage girl. How he managed a nod, Leo didn't know. The panic surging through his veins worked to pump adrenaline into him faster than any drug he'd ever sold. He entered the shop, oblivious to the presence of Wade and Adric. As if driven, he strode directly to the vehicle he needed to finish and reached for a crescent wrench.
"Leo?"
Leo's head snapped up, whacking it on the hood.
"Ow! What?"
The stunned look on Adric's face adjusted his attitude a bit.
"I'm sorry. What?"
"Can we talk?"
Sure."
The sharp jerk of his head, combined with the growing goose egg, left Leo's tooth throbbing again. He followed Adric into the office and sat in the chair, one hand holding his jaw as if somehow it would help the pain. Adric shook his head.
"You need a dentist. And I'll see one just as soon as I have the money. Most dentists will take payments if you pay most of it up front. They have even lower cash prices sometimes." "That may be, but..."
Leo didn't want to talk about it.
"You needed me for something?"
"What's wrong? You came in looking like you were running scared and ready to take on your biggest demons all at once."
"It's nothing."
Adric shook his head as he leaned across the desk. "That's not true. There is something wrong, and I want to know what it is."
"Maybe. I don't want to talk about it. It isn't work-related, so you don't really have the right to insist."
Leo growled. "I suppose you're right, but I want to help. If this is about Allison..."
"It's not. Not this time, anyway."
Despite his reticence to speak, Leo found himself spilling the story anyway.
"It's just this girl."
At the look on Adric's face, Leo backtracked swiftly.
"No, not like that. She's one of the high school students. I was walking to work today and she waved. It made me feel like a criminal or something."
Adric's lips twisted in a repressed smirk.
"That's ridiculous, of course. That thing around your ankle is for decoration only."
The chuckles Leo couldn't suppress spurred laughter from Adric as well.
"Okay, you know what I mean. I didn't know what to do. I just knew someone was going to see it and haul me in for daring to speak to a minor."
He sank into the chair.
"Adric, I don't know if I'm up for this. I don't know how to be this person."
"What person?"
"Before, I was the nobody, the one everyone tried to ignore. I can do that. I don't like it sometimes, but at least no one can accuse me of anything. People who are trying to be friendly confuse me."
"I guess it would be unsettling. I mean, you were suspicious of people before all this, right?"
"What do you mean?"
Leo knew exactly what Adric meant, but needed time to process the idea. Of course he distrusted people. He had been a criminal. Anyone could be a threat. His options were limited: be intimidating or avoid interaction with the general population. His approach had always been both. Always be intimidating, and when possible, avoid the general population.
"I can't imagine you were the guy who greeted everyone on the street." "No."
"Well?" Adric seemed to expect some great revelation, but Leo was still processing the idea.
"Okay, so what you're saying is that all this time, people have avoided me because I put off those vibes?"
"No. I'm saying that people got to see a bit of who is behind the face they thought they knew and are slowly opening up to you. The problem is, or as much as I see it anyway, you forgot that you're not used to swapping waves and smiles with strangers."
"So if I wave at a teenaged or little girl as I pass, no one is going to call the cops on me?"
At the look on Adric's face, he shrugged.
"Okay, so I'm paranoid."
He sounded antagonistic, despite his intentions.
"I think paranoid is a bit excessive. It's just new territory.
I think you just assumed your unease was because of your present circumstances rather than a carryover from the past."
"You're right, thanks."
Leo didn't feel thankful, but the slow throb had become a steady beat, drilling into the nerve of his gum line. He couldn't think, not with the pain he knew would come.
"And get that tooth looked at." "I will. I need a drink."
"I didn't mean next year. Call today." Leo filled his cup with water and took a tentative sip. It felt good. That was something he never understood. He could have pain, take a drink, and it would soothe the pain. He could have no pain, take a drink, and wham! Instant pain. Madness.
"It actually feels better with water. Maybe something was stuck in there. I'll call Monday. No one is going to get me in today anyway."
An hour later, Jael waddled up the drive and called to him, holding out a piece of paper. Leo grabbed a rag and hurried to see what she needed.
"What?"
"Here are 3 dentists who can get you in this afternoon, 4 that are open tomorrow, and 6 more that have openings on Monday. By each name, you'll find the average initial visit cost, and a check mark means they have a payment plan. Call one."
"Yes, ma'am."
He grinned, trying not to wince as air hit his tooth.
"Now, go home and put your feet up. It hurts me to see you standing there. Tell me there aren't 3 babies in there."
She shook her head, her eyes meeting someone, probably Adric's, behind him.
"The guy takes his life into his hands quite cavalierly, doesn't he?"
"That he does." Rarely had Leo seen Adric with his wife, but the way Adric slid an arm around her waist, leading her toward the car, talking low, it brought a strange combination of satisfaction and longing. Allison was right. Adric had made the right choice. It left Allison open as well, for all the good it would do him. Brain bursting, excruciating pain screamed at him as Leo forced himself to roll over and peer at the clock. 2:30. He downed 3 aspirins, sighing with the tiniest bit of relief as water washed over the tooth. At 4, he glared at the clock, furious that time hadn't passed more swiftly and that his tooth still demanded attention. Desperate, he tried brushing. even with a few seconds of stronger pain. For about 5 minutes afterwards, the pain subsided. He fingered his car keys, wondering if he was safe to drive until he found someplace with alcohol. If he could just get himself drunk enough to pass out, maybe the attack would be over by the time he woke up again. His conscience wouldn't allow him to do it. Irritated, Leo decided he was no longer on speaking terms with said conscience and reached for the maximum strength numbing gel. Again. That squirt of numbing goodness lasted him until 5:13. Gritty-eyed, he flung the sheet off him and grabbed his jeans. His pockets held no change. All of it sat at the bottom of his pickle jar, the one with the lid glued shut to keep him from raiding it. He'd planned to use a glass cutter to open it once he had it full. Breaking it now. Another wave of pain hit him, followed by a wave of nausea. He rifled through his drawers, but found nothing strong enough to break the glass. In the closet, an empty box gave him an idea. He grabbed it, set the jar in it, and started for the door, but another jab of pain sent him back to the bathroom for a quick brush and another squirt of gel. The plunger redirected his plans. He took it into the kitchen and aimed at the jar. Seconds later, he hit it again, this time leaving enough of a hole to let some of the change escape. Turning the jar upside down, he shook out enough to make a phone call. Glass mingled with the change slit his fingers. Blood streaked across the plunger handle, the coins, and the counter as he went to rinse his hand and stop the flow. Now, pain from his hand mixed with the tooth pain into an unbearable combination. The temptation for alcohol grew, making him grateful that the Aphrodite closed at 2 o'clock on weekends. In the old days, he would have called for a teener to eke him through. He hadn't been much of a user, but the pain that rocked him now would have prompted it. Yes, it would. Once he had his fingers wrapped in a paper towel, he grabbed the coins again and rinsed them, drying them on the counter. A new wave of pain hit, but Leo kept going, fighting his way down the stairs, into the alley, and onto the sidewalk that led to the mini-mart. If one of the local cops saw him staggering along the road, he knew they'd haul him in for public intoxication. At the mini-mart, his hands hovered over the buttons until another wave of pain hit and passed. Praying that he wouldn't whimper, Leo dialed the number he thought he remembered. "Allison?" "Yes?" Allison sounded much too chipper for a Saturday morning at the ungodly hour of... what was it again?
"Hey, I was wondering if your dad could recommend a Saturday dental clinic in Rockland. I'm dying here."
"I'll be right there."
"You don't..."
The phone went dead. If he called her back, would she listen? Probably not. That knowledge saved him the trouble of trying to talk again. He stumbled back home, each step more agonizing than the last. Something about climbing the stairs added a deeper throb to the pain until Leo thought he'd be able to rip the tooth out himself if he had a pair of pliers handy. He tried sitting, but the pain intensified. He tried standing, but felt woozy. Though tempted to lie down until Allison arrived, he shuffled into the bathroom and tried brushing his tooth again. This time, the second the water hit the tooth, it sent fresh waves of pain radiating through his body. Great. Leo pulled off his clothes and stepped into the shower, hoping the hot water would soothe his face. It did, right up to the moment when he turned it off. The pain returned, relentlessly pounding at him until he wanted to cry. Would have cried if it would have given him relief. Pulling on jeans nearly killed him, but the shirt wasn't so hard. However, when he tried to tie his shoes, the rhythmic throbbing grew so strong he thought it would push the tooth right out of his mouth. Desperate, he squeezed a huge glob of the numbing gel onto his finger and rammed it into the tooth, pressing as hard as he could stand and praying it would get into whatever crack it needed to in order to settle the nerve. It barely touched the pain. As he waited, Leo realized that Allison had made the right decision to come. Of course she'd know it, being a dentist's daughter. He might have to be sedated, or he might react to whatever torturous things they'd do to him. He shouldn't drive at a time like that. Then again, did they have 24-hour dentists' offices? Who would possibly be open at this hour of the night? Morning, whatever. The top drawer of his dresser, a shallow, narrow little drawer, probably designed for ties or lingerie, held an odd assortment of things: his Social Security card, birth certificate, the last gauges he'd worn, a little cash, and his checkbook. He grabbed the checkbook and flipped open the register. The last entry was a week old. Leo pulled out his wallet and found 2 receipts and an ATM slip. After deducting the recent withdrawals, he had $532 left. Would it be enough? He didn't know. How much did dentists charge to torture innocent people? Oh, sure, the guy, or gal with his luck, would stop the pain, but not before inflicting more physical and mental pain on him first. He knew how the crazy people worked. According to Jael, some had a sliding scale for lower-income people. That would be him. With that thought, Leo grabbed a box out of his closet and pulled the top paper from it. His most recent pay stub. Couldn't hurt. Allison's knock startled him. His head jerked, and his tooth began a fresh tantrum. He stumbled to the door, holding his face. "Hey, thanks for—"
"Let's get you out of here. We'll have you feeling better in no time."
Allison was the perfect chauffeur. She didn't talk or ask questions, but still, she found little ways to let him know she was there for him. The ride was smooth, something his tooth appreciated. A certain feeling of pride swelled his heart as he realized that he was partly responsible for that ride. It also nearly lulled him to sleep.
It feels better in here. If I thought it'd last...
"You can't ignore the tooth forever. Just let us fix it."
Even as she spoke, Allison slowed the car, turned and came to a stop, killing the engine.
What?
"We're here."
How? Did I fall asleep?
He raised the seat, the vertical positioning sending new darts of pain into his jaw. The sign on the building read, "Wall Dental."
I thought you were taking me to Rockland.
"Dad is already here and waiting."
Allison stepped from the car and hurried to open his door.
"Let's get you fixed up."
I didn't mean...
Leo began, swallowing as a fresh stab of pain hit him.
To bother him on his day off. I just thought he might know someone.
"I know, but he wanted to. And at least you'll definitely have good care. My dad is the best."
Of that, Leo had no doubt. The man couldn't ask for a more perfect advertisement than his daughter's smile. However, with an office as nice as the one she ushered him into, Leo had no doubt that a hefty price tag came with it.
Allison, I can't afford...
"You don't even know what is wrong or what the bill will be. Just trust us, okay?"
Rod advanced, his hand outstretched. "Hello, Leo. Allison is going to do an X-ray for me while I prepare some equipment, okay?"
I can't...
"He's worried about the money, Dad."
"I promise to charge you every penny it costs me if you promise to pay that amount within 12 months.
Deal."
Like he had a choice. Leo knew he didn't, but at least the terms seemed reasonable. "Good. Let's get those X-rays done, and then you can fill out the paperwork while I get you doped up on Novocaine. You're not allergic to it, are you?"
Don't think so. What's it for again?
"Numbs your mouth while I work."
Nope. Can't possibly be allergic to that. Not at all. Go for it. Can you do it before the X-rays? What about Valium?
Allison stared at him for several seconds.
"Is that what took you so long to get in? Dentophobia?"
Guilty.
15. Groggy, Leo stumbled up the stairs, almost drunkenly, and fumbled with the keys to his apartment. Several seconds passed before Allison pulled them from his hands and opened the door herself.
"Come on, let's get you on the couch."
Fofawi.
"Nothing to be sorry about. I'm just going to get you a pillow and then I'll go get your prescriptions filled."
She left him there, clutching the cheek that no longer ached with one hand and the other over his eyes, resting. Leo didn't know when she left and couldn't exactly remember why. Everything had dissolved into a fuzzy dream. His mouth felt like cotton and as if he'd eaten something he was allergic to, thick and awkward. However, he swallowed just fine if you didn't notice or care about the water that dribbled out the corner of his mouth.
Novocaine. There really should be a high street value on that stuff.
It hadn't been that bad. Not really. He didn't want to go through it again, of course. It wasn't that not bad. Regardless, he couldn't help but be glad the ordeal had ended so successfully. He was supposed to get something else done later. He remembered something about that, but he'd stretch later out for as long as necessary. The door opened just half an hour later. Groggy and exhausted, Leo didn't even move his hand or open his eyes. He just allowed himself to drift back to sleep as she moved about the apartment, doing whatever it was that women did when trying to nurse cranky, pain-addled men. That thought made him smile. Now where had he read that word? Addled. She'd get a kick out of it, but he still couldn't quite pinpoint how he'd heard it. He wanted to ask, but with the garbled way he knew he'd been speaking, she'd never figure it out, despite her dental-impaired word recognition skills. Her hand touched his wrist as if to check his pulse. How had he not noticed her hand was so large, her fingers so thick? The moment the thought occurred to him, he jerked upright, ready to fly at whoever touched him. Too late. Thick, rough hands whipped his behind his back and zip-tied them faster than he could react in his semi-groggy state. Leo forced open his eyes and glared at the man before him. Tall, muscular, and with a military bearing, the man was too clean-cut to belong to the Casimirs. But who else could it be? Just as he tried to mumble a question, the man spoke.
"You're in danger."
Leo concentrated all his attention on one response, a look that clearly said in the most sarcastic way possible,
"You don't say."
"The Casimirs have found you. One is down there, and another is almost here. They're keeping an eye on the place. We came earlier, but you were gone." We. There were more. Leo glanced around but saw only one man. Again, he tried to make his face say what he knew he couldn't make comprehensible with his lips. Who is we? "Look, you are going to have to trust me just as I'm going to have to trust you now. If you yell, I have to cover that mouth with duct tape. I should anyway, but it's clear you've had dental work done, and I don't want to interfere with it until I know what it is. So, you keep quiet." Footsteps on the stairwell caused Leo to tense. Though he knew it wasn't good to show concern, he couldn't help his eyes sliding sideways, hoping Allison would sense something wrong, or have time to run. The man didn't hesitate. He leapt over the couch and flung open the door, not even waiting for Allison to enter willingly. She started to scream, but the man covered her mouth with his hand and said, "If you want to protect him, you're going to have to keep yourself cool, Miss Wall. Can you do that?" Miss Wall. They knew her name. Even worse than he'd imagined. Though he knew the man probably wouldn't understand him, Leo tried to make a deal. "Lemferdum. Oh." "What?" "He says to leave me alone and he'll go. I think he means quietly." "I don't get to make that call. You're here, you need to come. So, this is what we're going to do." The man pulled out a gun. "It's simple. We all walk down to my van together. You will get in quietly. Try to laugh if you can. I'll be talking about how funny he sounds. No one will get hurt. I'm here to help." Fwumph. "What?" "I think that was, yeah, right, but I could be wrong. It was a little more garbled than I'm accustomed to." Allison's calm impressed him. She had always been impressive, but this, incredible. She sat there as if ready to serve tea to a man with a gun. Her initial shock had already disappeared. Oh, she didn't like it, didn't trust the man at all, if he read her correctly, but she was no longer unsettled. "Look, we don't have time for this," the man continued. "I need you," he pointed to Allison, "to fill him a trash bag of clothes, but try to make it look as if nothing is missing." He passed her a bag. "Okay." Allison grabbed the bag and went into his room, but came back seconds later. It's Saturday. Most of his stuff is dirty. If I take anything out of those drawers, it's going to be obvious that stuff is gone.
Okay, then put his dirty clothes in here. Just don't take all of them.
Leo cringed at the idea of her handling his dirty socks and underwear. Without thinking, he tried asking another question.
Of l'homme migrant. I have no idea what you just said.
I think it was, how long will we be gone? Came Allison's reply from the doorway as she carried in the clothes. Does he need a jacket?
Probably not. Rifle.
Allison's eyebrows drew together. Rifle. Does he have a rifle? Leo shook his head and jerked it toward the Bible on the counter. As he grabbed his jaw, his head spinning, he tried again.
Rifle.
Oh, Bible. That's a new one. I don't think I've ever had anyone ask for a Bible after an extraction and a root canal. She glanced at the man. Look, before you take him anywhere, I need to change out the gauze. Is that okay? The man nodded.
Just don't throw the old stuff away here.
I could flush it down the toilet. Leo nearly screamed. What was she doing? Why would she make this easier on a man who planned to take them out of town and kill them both?
Great idea. Flush it.
The scene washed over him as Leo imagined how the day would play out. This guy would take them to the woods behind Fairbury. Obviously a hitman. He'd give them each 1 or 2 shots into the head and leave them. He wouldn't torture Allison. The relief that thought brought him lasted only long enough for him to remember her parents. After all her father had done for him that day, to have it end with the loss of his daughter. How long would it be before their bodies were discovered? Probably weeks, months. Leo shifted and felt the ankle bracelet. Well, that was something good about the thing. It wouldn't be weeks or months. They'd be found right away. There'd be a big funeral for her. Students, friends, church members, family. He had to fight this.
Mon frère.
This time, the guy just glanced at Allison for translation. He says, don't take me.
Sorry, I have to. She's seen me, and you'll both cooperate better with the other one there. You have to trust me when I say that I am here to help, not hurt.
You have to admit, Allison said, handing the man a bag. We have no reason to trust a stranger who breaks into a house and holds us at gunpoint, telling us we're going to be collateral for each other's cooperation.
Point taken. The man glanced at his watch. However, I don't have time to convince you, so it's simple. Go downstairs, into the alley, laugh and joke, and get in the van. Period.
I think that was yes, sir. Allison shook her head as if unable to believe what was happening. Yep. Leo's heart sank as the man sliced through his tether without a blink. Chief Varney and the officers would think he'd run. Allison's parents wouldn't find her quickly now. The man gestured toward the door.
Go.
By the third vehicle, this time a Jeep that had seen much better days, Allison had grown tired of the whole thing. So, they were going to kill them. Great. Why not just do it? About 70 miles from Chicago, they pulled into a long driveway leading to a farm. She wanted to scream. Why did they keep changing the vehicles? Were they going to travel by tractor now? Leo's mouth ached. She could see the pain in his eyes, but he refused to take the Vicodin her father had prescribed. Keith, the first man they'd met in the apartment, promised that when they got there, he'd make Leo take one. Another man had been in the van when they crawled in, Brian. He didn't seem to care a bit about Leo's pain. As long as Leo could keep his mouth shut and his moans to himself, Brian said nothing.
We've got a chopper here to fly us to Arizona.
Arizona?
The Casimirs won't expect you there.
I've been thinking about what you said, that you're trying to help. Allison chose her words carefully as they bounced over the gravel drive. There's just one problem with that idea.
What's that?
Though not as friendly as Keith, Brian's curiosity kept him talking even when he didn't want to.
Well, you've removed that ankle bracelet. Even if you are what you claim to be, the moment that you let us go, the police will take him into custody. He'll be thrown in prison, and my guess is he'll be dead inside a week.
She shook her head as Brian started to speak.
Now, I don't know much about gang hit tactics and things, but it seems to me to be a great way to get Leo killed off without you having to fire a gun or be attached in any way.
Except that the police will not arrest him upon his return. Keith's confidence would have been reassuring if Allison had been inclined to believe him. None of it made sense. Leo couldn't ask questions, so it was up to her to anticipate what he might need to know and ask it herself. Her mind whirled, trying to think of the next question. Unable to manufacture any kind of scenario that might give Leo insight into what these men had planned, she returned to the previous conversation.
So, you really think that a man on house arrest for being affiliated with and guilty of crimes committed while under the direction of one of the toughest gangs in this country will be able to waltz back in after several hours?
A shake of Keith's head made her amend her statement.
Or rather days? Weeks?
Keith shrugged.
Days or weeks of disappearing, and without consequences.
I guarantee it. Leo muttered. What about my parents?
My parents?
Mm-hmm.
He wants to know about my parents.
Keith shook his head. What about them? We are not interested in taking them with us. If they'd been there when I arrived, sure.
I think he means they're going to report me missing.
That's been taken care of. We're going to try to do this without having to pull them into protective custody. Those words shook Allison to the core. Law enforcement. That was why they were so confident that Leo wouldn't be sent to prison. They could know because they were responsible for the whole charade. But why? Why so secretive? She couldn't understand it.
Okay, so you don't want to tell us who you are. You guarantee that Leo isn't going to prison for breaking his parole agreement. You are willing to take my parents into, she made air quotes around the words, protective custody if necessary. You are not going to hurt either one of us, and you believe that you are protecting us. Have I summarized it well?
That's about it. She turned to Leo.
I get it. They're FBI or something. It's going to be okay.
Leo's eyes narrowed as he turned to Brian. Mon FBI? No. Allison grinned.
This is cool.
Leo's hand covered hers.
Mes femmes from FBI.
I know, she insisted, but there's something. They're keeping you alive. They are protecting you. Don't you get it? That's why they can promise you won't go to jail. They are law enforcement.
No, we're not. Allison leaned back against the seat, the one she'd avoided due to the proximity of a gun behind it, and crossed her arms.
You say what you want, but if you were going to kill us, we'd be dead. The only other people out there who can promise no arrest for taking off that tether are all law enforcement. Cover your backsides all you like, but you're not convincing me.
Fils my fille,
Leo muttered. Keith's eyes met Allison's in the rearview mirror before he nodded, grinning. Feisty is good in a situation like this. Oh, and don't worry. Mark'll explain it all when we get there. 16. Music blared around him as Jenk listened to Ernie's explanation. Found this blog. Check it out. Didn't know you were a blogger, Ernie. Come on, Jenk. I was doing the usual searches for Leo, and look. The blog banner scrolled through picture after picture under a header that read, Fairbury's Finest. The tagline even cheesier. The local news, gossip, and excitement of the best little town in the world. Quaint. Your point? Click on locals. Jenk clicked, tired of the game already, but banking on Ernie's being too smart to risk a smashed nose for a practical joke. Infamous Leo. No way. If this weren't a quiet little tourist town that clearly doesn't want riffraff like us messing up the local economy,
I'd swear someone ratted Leo out deliberately. Look, his whole name, affiliation with us, trial, and it even says where he lives. Looks almost like a setup. I think it is, for Leo. I think someone wants him out of their conservative little middle-class town. Ernie pointed out a paragraph. Look, there. The question I put to this community is whether it is our responsibility to risk our children in order to shelter a man who is a criminal. He's getting away with murder, actual murder, in order to capture others. He sold drugs to kids just like ours, but we invite him into our classrooms to teach our kids how not to deal or do drugs. Isn't that like making the wolf the shepherd? Jenk read it again under his breath and then said, It is kind of tucked away in the rest of the piece, isn't it? I think this person, probably a mom who thinks her son wants to be cool like Leo or something, realized that the best way to get rid of this blight on their pristine community is to have his position exposed. I bet she doesn't want us to find him as much as someone to find the blog and decide he's not safe there. Jenk stood and whipped out his cell phone. Dell, he said after one ring. We're going to Rockland. I think we found Leo. A Camry pulled into a parking spot in front of the Peddler. A woman stepped out of the driver's side and hurried to open the passenger door. She helped a man out of the car. Leo. There was no doubt of that, but Leo looked so very different. He'd lost weight, and the air of cockiness that once characterized him was gone. Leo looked broken. Dell wouldn't like that. He'd like to do the breaking himself. Ernie watched as the chick helped Leo into the building and then turned, walking down the street to his waiting rental. Time to let Jenk know. They'd take him, and the chick too if she stuck around long enough, the minute the town went to sleep again. That'll be around 10 in a place like this, he muttered to himself. Once inside the car, he punched the number. Hey, it's Ernie. He's here all right. Got a hot chick with him, too. Dell's gonna like her. Good. Can you see them from where you are? I can see her car and the front of the store. I can't see both that and the entrance to his apartment, though. Maybe we need someone else there. Everyone will stick out. Does Dell know a chick in Rockland who wants to make some cash? She could hang out here in the front, and I could hide in the alley. I'll have someone there in an hour. Meanwhile, circle the place as much as you can without attracting attention. Buy junk for your non-existent wife and kids. Make sure you get a latte. Everyone trusts a guy with a latte. I'll ask about Alexa Hartfield. Everyone will take me for a tourist. Who? That crazy writer lady who lives in her own world. She's a local celebrity. Never heard of her, Jenk said. You'd like her books. They're cool. Jenk was silent for a moment, making Ernie nervous, but he breathed normally again when Jenk said, Buy one of her books, then. People will assume you're waiting around to catch her for an autograph. Good idea. I'll be less obvious if I appear to be very obvious. That's what I said, you idiot. Get out there and watch. I don't want him getting away. Ernie shut the cheap disposable phone and shoved it in his pocket. The idea of Leo getting away made no sense. Leo didn't seem to know he'd been outed. In fact, he seemed drunk when the girl brought him home. Early in the morning for a saint to be getting wasted, isn't it? He thought to himself. Time passed slowly as the town awakened. Cars slowly pulled into the parking places near the grind. The market opened, followed by the flower shop. One after another, the little stores around Fairbury Square flipped their signs from closed to open, and business began. The bookstore had a stack of the latest Hartfield novel, Dread, by the register. Hey, these autographed? The guy behind the counter nodded. Yep, she comes in every couple of weeks and signs a bunch for me. Cool. It wasn't. He'd rather have had a virgin book, an excuse to hang around looking for her, but he'd work with it. What are the chances I'd see her walking around? You want it personalized for someone? Does she do that? That'd be great. I just kind of thought maybe a picture. My girlfriend is a huge fan. The man behind the counter laughed. I wouldn't be surprised to see her out today. It's been a few days since I've seen her, and I know she's in town. "Hey, thanks," Ernie said as he paid for the book. Just at the door, he turned and said, "You have a website? I'll order all my Hartfield books from you if you do." That's a good idea. I never thought of anyone buying from us because we can't compete with places like Amazon, but if Alexa would let us advertise with signed copies." The man came around the corner. "I'm Todd, by the way. Take my card. Call me before you buy one again. I'll see what I can do. If she says yes, we'll have a website up overnight."
Outside the door, Ernie grinned. Now for the coffee. The idea revolted him. He hated coffee almost as much as lima beans and Brussels sprouts. It was his job, though. Some guys had to work 60-hour weeks in a cubicle. He had to read a book and drink some coffee until nightfall. Not a bad life. People smiled and nodded as they passed. They wouldn't if they could read his mind. Or would they? Shoppers wandered up and down the streets, stopping in little boutiques and enjoying free daisies from the flower shop. Would they feel so safe and secure if they saw Leo step from between the turn-of-the-century buildings? He didn't think so. Taking Leo out of the Rockwell-like picture would be doing the town a favor. People would stop coming if they felt like the town had been a haven for ex-cons. Ernie's throat went dry as a cop ran straight for him, pointing and ordering him to stop. He froze. Confused. He had to look confused. Any innocent person on the street would be confused. The cop looked furious. At the rate he ran, it seemed as if he would tackle Ernie in seconds. Whoa. He braced himself, but the officer passed him, grabbing the arm of a kid on a scooter just a few feet away. "Aiden, that scooter is mine."
Aw, I was just going home to get it.
"I've heard that before," the cop said. "It's busy here. Come on, it's Saturday. You're going to get yourself killed the next time you get hit. Helmet or no scooter, skateboard, bicycle?"
Who says I'll get hit? I'm not a little kid anymore.
"Well, old man," the cop said, "you'll have to have your mom come get the scooter out of impound. Now, go home." Furious, the kid stormed off. Ernie grinned. "Looks like you got yourself a repeat offender there. 3 strikes?" "3 million," the cop sighed. "He's like a cat. First time I met him, he was a pile of broken bones, twisted up almost as bad as the scooter he'd been thrown from. Kids never learn, do they? Hopefully he'll learn before I have to notify his mother that he's never coming home." Ernie watched as the cop carried the scooter down the street. It couldn't hurt to know where the police station was. By the time he turned down a side street, Ernie had no doubt that he didn't need to be concerned about police interference. This would be the cleanest snatch and pop he'd ever seen.
Hey, you got the time? My phone's dead.
A scrawny-looking teenager shuffled toward him. He glanced at his watch just as he realized who the kid must be.
"Yeah, it's about time you got home and did your homework."
Jerk.
If he hadn't been looking, Ernie would have missed the wink as she shuffled down the narrow path between the flower shop and the coffee shop next to it. Kid probably got promised a good score for keeping an eye on the back entrance. From the looks of her, she knew how to play the game. He flipped open his phone and called Jenk. "Kid's here." "That kid is 34. She looks 14. That's how we want it to look, too. Keep an eye on her. She's good, but might need a little pick-me-up in a couple of hours." "I'll keep an eye on her." "See anything suspicious?" "The most exciting thing that's happened since I got here was a cop confiscating a scooter from a kid." "Good. We'll be there around 10. You'll drive, so be ready to get in the van when it arrives." "Is the girl still there?" "Yep, as wasted as he looked, she's either scared for him or waiting." "Well, she'll have to settle for Dell. Leo's going to be permanently out of commission in just a few hours." By 9 o'clock, most of the businesses on Center and Main Streets were closed and empty. The Fox had cars parked in front and in back, and the confectionery seemed to be holding out until after the late movie. Though an inconvenience for him, Ernie figured the additional after-movie business made it worth it for them on weekends. He took one last bite of his pastrami on rye and moaned with pleasure. He'd gotten it just as the old geezer had started to close the shop. He'd also taken a turkey on whole wheat to the kid in back, along with a little packet of white goodness to keep up her strength. At 10:30, he saw the van cruise past and lit a cigarette. The van disappeared around a corner. Ernie put out the cigarette and rolled it gently between his index finger and thumb. His eyes traveled to the theater. Bold lights announced that they were still open, and the lack of people indicated they were still inside, no doubt enthralled by some stupid action movie that mocked reality with its overblown plot ideas and exaggerated effects. Idiots. He sighed. 10:45 passed, and again he lit the cigarette as the van appeared. The wait became agonizing. He wanted it to end. Unlike many in Jenk's organization, Ernie didn't like field work. He was a computer guy. He kept track of trends, enemies, and, of course, their books. His girlfriend wanted to be his wife, one of those stay-at-home moms with a house in the suburbs and PTA meetings. If she only knew that he was the IT guy for the Casimirs instead of a non-profit organization, she'd dump his sorry butt, and he knew it. Maybe it was time to take the plunge. Jenk wouldn't send him on things like this if he had a family to worry about. Well, he'd be less likely to anyway. Voices jerked him out of his thoughts and into the present. The movie was out. He saw her. Alexa Hartfield passed with a smile and a nod at his book.
Hope you enjoy it.
Hey, can you sign it for my girlfriend? I mean, it's signed, but if you'd add to Sarah, I know she'd say yes. The woman glanced around her and seemed satisfied that there were enough witnesses to risk pausing for a stranger.
Do you have a ring yet?
No, I just made up my mind to do it a few minutes ago. She nodded and pulled a pen from her funny, antique-looking bag. He felt as if he had stepped into a time warp at the sight of the old-fashioned fountain pen and the dress that nearly touched the ground. Her hand scribbled something much too long just to be to Sarah, and then Alexa Hartfield handed him the book.
Well, I hope I can congratulate you someday.
Thanks. Hey, can you tell me what kind of dress that is? She'll want to know.
Tell her it's Edwardian. Kind of an afternoon gown. You can find pictures online.
Thanks. I'll Google it and find one.
I think, she said, obviously trying to remember something, there's a picture of me in it on my website. Susie put up a gallery a few weeks ago, and I'm sure that this was among them.
That's wonderful. Thanks. The van passed again, but she still lingered. Dell would be ticked. Jenk wouldn't like it either, but he couldn't do much about it. Alexa Hartfield waved at him and continued on her way as if she talked to strange men about her clothes and their girlfriends every day. Then again, she probably did, but for him it just seemed weird. More people found cars and drove off into the night until at last, bare streets signaled time for action. At midnight, half the street lights went out, leaving only the ones on the corners. He punched out a text message while he hurried between buildings and found Jen. You can go now. Here. Ernie pulled another packet, larger this time, from his pocket and handed it to her. Get home before you use. We don't need cops out tonight.
Thanks.
She grinned at him.
You know, you're cute.
I'm also not interested. Go before you become a liability. The girl's eyes widened and she took off down the alley just minutes before the van arrived. Without a word, Ernie jumped up into the driver's seat the moment Dell exited and shut the door behind him. He punched a remote to open the side door and waited as Jenk and Dell climbed the stairs to Leo's apartment. Casimir Enemy Number 1 was about to become Casimir Memory Number 1. 17. Heat. She'd never make it. Leo watched as Allison developed grit he didn't know she had in her, and then wilted if she strayed from the door for more than a few minutes. Their protectors didn't keep them under heavy guard. Not during the day, anyway. He had ideas about what night would be like, and he didn't like the ideas he had. Mark was nearly there. Brian had gone outside with a pair of binoculars that had to be military issue and came back half a minute later, announcing probable arrival in 15 or fewer minutes. None of it made any sense. Why would they create a temporary witness protection so secretively? The only reasonable answer was that they wouldn't. This Mark was probably Jenk. It sounded like him. Mess with their minds all he could before he destroyed them. The thought made Leo want to vomit. What they'd do to Allison. His eyes glanced her way. Her confidence in their safety nearly broke his heart. He had to try to convince her to fight them with everything she had. Jenk would get ticked and overreact. Sure, strangulation or brain injury weren't pain-free ways to die, but they were better than the alternatives he expected. His mouth had stopped bleeding, mostly. He could talk for a couple of minutes without the gauze in there. The chopper would be there soon, and with it, Jenk and whomever else he'd bring. Bobby? Delano? Probably Del, the sickest of the bunch. Even Jenk hated to be around when Del got riled about something. Leo beckoned her to join him outside and wondered at the dread on her face. Was it the heat? Probably. However, she might just hate knowing he didn't trust their benefactors, or that she thought he should be resting. Like a root canal and a wisdom tooth compared to what was coming. He could take a bunch of the painkillers. Even Keith seemed eager to dope him up. Maybe it would make the torture more bearable. It was something to consider anyway. They walked a dozen yards and stood in the shade of a shed. Leo pulled the gauze from his mouth and shook his head when she protested.
No, listen. If I'm right about what's coming, this is going to get nasty and fast. If I'm wrong, who cares? Knowing won't hurt you.
He hastened to add as she started to protest.
Okay, I'm listening.
If Mark isn't Mark, if he's Jenk, then I can't and don't want to imagine what they'll do to you. So you probably have to fight, and fight hard. He'll threaten you, probably start to choke you or...
The shock on Allison's face stopped him. Maybe it was too much. Did he really have to terrify her like this? Memories of other disciplinary action stories assured him that he did. He'd never seen one, but he'd heard enough to know that she had to fight.
Do you really?
Allison, if there's one thing I know, it's the Casimirs. You have to fight, even if he hits you.
Tears welled up in Leo's eyes and he swallowed hard, gagging on the rust-tainted saliva that had pooled in the corners of his jaw.
I'm so sorry, Allison. This is why I kept thinking I shouldn't be friendly with you. It puts you in danger. Don't you get it?
I think you're wrong.
Well, great. Think it if it makes you feel better, but promise me you'll fight.
Why? When I come to again, it'll just... Oh.
She swallowed hard.
You think he'll get mad enough and kill me quickly?
Basically.
Leo glanced into the distance where a black dot grew a bit larger and a faint sound seemed to grow louder.
I bet that's them.
Allison watched as the dot grew closer and closer before turning in an arc and slowly disappearing.
What?
Brian stepped outside the house and beckoned to them. Confused, Leo shoved the gauze back into his cheek and urged her toward the house.
If no time.
But the helicopter is leaving.
Something is happening.
Mark's on the phone, Brian said the moment they stepped inside. He wants to talk to you.
I thought he was coming here.
He was, but he got word that things might be happening faster than we thought. He's going to move your parents. Leo blanched. They overheard him. Somehow they knew what he'd told Allison. They were going to use the walls for leverage. More people dead. Lost in self-flagellative thoughts, Leo missed the beginning of the conversation. But when Allison began to cry, he lost it. Jerking the gauze from his mouth, he charged Brian with a roar.
You have got some nerve. These people did nothing to you. How?
Before he could get another word out, Keith slapped duct tape across his face. Leo glared at Keith while Mark tried to explain what was happening.
Look, I don't know how they found out about her, but they know Allison's name, where she lives, goes to church, everything. We can't protect the whole church and the whole town, but we can protect her parents."
As Mark spoke, Keith removed the duct tape again and murmured low,
"If it weren't for your dental work, I'd keep that tape there. Just listen."
Despite months of prayer, practice, and reasonable amounts of success, Leo exploded in rage he hadn't felt in a very long time.
"Stop. Just stop. Torture me all you want and in any way you want. But Allison didn't hurt you. She is innocent, and you're killing her here. She believes this nonsense."
Leo!
"Allison, he has reason to be skeptical. It's okay, really. Don't worry about it. We're not offended. He can hate us until the day we take him home. That's okay. Our job is to protect you, not to be your friend."
No, it's not okay. He's being rude. The quiet, calm tones belied the anger Leo knew was beneath them. He needs to apologize for yelling at you like that.
Brian shook his head. "No, he really doesn't. I mean it when I say..." "She's right, Brian. He's a Christian. We operate by different rules than you do. We're not allowed to blast other people, even if we feel justified." "Another reason I'll stick to being a heathen, dog," Brian muttered.
With the darkness after sundown, the world around them cooled. Tired of feeling smothered in the small house, Allison stepped outdoors and took a deep breath of air. She startled at a voice nearby.
"It's beautiful in a weird way, isn't it?"
Keith. He seemed like a nice man. It is. I've only driven through it on a road trip once. It's very different from an air-conditioned car than it is when you're surrounded by it without that refrigerated armor.
"I like that. Refrigerated armor."
The curtain behind them rippled, and in her peripheral vision, she saw the head of a snake as the fabric closed over it. Leo. I'm sorry about Leo. He really thinks you guys are here because of the Casimirs.
"Well, in a way he's right. We are. It's just that he thinks we're going to help them hurt you. We're not. We're here to ensure they don't."
Twilight descended, Keith and Allison watching in silence as one by one stars appeared in the night sky. After a minute or two, Allison asked, "Is there some way to help convince him that we're safe?"
"You know," Keith began, "I've been on cases where I couldn't tell a client why we were protecting them. At times like that, I want them to fight. I want them to be antagonistic and as uncooperative as they can be. I want them to try to escape and not think of me as a friend. It's healthier that way. You shouldn't trust someone who abducts you and holds you against your will."
But we know why. And wouldn't it be an easier job for you if you didn't have a thankless person making it that much harder?
"Well, not that, no. I don't really care if he doesn't like or trust me. I don't need his thanks, and he can make it as hard as he likes, to a point. However, these people we're fighting, they're ruthless. If they managed to find us, and I don't think that is possible, I would have the hardest job I've ever had on my hands. I'd have to protect you guys while fighting you and those trying to kill you."
Before Allison could respond, the door opened and Brian beckoned for Keith.
"Mark's on the phone. They hit his apartment, and they're ticked that he's gone."
Keith stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. The silence of the night surrounded her as she watched the blue night turn inky black in a matter of seconds. A sliver of a moon hung over the mountains that towered in the distance. She pushed away from the house, her foot crunching in the sand, when the door opened.
"Don't step away from the house without a flashlight. Snakes will be out."
It closed again, leaving her alone once more. Without hesitation, she stepped back against the house again. What did it mean they hit his apartment? Did they know Leo was actually gone, or were they expecting Leo to return? Were they waiting there to jump him if he returned? Would she hear if she went indoors? The breeze blew warm air around her, tickling her face. It was so much cooler than the intense oven of that afternoon. Illogically, she shivered as if the cooler air were actually cool. The door opened again, and Leo joined her.
You okay?
The previous day, she never would have done it, but Allison reached for his hand, pulling it from his pockets, and wrapped her fingers in his. "I'm okay." Though stiff and a little awkward at first, slowly, Leo relaxed and leaned up against the wall, adjusting his hand to support hers as it rested in his.
I keep trying, but I can't figure out the angle. None of this makes sense.
As she started to speak, Leo tried to protest, but she turned and covered his mouth with her hand. "No, listen to me. You admit it doesn't make sense that the Casimirs would bring us this far, not harm us, move my parents." She dropped her hand and he repeated,
"We don't know that they even have your parents."
Her eyes stared into his for several seconds before she turned, freed herself from his hand, and went inside. She ignored the sound of the door opening behind him and went up to where Brian and Keith were making plans with someone on the phone. "Is that Mark?"
"Yes, Miss Wall. I am Mark. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet you today."
"You're with my parents?"
"I am."
She took a deep breath and said, "I want to talk to them." The refusal she expected never came. Instead, Mark asked her to hold on and called for Rod and Eva to come to the phone. She smiled at Keith excitedly as she heard her mother say, "Allison, really? Rod, they're going to let us talk to her. Is it safe?" The next few minutes flew past in a cacophony of exclamations, laughter, and narrative of their respective removals. "I thought he was going to kill us."
"He is,"
Leo muttered, but Allison ignored him. "Are you safe? Where?"
"They can't answer that, Allison. Don't mention where we are. It's safer."
"Allison, Mark says we can go home as soon as the police stop the Casimirs. I was so relieved when they told me you were okay. Isn't it weird to be thankful for someone who sort of kidnapped you?"
"It's very weird. Maybe you should be a bit more skeptical, Eva."
"Leo, you don't have to be rude." Allison took a deep breath. "Ignore him, Mom. He's convinced that the Casimirs have all year to play games like this for the sheer joy of tormenting us with their paltry attempts to make us uncomfortable in an unfamiliar place. It's terrible." A phone buzzed in Keith's pocket, and he punched the button on, laying it on the table while Brian turned the other one off and pocketed it. Her eyebrows rose in question, but Keith shook his head and mouthed, "Later." "Did they? Oh well, I think it's time to get ready for bed. I'm tired, and I think Dad is too. Can I talk to Leo?"
"I'm here, Eva."
"I know that I am ignorant of this gang you were in, but if they were as nice as these people, if they were as helpful and reassuring, I can see why you stayed with them. You said they beat you. Your scars. Allison has described them to us. These people who have us did not give you those scars. They just couldn't. The man is too apologetic for putting us through this. They wouldn't bother."
"Yes, ma'am."
"And Leo?"
"Yeah?"
The entire room could hear the smile in Eva's voice as she said, "Take care of my daughter. I trust you." 18. As he left the station and drove toward home, Joe saw a light in Leo's apartment and frowned. Why lights? Grabbing his phone, he called Chad. "Hey, did anyone say anything about keeping lights on at Leo's place?" "Not that I know of. Why?" "Well, obviously there's one on, or I wouldn't be asking. You need more sleep." "Yeah, well, that doesn't always work out like you'd think. Want me to take a swing by?" "I'll wait for you. Considering the threat, no one should go in alone." "You don't think Leo—" Fear, or one of its close cousins, gripped his gut. "Get here now. I just saw a shadow in there." Rarely had the officers of Fairbury been called into a situation that had such a strong possibility for serious danger. So focused were they on their task that neither of them thought to announce themselves. Joe tried the door and found it unlocked. Flinging it open, he swept the room with his gun while Chad stepped in and then dove for cover. "Suspect in northeast corner." Shots fired as the intruder fled the room, aiming straight for Joe, who dove for his feet. The man fell, rolling down the stairs with thuds that should have meant at least a broken bone or two. The door at the bottom opened and slammed shut. "Check the apartment," Joe yelled as he scrambled to his feet and nearly dove down the stairs. The alley was empty. Not even a stray cat shifted in the darkness. He raced between the buildings onto Elm and froze as the distinctive roar of a motorcycle rumbled away. Grabbing his phone, he called Judith and Brad. "Get here, now. We just chased a biker from Leo's apartment. I'm in pursuit." Disconnected, he listened again, hoping for some idea of which direction the man went. Just as he was sure, another motorcycle rumbled from the opposite direction and toward the highway to Brunswick, right past the police station. He dialed again. "Brad, you head out on the highway toward Brunswick. I heard one that way." His Jeep peeled away from the curb and to the road that led toward Rockland. They'd be splitting up that way. Punching his phone once more, he called Chad. "What do you find?" "Place is trashed. They destroyed everything." The sound of a window opening preceded an ominous pause. Joe?" "Yeah. There's a guy across the street just standing there." Fingers flew over the phone as the man sent a text message to Jenk. "Apartment empty. Local cops in pursuit. Alarm on other side of town. Off to check other target." Then he stepped off the curb and opened his car door. The engine purred as he pulled out onto the residential street and into a neighborhood of early 20th century homes. He looped around for a minute or two and then drove out of there without a second thought. The cruiser was gone. At the crossroads, he flipped his blinker, turning left toward Ferndale. A pass by the fire station told him all he needed to know. Mission accomplished. "Look, I think she's more comfortable with you. You should go. Karen shouldn't be long in Oaxaca, and then she can come here if we're still holed up." "I guess," Keith agreed. He seemed reluctant, but Allison couldn't quite understand why. Where was he going? "Her parents seem to understand the situation. They won't give me any trouble." That was all Allison needed to hear. She stepped around the wall and confronted the men. "You're going to see my parents?" "Yeah, the gal with them has to do something important for a few days." "Something in Oaxaca?" "We're getting lazy, yeah. I could pretend it's not there, but we both know it is, so why bother?" Something about the way he agreed to it made Allison skeptical. "Except that Oaxaca is probably code for some other place so that people who overhear can't accidentally or purposefully give away important information. It helps you be able to talk freely without worry." "Oh, she'd be a good spy novelist. Complicate life to the extreme and voila, done."
"Look, I want to know one thing. Are one of you going to see my parents?"
"Yes, but you can't come." Allison ignored Brian and concentrated on Keith.
"Please go."
"Oh, she doesn't like the fellow religious nut. That's a new twist." "Stuff it." Keith met her gaze, trying to read her reason for the request, and nodded. "Your parents aren't Christians, right?"
"Right."
"I'll go." "Oh, no," Brian objected. "Don't put those people through sermons while they're already worried about their daughter. It's cruel."
"Can I write them a note?"
Both men shook their heads and said in unison, "No."
"Unsafe for some reason that you can't explain or don't want to?"
"Exactly." She stared at the floor, her toe picking at a rip in the carpet.
"Look, my mom won't even listen. No matter how much she likes it or agrees with it, she won't unless Dad already believes. She won't risk driving a wedge between them. Dad isn't quite as emotionally driven in his decisions."
A moan from the other room brought Allison back to her errand.
"I need clove oil. It's not an option. The Vicodin isn't even touching that pain. He's got a dry socket."
Keith sent a message to someone and then said, "You can't write a note, but you can give me a message. I've got a pretty good memory. Write it, and I'll do my best to memorize it."
Really?
"Sure." Keith nodded and added, "Oh, and that phone switch thing? Have to do that for security purposes. It's nothing to worry about."
The alarm at Fairbury Automotive alerted the police station to a potential problem. Judith called Chad to investigate. Probably a glitch, but...
"Still in pursuit of the guy in Leo's apartment, Judith. Can't you check it out?"
If you haven't found him by now...
"Just go!"
She ground her teeth before saying, "I'm going, but we'll have words about this." She flipped the software onto forwarding to the chief's house and called him. "Joe and Chad are chasing guys who were in and near Leo's apartment, and now Adric's alarm is going off. I'm forwarding stuff to you until I get back."
"I'll go on down. Did they call in Brad?" Chief Varney grabbed his shoes.
"Yeah, gotta go."
She jumped into her own car and sped toward Adric's shop. As Judith pulled into the parking lot, she pulled out her phone and called the chief.
"Have Darla manage the phones and come here. He's had a break-in. I can't imagine it isn't related to Leo."
"Hold on. Almost there." Frank Varney hadn't had to provide backup in a decade. Not like this. Judith glanced behind her and nodded to the right. They entered, one after the other, sweeping the outer office before she stepped around the counter, prepared to find someone hiding there. But it was empty. The door to the bays taunted them. Someone had been in there. Just as she was ready to push open the door, the front door opened and a man stepped into the office.
"Adric!"
Judith hissed, lowering her gun from the startled man.
"Get out of here! I'll call you when it's clear. Go!"
Adric turned and then glanced over his shoulder. "How was I supposed to know you were here? There are no cop cars out there." "Go!" the chief and Judith called in unison. Once more, they prepared to enter the bays. Judith kicked the door open and was astounded to find it slam shut in her face again. She and Chief Varney exchanged confused expressions.
"Ask or try again."
"Ask." Judith whipped out her phone and dialed the cell number listed on Adric's sign.
"Adric, we kicked open the door to the bays and it slammed shut. Auto spring, or are we facing the giant?"
She gave the chief a thumbs up and signed off.
"Thanks. Bye." "Spring shut. No hydraulic hinge."
"Great."
"I know, right?"
Judith stared at the door again.
"Think there's a window?"
"Won't do us any good. I'm going to go in and hold it. You sweep."
"Makes you a sitting target."
Her whisper was more of a strangled cry. "I'll hang low. Now go." The chief shoved open the door and dropped as he swung it out of the way. Judith went in, throat dry and waiting for a spray of bullets.
Why didn't I wear a vest?
That thought produced a smirk, even if only internally. Vest. When had she ever needed one in Fairbury?
"Clear, Chief."
"Depends on how you define it." They stared at the destruction before them. Mangled beyond anything they'd ever seen in a crash, the Allen's Crown Victoria, oh, the irony, was totaled. We get to process a crime scene, an honest-to-goodness crime scene. Remember how?
"Very funny."
Judith grinned at the chief.
"I feel guilty for it, but I'm almost excited. Think Adric has good insurance?"
"For the Allen's sake, I sure as shootin' hope so."
"Chief." She waited for him to look at her, his eyes questioning before she added, "You are such an Andy Griffith." As she left to retrieve the crime kit, the faint sound of whistling reached her. The Andy Griffith theme song. 19. He'd had enough. The situation was utterly ridiculous and driving him crazy. Brian walked over to Leo and pulled him from the house. "We need to talk." "What?"
"Everything's fine, Allison. I just need to have a man-to-man with him. Guy stuff." Outside, he led Leo away from the house where Allison couldn't approach unheard. What is wrong with you?" "What?" Of course he'd be oblivious. How convenient. That is one impressive woman in there.
You're telling me.
Yeah, I am. I am telling you, just in case you hadn't noticed, she was ripped from her life with you. Her parents were taken for their protection as well. Everything she knows has been turned upside down, and what are you doing? You're acting like you're waiting for a death sentence.
I am.
Well, knock it off. If it makes you feel better to be convinced that we're going to murder you or something, then fine. Be convinced. But get in there and show her some support. She's doing it all.
What?
Leo shook his head.
I don't know what you mean.
Listen to me, and listen very carefully. Brian began with the slow monotone used to emphasize someone's stupidity. She needs comfort and reassurance. She's totally crazy about you.
And look what being with me did. I'm walking danger for her.
He tore at hair that was too short to grab. That's her choice, but right now it doesn't matter. What matters right now is that she gets the emotional support she needs. She's carrying this for both of you now, and I've seen it before. She's going to crash, hard, soon. She's too calm.
That's Allison. She's always too calm.
Well, she shouldn't be. Not now. Right now, she should be seeking support.
Support how?
Are you really that dumb?
Fine, whatever.
A call came in while Leo stood staring at the ground, frustration evident on his face. Get inside.
Is something...
Just go. Leo went. As he jogged back to the house, his mind mulled over Brian's words. The idea of Allison being unsettled by something she kept trying to convince him to support made no sense. She didn't get flustered. Well, except for his scars. The memory hit him hard, and just as he reached the door. The CMA. She'd absolutely freaked over their arrival. No, she hadn't put on an air of calmness or strength. She really believed what their captors said. Brian had it all wrong. Allison was just fine. He entered quietly, ready to tell her that something seemed off with the phone call. In just a brief flash, he saw what Brian meant. With him gone, her guard had dropped, and that split-second exposure of her spirit told him more than anything Brian could have said.
Hey.
She smiled. How did it look so genuine? Everything okay?
I think something's up out there. He got a call and ordered me inside.
They really do want...
To protect us. Leo finished with a grimace. I know. Well, I know it's what you think. You have no idea how much I hope you're right.
Leo moved next to her at the window and put an arm around her shoulder. It felt awkward, but he did it. Her eyes rose, questioning. There is something wrong, isn't there? The look of concern that slowly shrouded her features unsettled him. Okay, strong. He knew how to do strong. He didn't know much more than she did, but how to survive situations like this, there his past helped.
I don't know,
he answered, pulling her into his arms and resting his head on her hair.
I do know something seems a little less sinister about it all, so it's kind of crazy.
Leo, you're scaring me. She pulled away from him. What's wrong? Brian freaked you out somehow. Full truth or half-truth? That was the question. He opted for complete honesty.
He told me I was being a jerk.
Leo's arms tightened.
He was right.
You're being cautious, Leo. That's understandable. I don't know what business it is.
No, he's right. You were kidnapped. That's what this is, Allison. Kidnapped.
I was extracted, as those action movies like to call it.
No. Extractions happen when you go to the dentist, or when you call for help when things go wrong on a mission in an action movie. Big difference.
I don't see it that way.
That's part of the problem. You should. You shouldn't trust people who force you from a friend's home at gunpoint. It isn't normal.
Feeling the resistance in her, he added,
They took your parents, too. They took them.
And Mom sounds like she's having the time of her life.
Now I know where you get your faulty wiring from, then.
The attempt at a joke fizzled as she pushed away from him again.
I was wrong.
Duh, you sure were.
You are being a jerk.
At whatever expression she saw in his eyes, she stepped close and hugged him.
It's a good thing I like you anyway.
His throat constricted in perfect tandem with his heart.
I'm sorry.
I know. You'll be more sorry later. Or is it sorrier?
How should I know? You're the teacher.
Nothing could have relaxed him more, comforted him more, and made him feel more like a heel than the way she fitted herself into his arms and made herself comfortable.
I'm a bit out of practice this week.
Holding her equaled amazing. As each second passed, another fine layer of stress peeled from her and fluttered to the ground. He felt her relaxation before he could even see it. With her eyes closed and her body growing heavy, Leo wondered if she was falling asleep. It wouldn't be easy, not as out of shape as he'd gotten in the past few months, but he had to try. Leo shifted to lift her when the back door opened. His eyes met Brian's and Allison's fluttered open.
What happened?
You'd better sit down.
Why? What?
Leo demanded.
Leo.
Just sit down, please. Exhaustion exuded from Brian's already perspiring pores. They sat, hands clasped together. When Leo saw it, the picture irritated him further. Great. He looked like an accountant waiting for news of his son's surgery or something. Well, sans the snake slithering up his arm with each stroke of his thumb on Allison's hand. Sans. He'd been around her for much too long, and that was a good thing. A very good thing. Brian's next words kicked him in the gut. I've got some bad news, and then we have to go.
Where are we going?
I don't know. Mark hasn't said. Helicopter will meet us at Globe, so we have to move quickly.
And the news?
Leo felt it before Brian spoke. The bad news would be for Allison. It only made sense. Brian's words confirmed it. They got to your house in Ferndale.
They who?
The Casimirs, Leo. Who else?
Brian nodded. We got your parents out in plenty of time, but your house is gone.
Gone? Allison's eyes grew wide. As in burned or what?
Mark is kicking himself. He focused on getting them out and safe and didn't think about and wasn't warned of an explosion.
Warned?
Explosion? Leo and Allison stared at one another and then pelted Brian with questions. Who is responsible? Was anyone hurt? Where? Brian waved his hands. Whoa, one at a time. We don't know the exact cause, but the pattern of explosion appears to be basic pipe bombs set throughout the house. He leaned forward as if his proximity would comfort her. There's nothing left. Nothing. The fire department tried, but... Leo stiffened and then wrapped his arms around her.
Allison, I am so sorry. This is my...
Don't you dare say it's your fault.
But...
She's right. Look, we've got to go. We'll talk on the way. Well, once we get to Globe.
There's no car. How do we get anywhere?
Brian dug 2 backpacks out of a closet and tossed one to Allison. Fill this with whatever you have and whatever you might want to take from here. Doesn't matter what it is. If it fits, you can take it. He threw a few things into his backpack and then tossed it to Leo. You can fill the rest.
We've got what we need.
Then fill it with water bottles. Minutes later, Brian led them to the shed, unlocked it, and flung open the door. They aren't Harleys, but... Leo didn't hesitate. He pulled out the bike, flung a leg over it, and handed Allison his backpack.
Here, put it on and get behind me.
Sorry, Leo. No can do. She rides with me.
No way.
Leo, I'm not stupid. If you both get on the same bike with you in control, we'll be doing cat and mouse across the desert until you run out of gas. We don't have time for this. She comes with me, and I don't have to worry about you. His hand dropped to his gun. We just don't have time to play the game. Leo's jaw clenched as he saw Allison climb on behind Brian and wrap her arms around their guard. Through the visor on her helmet, He saw the amusement in her eyes and flushed as she said,
"Just keep thinking like that. It's good for my ego."
"Stay off the road," Brian shouted over the roar of the engines. "These aren't street legal." "Like you care what's legal," Leo growled. Ernie sat in the coffee shop, listening. Local speculation said that the break-in at the automotive shop and the bombing were meant as a message for Leo. Isolated idiots could calculate simple arithmetic. How nice. Still, no call came. He glanced at his phone, willing the screen to flash Jenk with a short text, but nothing showed. Where was he? The last he'd heard had been after Trina left. The boss was pleased with that one. She'd left it wide open for a return in case the writer got in touch with Leo. He wouldn't. Ernie had made sure of that. Thank God. Oh, the irony of him thinking that. For an author who was religious. Trina would never play head games if he had a book signing when she was near. Anyone else? Sure. But not someone religious. His screen flashed 1 second before he answered. Jenk. "Hey, boss, what's up? You find out anything?" "I found out they make a great cup of coffee here." He tried not to gag. "Just sitting in the cafe, enjoying a cup. You?" All right. Don't have to get into this act. We can't find him anywhere. Or the girls, or her parents. They just vanished." "Protection?" Ernie stood and carried his cup outside and into his car. It wouldn't do to have some kid overhear him and get suspicious. "It sounds like it, but why now? And how? They'd have to know we found him." "Maybe they read the same article we did. That'd spook anyone." The chances of Jenk buying it were nearly non-existent, but it was something he'd be expected to suggest. "Not likely." "It just doesn't make sense. I saw them go into that building. There was no car back there. Hers just got towed this morning from in front of this flower shop. He was so sloshed that he couldn't walk." "Well, he must have." Ernie forced remorse, laced with a pinch of nervousness in his voice. The boss needed to think he was scared. "I should have waited in the alley, I guess." He took a noisy slurp of his coffee. "I was afraid I'd look suspicious." "You did what you were told." The admission was begrudging at best, but it gave Ernie the out he needed. He couldn't ask for better proof that Jenk wasn't mad than for his boss to admit that a plan might have been fallible. "What do I do now? I can't see how sticking around—" "Oh, no, you aren't leaving there. I might have to send Trina back to Pemberley." How Ernie managed not to stifle a snicker, he couldn't tell. Pemberley. Oh, if Jenk knew the malapropism in that word, he'd be furious. Pride and Prejudice. And Jenk. Too funny. Might have to. She just has to take it easy. If he gets too interested, he'll start looking for her. You know, calling, texting, email. He won't give up. What guy would? There was a fine line between admiration and salivation. Ernie danced it with aplomb. "Maybe you should call." "I could be a freelance writer asking for an interview." "Yeah, that'll work. Fly up to what was it? Pembroke, like the dogs." "I'll call." Jenk agreed. "Work out some plausible reason why you can't do it over the phone. I want you in his house." "I can do that. Is Dell staying around to watch?" "Until you get back, so make it snappy. He's going to get noticed." "Send Roger. He can blend better and, well—" "Right, sending Roger. Maybe Roger should do the interview." "That'd be nice, but he doesn't know computers. If we want his hard drive, you've got to let me get in there and copy it." Call disconnected, Ernie strolled over to Bookends. In the inspirational section, a row of lost to found books with Whitfield on the spine beckoned him from the shelves. He pulled one off and flipped it over to read the back. There, the author stared back at him. He picked 3 books and turned to go when he nearly ran over a life-sized cutout of the man before him. "Look, buddy, you can stare all you want at me with those blue eyes and that business hair and suit, but I'm coming to talk to you, and you're going to share all your little secrets with my little thumb drive. As he left the store, Ernie sent Jenk a short text. Warren's been working out lately. Did he get new contacts, too? A self-satisfied smirk lingered on his lips long after he put his car in gear and drove down the highway toward the Rockland airport. Sometimes my job is too much fun. 20. A text came through as Keith watched the reunion of Allison with her parents. The way those people fully accepted Leo, loved, really, choked him, making it difficult to understand the message. He studied the words on the screen, blinking at the words. What on earth? Then it hit him. Brian, I'm gone. Get Karen here immediately. 4 stunned faces stared back at him from across the room. What? You're safe. It's nothing to worry about. I just have a job to do. Keith. Need to make a quick trip east. I'll be back in a couple of days. Where's the laptop I used on my last trip? Mark left it in the locker. Do you have the key? Brian frowned. Wait, you're going back? If this is about a date. Not interested in her, which is good, or Erica might have something to say about that. As he threw things in his bag, Keith overheard Eva ask, Was any of that intelligible to you? Brian chuckled and assured them all was well. Okay, maybe not Erica. She might have his hide if she hears he's got an appointment with another woman. Again. Brian. Okay, so maybe it's not how it sounds. He winked, but getting a rise out of Keith is absolutely worth it. They all watched as Keith bolted from the house to his car and peeled out of the driveway. Allison frowned and said, What was that all about? We've got a related problem. Meanwhile, I have an idea that might work perfectly, and now that Keith is gone, I think I can get Mark to agree. Why wouldn't Mark agree with Keith here? Leo didn't even look away from the window as he spoke. I don't trust him, but I don't trust you either. Leo. Eva reached up and cupped his face in her hands. These people got us out of our house before it was destroyed. Without them, we'd be dead. Without me, you wouldn't be in this mess. Without them, you wouldn't need protection from them. I don't know what kind of sick game. Allison grabbed his hand and jerked him into a nearby room, a utility room if the freezer and washer-dryer combo was any indication. Stop it, she hissed. I keep trying to remember that you have more experience with the criminal element in this world. Yep. But you are letting it color everything. It's wrong. His knuckle brushed her cheek as he reached to tuck her hair behind her ear, the only gesture of any kind he trusted himself to make. And your naivete will get you killed, Allison. Her eyes closed as she seemed to struggle for patience. When several long seconds had passed, she took a deep breath, opened them, and focused on him. Look, if you insist on assuming that we are in danger, that's fine. I get it. But my parents out there are watching you. They aren't saved. We're all they have in this house now, all they can see that Jesus offers. Stop giving them reason to consider him not worth the trouble. What do we have that they don't? What can he offer that we're showing them? Show them the faith I saw back in Fairbury, the faith that drew me to you in the first place. Show them that. Stop this, whatever it is. Just stop it. A tear trailed down the side of her face, followed by one that traveled the outline of her nose. Leo watched in horror as the calm woman he knew dissolved before him. Oh, Allison. Mark stepped through the door at midnight. Brian, half asleep in an uncomfortable chair, nodded at him. You got here early. You said you wanted to talk while they were asleep. Weary arms pushed Brian from his chair. He stretched, pumping blood to his extremities before he moved to check their guests. Rod and Eva's door was still locked, but utter silence told him it was safe to pick it. He grabbed the door key and turned it. Only the faintest click broke the night silence. They'd listened. The nightlight glowed near the bed, assuring him that both were fast asleep. He pulled the door shut behind him and locked it again. No reason to unnerve them. In another room, Allison slept with the door cracked open. He listened for the rhythmic breathing that signaled a sound sleeper and pulled the door shut. Why risk their voices waking her? Thanks to Rod's insistence and a stronger prescription of painkillers, Leo was out cold. He touched the man's feet, but Leo barely moved. He'd be out for a few more hours. In the kitchen, Mark mixed cups of coffee.
High octane for me, and unleaded for you.
I need all the help I can get. How about we switch?
When you're done talking, you're going to sleep.
Since when do you take a shift? Mark shook his head.
Since now, I guess. Let's hear your idea.
As usual, Mark's enigmatic expressions told him nothing as Brian explained his plan. It would work, but it took risk. Serious risk. Every element, down to the last detail, had to fall into perfect order, or it would fail. He knew the risks, but without it, they'd never be able to bring any of them home.
I don't know, Brian. I'm not sure the police there can handle this kind of operation. They have to be captured by law enforcement. We can't be involved at that point.
I was thinking about Mark Connors over at the Rockland FBI office. A tip from the right quarter would set them in motion if they were ready to go in.
I'll take care of it. We won't need to be involved at all. Mark can ensure that they have the right agents and everything.
Leave it to the Marks, eh? Though he tried to hide it, Brian knew his disappointment showed.
This isn't about who does what, Brian. This is about keeping people alive and keeping criminals gone.
What about Leo? He'll still be in danger after all this.
I'm thinking about witness protection.
Brian shook his head. They won't. They don't need to. They got his testimony already. He has nothing for them. A new idea exploded in his mind. Wait! Mark's eyes narrowed as he jumped and rushed to listen at the doors. When satisfied, he returned and growled.
Come on. You're no rookie. Don't let that happen again.
Sorry. I've got it, but you won't like it.
Putting Leo in as bait isn't an option.
Why not? With the FBI there, it's perfect. The minute they follow him in...
We're supposed to protect people, Brian. If we start...
But if he's there, if he sees it, they'll give him protection in exchange for testimony against the new guy. We could even pull out the contact if necessary.
No way. We need that. I'll consider the Leo angle. Don't mention it to him yet.
Lost in thought, neither man spoke for some time. At last, Brian frowned. Something else happened, didn't it?
Yeah.
And? Mark's eyes closed.
The classroom where he's been giving those talks?
Oh no, really?
Destroyed. An easy 50,000 in damage.
Mark pinched the bridge of his nose.
Kids are now meeting in the library for that class until the end of the year.
A school district like that can't afford that kind of mess. Well, they'll have insurance, that's something. Brian didn't sound convinced even to himself.
Which will have higher rates now and will only pay for approved contractors and other lovely bureaucracy.
You sent a check, didn't you?
Mark grinned. Well, I had to do something. I felt responsible.
For a criminal's tantrum?
Sure, I took away his toy. The least I could do is repair the damage caused by my actions.
You, my friend, are a softy. Brian shifted, his eyes growing heavier as his body resisted consciousness after hearing he could sleep soon. What about Keith? Any news?
He made it. He's got the laptop installed and the man is out of the way for now. I just hope he doesn't start asking questions about the sudden need for speakers on wrong-to-rightness stories.
Keith'll handle it. He's good with that kind of religious mumbo-jumbo.
It's sincere for him, Brian. No matter what you think of it for yourself, you can respect his decision to embrace it. He isn't a hypocrite.
Because all Christians abduct people at gunpoint and hold them against their will.
Ones who consider it to be a way of loving their neighbor do. You don't have to want it or even respect it, but I won't have him disrespected in my organization. And I'd say the same for you if roles were reversed.
Brian stood, yawning. I suppose you're right. Since you're here, I'm going to pull out that air mattress and get a few hours so you can rest when they're up. Leo is good about sharing his bed, but Allison changes the sheets back and forth. It's kind of funny.
She what?
She keeps 2 sets in there, one on the dresser. When Leo gets up, she folds up his sheets and puts the other set on the bed for anyone who wants to sleep on it. She tried doing it for her bed, too, but Leo absolutely flipped out about it.
I didn't think he'd become violent around her.
Not that kind of flipped out. White-hot, seething anger. Honestly, I think he would have managed a soundless explosion if I hadn't suggested we use his instead.
They're going to have to go into WITSEC, too. I wonder how that'll go over.
She'll be thrilled. He'll feel like a bigger failure than ever. The parents will not like it, but won't care as long as they can stay with their daughter. Brian checked his gun and grabbed his goggles. I'll do an outside sweep before I go to bed.
Good idea. All was clear when I came in, but arrival at midnight does get noticed.
Allison's eyes flew open as she heard a faint click in the lock. Sleep had remained elusive for 2 hours, but eventually she'd managed to get a short nap. That is, until that click jarred her. Why had someone shut the door? She crept from beneath the covers and then froze as a shadow crossed in front of the light that glowed under the door. The murmur of voices drove her crazy with curiosity. Who was out there? Leo? Her father? Both voices sounded like men, so it couldn't be Karen. Mark? With her ear pressed to the bottom of the door, she could barely make out a word every now and then. Crazy felt like too tame a word for the feeling she now repressed. Allison held her breath and grasped the knob with both hands, turning it slightly. She couldn't open it far. The doors in the house squeaked, something that Brian said was good for security. Now she understood why. Brian's cry of "Wait!" made her jump. She pushed the door shut, holding it in place without turning the knob. Sure enough, the faint sound of footfalls on the carpet told her he'd come to listen. Lord, please don't let him try to come in. The sounds resumed, growing quieter until she couldn't hear it anymore and the murmurs returned. She pulled it open a crack again. News of the classroom knocked the air from her lungs and left her gasping for breath. Why? What had kids ever done to those men? Going after her, her parents, even Adric's shop made sense in a way. Going after a bunch of kids just trying to get an education? Pathetic.
They'll have to go into WITSEC, too.
After those words, Allison heard no more. She pushed the door into place and slowly released the knob. The covers of her bed seemed inadequate, even for a May evening. They'll have to go into WITSEC, too, she shivered. He thought I'd be thrilled? 21. Warren Whitfield opened the door, welcoming in the small man. Ernie. Hey, you must be Ernie. I'm Warren. Did you find me all right? Directions were perfect, thanks. Ernie pushed the glasses up on his nose and smiled. Really appreciate you taking the time to give me an interview. Warren led the man through the house and into his office. I thought we'd talk here, but first, maybe you'd like something to drink? Coffee? Juice? I think I have pomegranate at V8. Water would be great, thanks. Gesturing toward a chair, Warren offered the man a seat and went to get the proffered water. He returned within a minute or so, glass in hand. Here you go. I'd offer cookies or fruit or something, but I've been too busy to shop lately. Research does that. That's a great opening for my questions, if you don't mind. How do you conduct your research? Ernie pulled open a laptop and held his fingers poised to type. Well, I have to find a story worth pursuing first. That's always the hardest part. Ernie nodded. Do you have a current? Of course you do. You just said you're researching. What is your current project? Leaning back in his chair, Warren rested his elbows on the armrests and templed his fingers. Leo Hessert, And who would that be? The little man removed his glasses, polished a lens, and replaced them. He was in a criminal gang, bikers in Colorado. So, you religious types are against bikers? No, Warren corrected, but this group happens to be criminals. If they wore polos, chinos, and drove BMWs, I'd still call them criminals. Without waiting for a response from Ernie, Warren continued. This man met Jesus, through another biker, I might add, and turned himself in. Sounds like a death sentence. It was. How he survived, no one knows, but the Casimirs did try to kill him. Ernie whistled low. Casimirs, that's more than just a bike gang. Those guys are ruthless. Exactly. And this guy, Leo, he changed his whole life. It's marvelous. I want to know more about him. Tell his story. So, what kind of research do you have to do to write about someone like that? Can't you just interview him? Here, Warren tensed before continuing. Well, usually that works as a beginning. I still do research on a person's background, talk to people who knew him before his conversion, things like that. You said usually? You are very perceptive. Ernie shrugged. It's my job. Well, you're correct. Usually I start with an interview, but until just recently I didn't know how to find Leo Hassert. Couldn't you just do an internet search? The man's court documents were sealed. The only channels open to me were illegal ones, and from what I could tell, those might not have been fruitful. Trust me, I looked for months. So, how did you find him? He shifted in his chair, watching Ernie curiously. I would be curious to know why you want to know. Well, this is about how you work, what you do, your methods. I might need it for the article, but I might also need to know how to do it to find a subject for my next article. Sorry if I seem a bit suspicious. When it comes to people's privacy, I can become a little cagey. That's one way of putting it. Ernie shrugged. Considering you have to invade it to get what you need, it only seems natural that you might find it awkward to discuss. Warren shifted again and nodded. Exactly. With Leo, it became a matter of daily internet searches. I used my usual service, but I also checked Google daily myself. And he just showed up out of the blue? Yep, on a blog. It was the strangest thing. One day, the only thing you could find had been written around the time of his arrest and trial, and the next, a single blog post showed up. It's gone now, but it mentioned the town where he lives, so I started making calls. And? Ernie leaned forward. How was the interview? Are they usually what you expect, or do people often surprise you? I haven't contacted him yet. In an effort to stay unsearchable, he appears to have an apartment with paid utilities and no phone, cable, or cell phone. Warren leaned back and propped his feet up on the printer stand next to his computer desk. I'll be flying there in a day or two to see if I can find him. Someone that recognizable should be easy to spot. What did people do before the internet? Ernie mused. Can you imagine the time and frustration it would take just to locate someone? Warren stood. I should see if I can find a notebook of my father's. It's upstairs. Do you mind? He stepped around the desk. I think you'd enjoy seeing the kind of research an investigator had to do back then. That'd be amazing, sure. Warren didn't hurry. He walked through the house, climbed the stairs to a bedroom, and pulled a phone and a SIM card from his pocket. He slipped the card in the phone and punched a number. Hey, how are you? Busy? The woman on the other end asked him to hold and then gave muffled orders to someone before she returned to the conversation. Got everyone hopping. I take it you're not home yet? Nope, just doing a little work before I fly back to my latest assignment. He sat on the edge of the bed and closed his eyes. Miss you. Really? That's a first. He chuckled. If you mean my admission, I concede. If you mean the fact, you're wrong. So,
You've missed me before.
Yep.
Any idea when you'll be home?
She never asked where home was, something that made him appreciate her even more. When we're done.
Always so precise.
Did you get a chance to read about Paul? The moment he asked the question, he regretted it. Sorry.
Don't be. I'm starting to see why you care. Don't agree, but I do see why.
Tell me why. Even if it's just so I get to hear you talk a little longer. As he listened, Warren stepped outside the door and crept toward the stairs. Ernie hadn't left the office. Good.
I just think that any religion that people would die for has to make people want others to see how important it is to them. I can see that.
Well, I'll take that. Despite his disappointment that she couldn't see the deeper truths of Scripture, Warren kept his tone confident.
I found something else.
Yeah?
You're not supposed to be going out with me.
You knew that. We discussed this. Friendship with the world is adultery against God.
Yeah, but I found more than the adultery thing. Unequally yoked, light and darkness. You, my friend, are a very bad Christian.
It's not a marriage, he objected. So I think I'll risk it. She laughed.
No, it's certainly not that. I wouldn't marry a man who couldn't tell me where he went on his business trips. I think I would discover a nasty, jealous side, and fast.
As light-hearted as the words were, they cut. He swallowed a sigh and forced a chuckle. Then, once we get the faith thing squared away, you'll have to give me a healthy ultimatum, won't you?
Don't tempt me.
I'm serious. He hadn't been, but he was now.
I meant, she murmured, tempted to fake a conversion to get you to quit. I'd get more time with you that way.
If I thought you were the kind of woman who would fake a conversion, I would never have taken you out. He glanced at the clock on his phone. My time's up.
Glad you called.
He closed his eyes. Me too, more than you'd ever know. I'll call again as soon as I can.
I'd call you, but...
That's how it has to be, he agreed. Have a good weekend.
I want another steak dinner when you get back.
The temptation to bargain hit hard. Deal, if we can read through a bit more of Paul.
You're weird.
How so? Get off the phone. Too long.
You're always showing me Peter or Paul or James or Luke. You never just try to show me the one guy that you claim matters most.
Duh. You're right. We'll talk Jesus. Without waiting for a response, he powered down the phone and removed the SIM card again. Love you. Empty-handed, Warren jogged downstairs and strode across the house to the office. Ernie stood near the bookshelves, examining one of his books. Sorry, just can't find it. That's okay. I appreciate it anyway. Ernie pointed to the full-color picture on the back of the book. Not a very flattering picture of you. Puts 10 years on you. Warren nodded, running his hand over his short, stubbly hair. It's the hair. My stylist cut too much off this time. You've been working out, too. He shrugged. Can't let yourself get flabby just because you're getting older. Ernie slid the book back into the empty place on the shelf. It's amazing what a little Photoshop can do, isn't it? He picked up his laptop case. I've got to get going. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me. Can't wait to write this article. I bet you can't. Warren followed the man to the door. Have a safe flight home. Ernie turned and smiled. You too. At the end of the street, Ernie pulled out his phone and punched Jenk's number. Hey, got it? Good. Anything good on it? Looking now, he said as he plugged the thumb drive into his laptop. Guy found Leo about the time we did. I missed something, though. What's that? Ernie winced. Jenk's hot temper had boiled over in the last 3 days. They pulled that blog post, or so this Whitfield guy says. What? That seems weird. I thought so.
I'll check for pings and trackbacks when I get a minute, but I thought I'd tell you. He typed Leo into the search bar and waited for the computer to find any use of the name. It's going to take a while. Lots of files. Call me when it's done then. Gotcha. On my way to the airport. Should we send Trina in? Nah, Ernie said, smiling. The guy is going to Fairbury to find Leo. He won't be home anyway. We should have blown up that stupid apartment. If you blow it up, he has no reason to return. Whatever. Just get back here. The reports are piling up. We had a shortage last night. I'll see who's out selling the others. You might have another Leo on your hands, so to speak. Ernie winced. That was the wrong mental picture to give his boss at present. Whatever. The phone went dead. Ernie waited for the next stoplight before he punched out a text to Jenk. Since we're not blowing up the apartment, we might want to put eyes on it for a while. The reply came before the light changed. Gotcha.
22. 5 sat around the table, hands stuffed with cards. At Leo's turn, he hesitated, uncertain.
I don't know if I'll ever get this. Maybe you should play without me.
Allison leaned over and pointed to a king. Your best shot.
You just want me to play so you can play again, he teased as he played the card. She shrugged and drew.
Not hardly. Mark's phone buzzed. He took one look at it and stood, stacking his cards.
We're out. Gather the bags. In the car in 5.
Eva's eyes widened. Are we in danger?
Not at all, Mark assured her. We just got news that the house we wanted is clear. Keith'll meet us there.
Rod led his wife to their room and came out carrying bags.
Is this why we don't unpack? Exactly. We can just up and go.
Mark stepped into the utility room and woke Brian.
Time to roll. Keith call? Yep.
In minutes, they loaded both vehicles and split the occupants. Mark took Leo and Allison in the Durango, backed out of the driveway, and wove through the residential streets to the parkway. Once they hit the toll road, Allison watched Mark relax. She glanced at Leo and stifled a sigh. The tension there nearly killed her. Is there any other reason to move us other than this house you wanted? I just wonder why it is so much better.
It's in Stony Hill, closer to Rockland. We're considering our options on how to get you your life back. We think we're going to have to put the word out that he's somewhere he's not or something.
He opened the opportunity for her to ask about future plans, and Allison took it. Okay, but what then? You get the ones who come after him this time, but what about next time? When will he be safe?
We're making plans for that, too.
Such as? Leo cut into the conversation with a bite that unnerved Allison.
How can you make plans to keep someone from coming after me and killing me, or jerking me from my home, such as it is, at gunpoint before dawn? Well, we'd do that again if we have to, but our goal is to ensure you never need to see us again. That, Leo muttered, I can get into.
Leo, knock it off.
Allison, we really don't get offended. If it keeps him fighting to fight us too, we're up for that.
You saved my parents' lives. You got them out before whoever it is did what they did and blew up. She choked before she whispered, Our home. Allison turned to Leo. Forgive me for being grateful that I still have them.
Unless they blew up the house themselves.
Why would they do that? If they wanted to torture us, they'd kill the parents. If this was about... She turned and crossed her arms over her chest.
Allison.
Her eyes slid to the rearview mirror. Yes.
Have you ever seen what they did to him?
Yes, she whispered. Horrible.
Did he tell you how they found him? Leo's head shot up. Don't. She needs to No, she doesn't. How cruel can you be?
Allison's eyes darted back and forth between Leo's face and the eyes in the rearview mirror. Tell me.
No.
The word reverberated through the car, ricocheting off each ear until Mark nodded.
Fine.
No, it's not fine. What?
He knows you better than I do, Allison. If Leo thinks you can't take it, then it's not going to help. Just trust me when I say he has reason to distrust us."
The car whizzed through the night, each town passing with little notice by the occupants. Allison slept, her pillow resting against Leo's side. Leo stared out into the darkness, thinking.
"Leo?"
"Yeah."
Mark's voice lowered a bit. "Allison asleep?"
"I think so." He nudged her. "Allison." She hardly shifted. He waited, nudged again.
"Yeah, she's out. Sorry about the thing with Mary Fenwick. I thought she'd understand better. If she knew that a nice old lady like that died because... It's fine. You didn't keep going."
Leo fought the desire to stay antagonistic.
"Look, I want to believe you guys. I do. It's just... I meant it when I said it doesn't matter to us. Our goal is to keep you alive. How you feel about that is really inconsequential to me."
"Why, though? Why would you care if I live or die?" A mile passed, and still Mark didn't reply. Leo had given up expecting an answer when Mark said,
"Because no one should go through what they'll put you through if they find you."
"Why you? This can't be cheap. Why would the government—"
"We're not government, Leo. We're a business."
"So I should expect a bill when this is all over?" Mark laughed, choking it down as Allison stirred.
"Sorry, no, I'm not going to send you a bill. A portion of our usual fee is reserved for people who need our help but can't pay."
"How do you find out about them, us?"
"Depends."
Mark took a swig from his water bottle and shifted in the seat before he continued.
"Sometimes we see something in the news and our researchers send out investigators to see if there's a danger. Most of those come back negative. Other times, public defenders, law enforcement, court documents, lots of things. We've been watching you and the Casimirs since we saw that you weren't entering Witsec."
"Watching me? In Fairbury? You're kidding."
Mark flipped on his blinker and exited before answering. "Look, I can't explain everything that I do. I can just promise that we were ready to jump in the minute you needed us to. We just have to give law enforcement time and reason to capture those who want you."
"You're wasting your time. They'll just come again later. There will be more and more. The Casimirs is a bigger organization than you can imagine, than even I know. They won't stop, because if they do, it shows them as weak and others won't fear crossing them the next time."
"I know this stuff, Leo. Trust me, I know. I know when they'll move, what they'll do, and how they'll do it. I will know exactly when and where to have the FBI waiting for them when they come for you. And this time, when you testify, you'll go into Witsec."
"What? How can you know this?" Though he wanted to believe, needed to, it seemed inconceivable.
"We are well placed, Leo. We know."
He sighed. Witness protection. Not looking over his shoulder anymore. It sounded wonderful. Leo's eyes slid down to Allison. He'd have to leave her, but it might be best. Maybe with him gone, she'd be safe.
"She's in the news, Leo. They have to go too, regardless. They have to go too."
"They?" It didn't make sense to him.
"Her parents," Mark clarified. "We can't send any of you anywhere with your names. They want revenge on all of you now."
"And this is why I didn't want friends. I ruined their lives." Mark pulled into a gas station.
"Maybe so,"
he murmured as he shut off the engine. He turned, leaning around the seat to meet Leo's gaze.
"But it's done. At least you can start a new life with friends. Not everyone gets to do that."
"I can't. They'll have to go somewhere else."
"Why?"
Leo craned his neck to one side.
"I'm identifiable anywhere I go. They need to be far away from me." "There's laser surgery."
"You know the government isn't going to pay for that. I've looked into it. 50,000 minimum. I can't do it." Mark didn't answer. Without a word, he stepped from the car, softly shutting the door behind him. Leo sighed. Allison's hair spilled over her face as she shifted. Without thinking, he brushed it back again and curled his arm around her. The duplex sat on the main street in Stony Hill. Allison watched as Mark examined every inch of it, relaxing only when he pointed to one of the tiny bedrooms.
"That'll be yours and your parents'. The other is Leo's." "I'll take the couch." She frowned.
"Not necessary. I can—"
"I'm not putting you on the floor. I'll take the couch." "The beds are queens," Mark suggested. "You could bunk guys and girls."
"Okay, that'll work."
Allison carried her bag to the room Mark had indicated and dumped it on the dresser. Unpacking would be pointless. Leo followed, arguing, but she grabbed his bag and dumped it on the bed of the next room. He protested again.
"Allison."
"It'll be weird for you, sure, but you'll survive. This'll give me time with Mom, too. We haven't had a chat since, how long? 2 weeks now?"
"Just over 1.
Mark corrected, calling out from the living room.
"But I didn't have time with her before that either. We'd been busy."
She smiled at Leo.
"Dad doesn't bite, I promise."
"Considering he's a dentist, biting is the least of my concerns regarding your father."
It was the first thing Leo had said that felt like him to her since the morning at his apartment.
"There's the Leo I know."
He excused himself to the bathroom, and Allison stepped into the living room again.
"He's relaxing some. Not sure what you did, but thanks."
"We had a good talk last night." Mark yawned.
"You need sleep. You drove for like 27 hours straight."
"Yes, and I can't until Keith gets here."
"Keith is coming?"
"Yeah, I sent him to Rockland to visit his not-quite-girlfriend first."
She smiled.
"That was nice of you."
"He's my best. I take good care of my people."
Before she could respond, they heard a tentative knock on the door. Mark pointed to the wall behind the door and waited before opening.
"Hey there."
Between the hinges, Allison saw a kid, about 12, standing nervously on the step with a carrier bag over his shoulder.
I just saw your car and brought you a paper. If you want to sign—"
The boy looked past Mark and his eyes widened.
"Whoa, cool tats."
Allison froze, her eyes turning to Leo and dismay on her features. Leo glanced from Mark to Allison, visibly alarmed.
"What?"
Mark didn't flinch. He accepted the paper, fished $1 from his pocket, and thanked the kid for his excellent customer service.
"We'll call if we want to subscribe."
The boy turned, with one last glance at Leo, and shuffled down the drive to his bike leaning against the mailbox. Mark shut the door, pulled out his phone, and sent his fingers flying over the keys.
"Grab the bags."
He peered out the window, watching the door.
"We'll go as soon as that kid is gone."
As he passed the TV, Mark turned it on, flipping through the channels until a voice came through, even if the picture didn't. Allison sagged.
"You're kidding. If we can't be seen, why did you open the door?"
"Because it's more obvious if you don't answer when you obviously are there than if you do." "And we have to go. Why? So what?" "The minute that kid mentions your spider web, it puts this house in danger. I doubt it'll be here tomorrow." "They can't find out from a kid in Sticksville."
"Stony Hill," Allison corrected automatically. "But Leo's right. They're not going to hear that some kid here in this little town happened to see a guy with a tattoo of a spider web on his neck."
"They will as soon as Keith tells our guy that you were. We'll use it." "I think you're all nuts," Leo growled. "This is ridiculous. Even the Casimirs wouldn't play these kinds of cat and mouse games. You're just a spoiled rich dude playing Mission Impossible."
"Leo!"
"It's fine, Allison. I just won round 1 with him."
Leo crossed his arms over his chest.
"How do you figure?" "I just got you to admit you don't believe I'm Casimir."
23. Keith parked at the end of the street and jogged through the narrow alley between fences. Dogs barked, but he ignored them and jumped the back fence without bothering with the gate. He slipped into the garage and leaned against the door, remembering. What would Erica say if she knew he was back in the same house? Another text message came. An hour out. He had time. She didn't expect it. A smile crept around his lips. Keith pulled out another phone and slipped a SIM card in it. Hey.
What are you still outside?
The sounds of a door opening and cars driving past as Erica stepped out onto her porch amused him. Nope.
What? You totally failed the romantic comedy moment.
Which one is that? A door closed, and the low mumble of the TV ceased. In his mind, he saw her sit in her favorite corner of the couch. Did she have a bottle of water there? A swallow. Yep, there was that water.
You know, the guy leaves and comes back or surprises the girl by coming and calling from her doorstep. She answers the phone and the door at almost the same time. Cue romantic music and a corny line followed by an amazing kiss.
Taking notes. Just the sound of her laughter made the call worth it. He watched the clock on the stove, saying, I only get 5 minutes.
That's 5 more than we had. I'll take 'em. You on the road?
Nope. As much as he wanted to tell her, he couldn't.
You've got to be close then. That means when you're done, you can come see me.
I'll expect a free coffee, Keith agreed.
Dream on. You'll pay like everyone else.
He heard her harumph and grinned as she added,
The religious dude wants me to steal from my employer. Shame on you.
Then I'll buy you one.
I'll take one of the new tangerine iced teas instead. Erica sighed. I can't believe you called.
I had a minute.
I was reading Lazarus.
Yeah? Keith relaxed, leaning against the fridge as she told him about her impressions.
Gotta say, I'm with Martha. I would have been a bit ticked, too.
Ticked? Erica's frustration boiled over.
Well, yeah. Didn't you read it? She's frustrated. I can hear her. Look, you twit. If you had been here, he wouldn't have died.
Despite his amusement, Keith winced at hearing her call Jesus a twit. Before he could comment, her voice quieted.
Sorry. Probably shouldn't call the big guy a twit, huh?
Well, I wouldn't do it without stepping out of the path of lightning, but hey.
Like any god worth anything doesn't have better aim than that, she countered.
Keith chuckled and tried to return to the subject. Remembering her comment on Martha being ticked, he shook his head and said, But then after that, she agrees with Jesus that she'll see her brother again. That doesn't sound ticked to me.
Sounds sarcastic to me. It's like, yeah, duh, I'll see him. Yep, sure will. Thanks a lot.
He had to admit that it gave the story depth to hear Martha's words as sarcasm rather than resignation or pious-sounding platitudes. You think she was being sarcastic? Interesting.
You're not mad?
No, it kind of fits her with Mary, too.
Mary? Her sister or Jesus' mom?
Again, Keith grinned. Despite herself, Erica had become interested in the Bible. He couldn't ask for a better night. Her sister. There's another spot where they're having this big gathering, and Martha's working herself into a frenzy, and Mary comes along and sits down to hear what Jesus is telling his disciples.
Leaving Martha to do all the work. Bet she was the baby of the family.
You know, you sound like Martha now. I'll never be able to read anything she said without hearing it coated with your particular brand of sarcasm, thanks to you.
You're welcome. I just spiced up the Bible for you.
The clock screamed for him to disconnect the call. I have to go, Erica. Her sigh. Something in it stirred him, but her words said it all.
I know a dozen expletives that I would use right now if I didn't care more about not offending you than expressing my opinion on that subject.
Thanks. Talk to you soon.
You too.
He heard something in her voice, something that told him she had something else to say.
Keith?
Yeah?
I want to believe. For you. I want to.
I want you to believe too, but, I want it for you.
And that's why I keep reading, she murmured. I can't comprehend that.
The Walls arrived first. Keith led them to their bedroom and assured them that Leo and Allison weren't in any danger.
Just a precaution. We'd rather err on the side of an unnecessary move than risk someone finding you.
I think what you do is incredible, Eva murmured. I've been thinking about it, and it's really quite fascinating. You're like the SEALs of the FBI.
Though he knew they wouldn't believe him, they obviously hadn't the last time he said it. Keith explained once more that the agency did not belong to any branch of the government.
We're a private company in the business of protection, that's all.
I know that's what you have to say. I figured that out. Black ops or whatever you call things. But we all know the money for this kind of thing has to come from somewhere, so...
Eva smiled at him.
You're a nice boy. If Allison hadn't met Leo...
Rod stared at his wife as if she'd lost her senses. Eva!
Well, he is nice, and he's religious, too. That's important to her.
Shaking his head, Rod tried to apologize. I think the stress is getting to my wife. It's so unlike her, I don't know what to say.
I'm flattered, Eva, really. Allison's a beautiful woman. Leo's a lucky guy.
As he followed them back down the hall to the living room, Keith tried to keep the subject on Allison and Leo and away from himself. The comment about his being religious, making him a good candidate for their daughter, hit a bit too close to home for his comfort.
She sure comes alive when he's around, doesn't she?
You see it too? Rod sank into a chair and popped back up again. Amazing how sitting in a living room is such a habit, but after being trapped in that car for a day and a half...
I've never seen Allison light up the way she does around Leo. You know, I know she's beautiful, Eva insisted. And it's not just because I'm her mother, but he brings something out of her that no one ever has.
Never thought my daughter would fall for a bad boy. Keith's head snapped up as Rod's words sank in.
You know, I envy Leo that.
What? The Walls spoke in unison.
That his badness is mainly an appearance. I know he's not perfect, who of us is, but most of us look pretty good on the outside. People trust us because of it.
And there's something wrong with that? Rod sounded unconvinced.
Well, not really wrong, per se, but...
Keith didn't quite know how to explain himself.
I guess I mean that I can look nice and normal on the outside. Put on a suit and people would probably trust me with their money. Put on chinos and a polo and they'd probably trust me with their secrets. People trust the appearance of acceptability.
I don't see the problem.
Well, it's just that I'm just as bad as the next guy. Come on, I kidnap people for a living.
Eva sank to the chair, shaking her head.
But you said you don't do that very often.
I don't, but if you hadn't come willingly, Mark would have taken you in a heartbeat. I do that sometimes. I met my friend that way.
Why won't you call her your girlfriend? Rod asked, leaning against Eva's chair. It's obvious that you care about her.
That's kind of my point. I look like a decent guy, but I kidnap people and hold them against their will. The fact that it's for their protection is really a moot point. It's still illegal.
That's something I hadn't considered. Illegal and a Christian. Interesting. Rod nodded for Keith to continue.
I have a girlfriend, for lack of a better word, who isn't a Christian and whom I can't have a serious relationship with, but she and I both know I'd do it in a minute if she was. I should cut it off, but will I? Nope. So add hypocrite to the mix.
Confused, Eva's head swung from man to man as she listened until she finally asked,
But what does this have to do with Leo?
Well, with Leo, his worst parts are all on the outside. You have visible proof of the scars on his soul. With me, I look pretty good. You don't know what kind of past I have or what I might be hiding. Leo's scars, tattoos, you know, the ones that scream, I was a gang member, and general appearance remind people that he might have something to hide.
Still, I don't see what's so bad about protecting people. You make it sound like it's criminal or something.
But Eva, how we do it is criminal. Well, not usually, but it can be.
But to save a life,
she protested. He's right, love. 2 wrongs don't make a right. His job lets him choose which wrong happens. If it's someone else, his hands are clean. But I suppose that's of little comfort. Right, if I choose to do wrong now and then, I'll take the consequences. To me, it's worth it.
Keith peered through the curtains before he sank into the overly soft couch.
But it doesn't change the fact that I broke laws to do it, like with my friend. Is she glad or sorry for your assistance? Rod raised his eyebrows as he added, and I don't mean in specific regards to you. Laughing, Keith assured them that Erica understood. It was an unusual abduction. We were paid to do it, just not by her. Eva interjected before her husband could ask another question.
What does your minister think of your job?
As far as he knows, I'm a bodyguard. It's true without getting complicated or messing with security issues. That's an interesting thought, Rod mused. How does this not get out there? You'd think people would talk. Few people know how to keep a secret these days. Oh, it does. There are entire websites about us, how we're really part of the CIA or the FBI or the NSA. They have all kinds of conspiracy theories. Keith shrugged. We don't mind them. It means people tend not to believe something if anyone says anything, and most don't, primarily because they know no one would believe them.
They don't? The Walls stared at him, surprised.
Would you? If your employee went on a 3-week vacation and returned telling you that she was really abducted by some group for her own protection because she saw a guy go into a building and didn't know it had significance, would you believe it? Really?
You make a good point, Eva conceded. I'd be more likely to want to believe her, and then Rod would show me a dozen reasons why it was impossible.
And I would. Rod leaned over the chair a bit to wrap an arm around his wife. I hereby apologize for it. Obviously, I would have been wrong. Keith watched them, a yearning for the kind of relationship they obviously shared, tugging at his heart.
I'd say you balance each other nicely.
Another thought prompted him to ask,
how will you feel about Allison marrying Leo?
She'll be happy, Rod said confidently. That's all that matters to us. I like him, which makes the awkwardness with the unfamiliar easier to handle.
I was rude to him when I first met him, Eva whispered. He was...
The woman ducked her head.
It sounds so weird to say it when you picture him in your mind, but the right word is gracious. Leo was very gracious about it.
Looking at him, gracious isn't quite the word you'd expect to fit him, but I've seen what you mean.
Keith reached into his pocket as a text message buzzed.
They're almost here.
24. The text arrived as Ernie powered down his computer for the day. Leo sighted in Stony Hill. Get proof. Frustration mounted. He flipped open the laptop again, and as it booted, he pulled a CD from a hidden pocket in his laptop case. Like I have time for this, he muttered as he slipped in his Linux disk and waited for it to load. Once again, he clicked online, went to the private email account, and read the message. More work, and at the end of the day, great. Working swiftly, he pulled up a blog site and began tinkering. Thank God for Linux and privacy, he thought as he added pink and black zebra stripes to the header. His fingers flew as he typed up gossipy, 50-word posts and inserted stolen photos from all over the web. By the time he finished, Ernie was quite pleased with himself. There, couldn't be better if I tried. Just hope 3 months back is far enough. He removed the disk and hid it in the laptop bag before calling up his internet browser. Google searched for Fairbury, Ferndale, Marshfield, New Cheltenham, all the cities around the loop. He traveled up the state to Yorktown, back down to Stony Hill, and paused. Bingo. Ernie's finger punched Jenk's number, and he waited for the boss to answer. Hey, found something. Can I bring the laptop in, or do you... Got it. Be right there. Jenk's door stood open, waiting for him to enter. Wentz glared at him and slid his eyes to the boss.
He's got a computer. I know. I told him to bring it. 'Kay.
Ernie rolled his eyes and edged around the burly fool, placing the laptop on Jenk's desk.
Look what I found. Did a quick search before I left, and this popped up. I almost missed it.
Jenk's eyes scanned the screen, disdain curling his lip.
What kind of stupid...
It's just some kid's blog in Stony Hill. Look, it says here that Ryan Delmont claimed to see a guy with holes in his ears and a giant spider web tattoo on his neck. New people just moved into a duplex there in town. Jenk kept reading, a slow smile forming.
So, outed twice by a blog. We need to pay closer attention to these things. This stupid girl. Gonna be cute someday. Just ensure that someone else gets a nice, fat homeowner's claim. Stick it to the insurance racket, eh?
Ernie slowly allowed himself to relax.
Yep, send Tag in. Tell him to make it look like an accident. Don't want anyone connecting things.
Dismissed. Ernie returned the laptop to his office, powered it down, grabbed his laptop case and stepped out the door, handing it to a waiting Wentz for inspection. The oaf slid his hands through the pockets, stared at papers as if he understood what was on them, and passed it back.
It's clear, boss, he called. See you tomorrow, Ernie. Hopefully we'll celebrate.
Looking forward to it. I'll buy drinks for the guys.
That's a promise I won't have to keep,
Ernie thought to himself as he strolled outside to his car. Once inside, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through contacts for Jenk. Stony Hill has a CO2 problem. Need to clean the air there. Cooperate with authorities.
You'd be risking your life, Leo. You can't do it. Demand protection and let's end this.
Allison stood, her arms crossed over her chest, shaking with fear and anger. Leo pushed back his chair and rose to comfort her. With arms wrapped around her, he tried to make her understand.
They can't. Even I can see that. If they were law enforcement, maybe, but they can't get the cops to show up unless something's going to happen. So, we have to make something happen.
And get yourself killed. Allison's eyes flashed at Keith. I can't believe you're okay with this.
Who says I am?
But...
Keith will do his job,
Mark said, speaking in that low, calm voice that should have been in old-time radio.
He doesn't get paid to be okay with my orders. He gets paid to follow them.
Well, that's something, but not much.
It'll work. I'll be there. I'll see who came in. The FBI will catch them, and I'll testify in exchange for witness protection.
Leo squeezed her just a little tighter at the thought of what that would mean. Still, she'd be safe. Her parents, too. That's what mattered.
That's right, Allison,
Eva assured her.
Mark says they'll put us in protection, too. We'll all start fresh somewhere.
Leo froze, and Allison's eyes rose to meet his.
What is it?
I can't go with you guys,
he whispered.
I'm too recognizable.
Her eyes flew to Mark and then Keith.
What? We can't go together? Why did you bring me then? This is ridiculous.
We brought you because you weren't safe alone, and we weren't safe having someone report to the police before we got out of there. The minute you screamed, the Casimir lookout would have killed us.
Keith looked to Mark.
Want to step in here? Yes. I understand Leo's concern. If we could move you to someplace like Greenland and wear turtlenecks all the time, no problem. But he will stand out wherever he goes. With the media and internet, he'll be recognized, no doubt.
Rod hadn't yet spoken, but he waved his hands and asked, What about laser surgery? Can't they take those things off with surgery? Even if they just did the spider web first.
Can't afford it, and the government isn't going to cover that, Rod.
Leo sighed and murmured into Allison's ear,
You don't think I want to go where I'll never see you again, do you?
You're acting like it. We can fix this. I have savings.
That's right. Rod's fist slammed on the table. He looked startled at his own vehemence. Much quieter, he added, "What about our assets? Does the witness protection program get any of that for us? Like our insurance claims on our house or—"
"They'll take care of liquidating all of your assets and transferring them into your new identities," Mark assured them. "That'll make it easier for them to process me," Leo muttered. "I don't have anything anyway. Just a debt for a root canal and an extraction to this guy."
He jerked his thumb at Rod and smiled.
"So I'll pay for it. What of it I can," Allison began.
"No."
Hating himself for hurting her, Leo forced himself to continue.
"You'll need it to start a life. I won't take it."
"Then you'll take it from me," Rod insisted. "Regardless of whether you choose to take up life with us or on the opposite side of the country. I'm paying for it. We all know that witness protection won't do you any good if you're so easily identified."
"I couldn't."
"If you don't take it from him, I'm paying for it," Mark interjected. Brian snickered.
"You can't let Mark spend any more of his money on us,"
Eva interjected.
"We're friends. Let your friends help."
A snort followed Brian's snickers and preceded a chuckle. Keith beckoned Leo to follow him down the hall. They stepped into the men's bedroom and he shut the door behind them.
"Look, welcome to Christianity 101. What's that?"
"We do this little thing you've read about, I'm sure. It's called bearing one another's burdens. That tattoo is a burden. The walls are going to bear it."
"They aren't Christians."
"Allison is," Keith reminded him.
"They're doing it for her anyway, so it's pretty much the same thing."
Arguments fired themselves through his mind, one after another. Keith just waited, arms across his chest and looking much too smug for Leo's comfort.
"Okay, tell me something."
"Shoot." Leo swallowed hard.
"Will it help?"
"The surgery?"
"Yeah, I mean, I still have the holes. Repair surgery for that is cheap. With the holes repaired and the tattoos gone, you're not going to look like yourself." "Would they be safe with me?"
Leo murmured, not quite ready to hear the answer.
"How about this?" Keith suggested. "Why don't we agree to talk to a WITSEC-approved doctor? If he says it'll change enough to make you look like an average Joe, then you stick with the walls. If not, then they let you go." "Think they'll go for it?"
Keith shrugged.
"They won't have a choice, but Allison's going to fight it."
A smile twitched Leo's lip.
Yeah, she will."
The planning session turned into chaos as each attempted to orchestrate the scenario that best suited his purposes. Allison tried to nix any idea that allowed a Casimir to know that Leo saw him. Eva and Rod pushed for a public scenario, certain that everyone would be safer. Mark listened for several minutes before he stood.
"Okay, I think Brian is going to take the walls for a drive, just to give them a little fresh air and change of scenery."
"And get us out of the planning,"
Allison muttered.
"Something like that."
Mark nodded at Leo.
"I'd like you to stay, but you're free to go with them." "I'm staying."
"Leo!"
Allison glared at him.
"You're going to help them devise a plan to get you killed."
"These are the people who you assured me were not going to kill me. For days you told me this. Now they're killers?"
Allison stormed out of the kitchen and to her room, slamming her door behind her. Leo snickered.
"People keep talking about how unflappable she is. I bring out the worst in her."
"You bring out the life in her, Leo."
Eva nudged him down the hall.
"Go talk to her. Trust me, just go."
Unwilling to refuse Eva's request, Leo shuffled down the hall and knocked on her door.
"Can I come in?"
Her reply came so quietly he almost didn't hear it.
"Yes."
Leo stepped into the room and the picture pricked his heart. She stood at the window, the blinds blocking the view from outside, but she stood there as if looking out into the street. Something about the vignette reminded him of a prisoner locked in jail.
"I'm sorry."
3 steps from the window and she stepped into his arms.
I'm scared.
I know.
You could die.
Leo rested his cheek on her head and murmured,
Mm-hmm. I could also get a few more Casimirs off the street. Either way, we're on the run until we can get them caught.
So, we run ourselves, she suggested, a desperate tone entering her voice. We just go and...
With what money? How?
Leo would never have imagined her being so illogical.
We'll use my parents' money. We'll get a motorhome and just travel.
And,
he said, trying to make her see without making her feel foolish,
the minute they showed up to close out their accounts or sign papers about anything, someone would be there to pick them off.
She sagged against him.
Really? They can do that?
I would imagine they're watching Ferndale and Fabry very closely. If he went into his office, to a bank, to an insurance office, anything, they probably have Ernie or someone hacking accounts left and right, trying to see what is happening.
Why don't they just hack accounts and take the money then? I mean, if they can do that.
She'd never understand. Leo felt ridiculous even trying to explain.
Allison, they don't steal. They earn their money. Yeah, it's illegal. Yeah, they'll kill you if you get in their way. But stealing is utterly unacceptable. You don't steal a beer from your friend's fridge. You don't steal a kiss from a girl. You don't steal a ride on his bike without permission. You don't steal a sample of product. And you don't steal from innocent people.
Warped?
She glanced up at him.
Sorry, that's probably insulting.
He watched the emotions flicker in her eyes. Fear, confusion, anger, love. The realization that she loved him hit him hard, nearly knocking the wind from him.
Allison.
I want you alive, she whispered.
The urge to kiss her built slowly as he stood there gazing down at her. Leo nearly groaned aloud with the frustration of it all. Kissing her would signal acquiescence. He couldn't do it. Hugging her fiercely, he tried for the next best thing.
I'll do what Keith says.
What's that?
If the WITSEC-approved doctor says that removing my tattoos is worth the money, and if closing my gauge holes isn't too expensive, if it all means that I shouldn't be recognizable by those things, then I'll let them place me with you guys.
Really?
The smile in her voice sent a wave of relief over him.
Yeah, now go for that drive. If we're going to start a new life somewhere, I'd rather it be sooner than later.
3 seconds after the car pulled out of the drive, perspiration beaded on Leo's forehead and upper lip.
You just as much promised to marry her.
25. Leo listened to the debate rage around him. The ideas, though all good, also seemed too complicated. Still he listened, and as he did, he prayed. Mark noticed his silence and turned to him.
So, what do you think about it all, Leo?
Unsure how much to say, he shrugged.
I'm not the expert on covert operations, but you are the expert on Casimirs.
He'd been waiting for that opening.
Okay.
Leo swallowed a swig of water and wiped his mouth.
You keep trying to keep me from getting shot.
Yeah, it's kind of important to us. You are no good to the FBI if you are dead. Brian growled. Keith punched him. What? Way to show support for the guy putting his life on the line here.
It's okay, Keith. He's right, and you know it.
Leo tried again.
The problem is that you're looking at it as if the Casimirs will come in, see me, and shoot to kill with the first shot. They won't.
Good point, Mark agreed.
They're known for their brutality, but you've already been taught a lesson. Do you still think? Jank took over, right?
Keith nodded.
Yep. Jank is going to want to make a name for himself. To do that, he has to come out strong. We've eluded him twice now, right? At least.
Leo leaned forward.
Then he's going to have Dell have some fun before I die. So, you don't think he'll come in shooting? Brian leaned back, crossed his arms over his chest, and shook his head. I don't buy it. No, I think he probably will. I just don't think he'll kill me with the shot. So, you're saying you want to get shot? Brian rolled his eyes. What is it with these Jesus people and their martyr issues? I'm saying, Leo corrected with an edge to his voice that once struck fear in the hearts of drug dealers, that if it's the best way to get them into the room where the FBI can storm up and keep them from getting out, then it's what we need to do. A few seconds later, he added, and I'll have to deal with it. As Keith listened, he doodled on a pad of paper. Now he pushed it across the table to Leo. Draw out the layout of your apartment, every bit. It took less than 30 seconds to draw a dozen lines. There. That's your bedroom. What is it? Size-wise, I mean. 9 by 10? Wide enough for a twin, but anything bigger would be hard to get in there. Bathroom? Leo thought aloud. 2 feet for a toilet, 3 for a shower, 2 between them, 8 by 4 or 5. Sounds too big. Kitchen and living room? 16 by 12, maybe? Leo shrugged. I didn't exactly go through with an interior decorator and take measurements. Keith ignored the sarcasm. And that closet, it butts up to one in the bedroom? Yeah. Mark leaned forward. What are you thinking? I'm wondering where this layout fits with the lower part of the store. He'd only been in the shop once, the day he signed his rental agreement. He played with the placemat until he thought he had things in roughly the right spots. Okay, the living room windows are here. The moment he said the words Keith wanted to hear, Leo realized it was the man's plan. I see. You're right. It'll work. I think so. Brian sat up and stared at the paper. I don't get it. What? Keith laid out the plan. Foolproof as long as no fools messed up the one thing that could make it difficult. We've got to try. Mark agreed. We have other obligations coming up. We need this to come to a head, and soon. He turned to Leo. Sorry, but it's probably time for you to go to bed. We'll let you know when. Maybe tomorrow. I'll talk to Connors in the morning. Leo stood and gripped the chair back as he pushed it into the table. Look, I want to make something clear. What's that? Mark seemed unruffled by the assertiveness Leo projected. If something goes wrong here, I chose this. I want that in writing somewhere. Can't do it in writing, sorry. Frustrated, Leo strode down the hall and jerked open the door to his room. He snapped on his light and nearly jumped when he saw Allison sitting on the end of his bed, waiting. How long have you been there?
Since Brian brought us back.
Why?
Is it safe?
Is what safe? The moment he asked, Leo groaned. Sorry, habit. If you mean will I die, no, I'm not going to die. I don't think Keith is convinced, but Mark knows.
But you think you'll be hurt?
Most likely. It's a risk I'm willing to take. She stood and crossed the room. Her hand rose to trace the lines of the spiderweb on his neck.
Then I guess we have to take it,
she whispered. He shivered slightly under her touch.
This'll be gone after all this is over. That seems so strange.
Her finger traced the edge of the hole in his ear.
Will you miss them?
Probably at first.
Despite every intention of keeping a bit of distance until the ordeal was over, Leo brushed her hair with the back of his fingers.
It's been part of my identity for a long time, but...
A lump rose in his throat as her eyes, bluer than he'd ever noticed before, rose to meet his.
But I have a new identity in Jesus now. He'll fill it, probably sooner than I expect, and not soon enough for my tastes.
She nodded, her head dropping to his chest.
I think I'm ready for this all to end. I want to start a new life, one where you're not afraid to be with someone.
Sounds good to me. Sounds really good.
Ernie stared at his phone, the message from Jenk. Target in Fairbury after 2200. He couldn't use the guy, St. James. Jenk knew the blog entry had been deleted. Another blog would be too suspicious. Did they still have someone listening to scanners in the area? He'd try there first. After a moment of thought, he typed a response. Pay the power bill? The reply came an hour later. Lights on. Perfect. He hesitated. Waste a burner, try a payphone, or, better yet, bar. Yep, best choice. He grabbed his keys and jumped in his car. It took 3 passes to find a place without scouts visible. The rock hadn't succumbed to the market, yet. Ernie stepped inside and searched for a table for 2. One near the bar afforded him a view of the door, the room, and yet didn't make him look as if he tried to hide. Perfect. It took half an hour and 2 screwdrivers to get someone to stop and talk to him. A man. I did not need this tonight. If I wanted a gay bar, I'd have gone there. Despite his disinterest, he smiled at Tom and offered him a seat. Slow night tonight. Ernie shrugged. Just wanted some noise and a couple of drinks to wind down while I waited for a call. You? Broke up with my boyfriend. Rebound. Good excuse not to be interested. Tough news, sorry. Yeah. Tom gestured to the empty seat. Mind? Sure, no offense if this call comes and I gotta go. No offense. He hesitated and then signaled for another of whatever he'd been drinking. So, who's gonna call? My girlfriend, the one I'm going to propose to. You just broke up. What's with people these days? Supposed to get news from a client. He should have called by now. Ernie pulled out his phone and jabbed it before wiggling a black screen at Tom. Ugh, man, if I lose this chance. Got a payphone around here? Tom jerked his thumb to the back corner. There's one back there, but you won't be able to hear. He pulled out his phone. Take mine. Well, don't take it, but... Ernie dropped his wallet on the table. We'll trade. I'll be right back. Thanks. I can't afford to lose this job. It couldn't be easier. Ernie dialed the Fairbury police and reported lights in that creep's apartment over Wayne's shop. Mid-sentence, he cut the call and smiled as he deleted it from the history. As he slid back into his chair, he passed the phone back to its owner. Hey, I deleted the call, just in case you get back together. Wouldn't want calls to strange guys making things worse. Thanks. I wouldn't have thought of that. A hint of suspicion crept into the man's eyes. Ernie scrambled. Had that happen with my girlfriend a few months ago. Man, it took a lot of sweet-talking to convince her, and half of my savings account buying those earrings. Tom laughed. Can't have that. I'm supposed to be buying a house for us. Not sure now, but we're under contract. Ernie grabbed his wallet, pulled out a couple of 20s, laying them on the table. He waved at the server and when she arrived, pointed to it. Make sure he gets a cab if he can't drive. He hadn't made it halfway home when his cell phone rang. Ernie punched the button and listened as Trina related her news.
Just got a call from Sam.
Yeah?
He's listening to the police scanner in Fairbury and heard a 10:59 called for Leo's apartment.
Ernie grinned. What's a 10:59?
Sam says a security check. Lights on in the apartment.
I'll call Jenk.
I almost did, but...
Better let me get it if he doesn't want to know. You did good, Trina. Thanks. Real good. You brought me into this loop perfectly. Before he made the call, he typed out a quick text and punched the number for Jenk. Looks like Leo's home. He'd never seen anything like it. The whole atmosphere around Jenk's office felt more like a power meeting at a Fortune 500 company than an assignment. Ernie liked it. It had class, something his former employer had lacked in every way.
We're not moving in until someone sees Leo. I've got a girl in the shop there, Trisha. She'll do just about anything for a teener.
Jenk flashed a grin and added,
But remember, we need her eyes on Leo, so don't abuse that too much.
A few chuckles rippled all around the room. Ernie tried to hide his disgust, but Jenk saw it and laughed.
And try not to make our choir boy see more than his virgin eyes can manage.
Virgin eyes. Do you know what Sarah would do if she heard you and saw me in here listening? I value my life.
And property.
Dell's crass jokes sent a fresh wave of laughter around him, but Ernie shrugged.
Okay, so here's how it's going to go. We want Ernie there to run checks on anything we might need. That coffee shop has Wi-Fi, right?
Yep.
Just sit there and type then. Buy a lot and make pathetic references to your girlfriend arriving for a special weekend now and then. Call her a time or two.
Got it.
Text only this trip, not risking anyone overhearing anything. If you need to get something to me, text it to Ernie and he'll email. Only emergencies. Only to Ernie.
Who's in charge? Dell demanded.
Texts are great, but come on, who's in charge? I am, but if you have to act fast, you'd better be willing to answer for it.
Ernie raised his pen, using everything he could to remind them of the non-threat of their tech guy. So, are we doing an execution this time? Single shot, or what?
No!
Dell roared and whipped his head to read Jenk's expression.
I'm gonna get this. Enough.
Jenk put a steadying hand on Wentz's arm.
Sit down. Dell's not going to hurt me.
He glanced around the room.
As convenient as that would be, I want anyone connected with this guy to know what happens when you cross the Casimirs. Leave a mess. A quick one, though. No dragged-out attack. Make it hurt, but get it done. That town will think twice before harboring a traitor again.
Satisfied, Dell sat again, his arms crossed over his chest as if waiting for the word to go. Ernie nodded.
And if the girl is with him? That's up to Dell. Her parents could be there, too. We don't have time for him to deal with all of them. If they're there, execute. The girl's up to you, Dell. But if you get caught, you're on your own.
You going, Jenk? Trina sounded bored. He'd forgotten she had come.
I'll be close, but no one will be able to see or contact me, except Ernie.
Relief washed over him. With Jenk close, they'd be guaranteed success. Perfect. 26. Ernie thought he looked ready for an Abercrombie & Fitch advertisement. Skinny chinos, buttoned-up striped shirt with rolled-up sleeves, and leather flip-flops. He hated flip-flops. Still, it seemed to fit the desired persona with his geek glasses, sleek MacBook, and designer coffee. The corner couch gave him the privacy he needed and a view of the room. One by one, texts came in telling him scouts were in position. When the last one arrived, he zipped Jenk an email. A single-word reply came less than a minute later. Confirmed. He pulled out his phone, typed 3 words, and sent them to Jenk. It's a go. The wait began. Keith glanced at his phone.
Showtime.
Mark called the Rockland FBI office and waited for Agent Connors.
Got word that the Casimirs are waiting for Leo. When you've got agents in the apartment, we'll send him in.
He listened for a moment before adding,
You can confirm on...
Mark glanced up and waited for Keith to scrawl a few words on a pad of paper.
Okay, one will be in the coffee shop. One will be shopping up and down the street. Girl, good-looking, probably dressed on the edge of tastefulness.
Keith sent a text and they all waited impatiently for a reply. He laid down his phone for Mark to see and scribbled notes to explain the cryptic message.
Okay, the main guy is close, but not there. We have to take out one guy, Dell, or we can't flush out Jenk.
The agent asked a few more questions, and as he did, another message came through. His heart sank as he wrote the last line on the sheet. Wayne's employee has been turned, hooked on meth in exchange for information.
Oh, man, we've got a bigger problem.
Mark groaned. Keith entered the coffee shop and ordered an iced green tea. White chocolate and macadamia nut cookies tempted him.
I'll take one of those, too.
From the corner, Ernie's head shifted just slightly. As the girl behind the counter handed him his change, Keith asked about the town.
Hey, that flower shop, any good? I'd like to bring home something for my girlfriend, but you're far enough out.
Wayne only gets the best. He's fussy. Even goes to the market in Rockland every morning himself, just to make sure.
Sounds great. Any specialties I should know about?
The girl leaned forward.
Wait around a bit until he can help you himself. Trisha will come out and be nice. She is too, but he knows exactly what you need for how far you have to go or what kind of occasion. Wayne knows his stuff.
Got it. I'll probably check out the town first. Should keep things fresh as long as possible, eh?
She's a lucky girl.
The smile and the candor told him it wasn't exactly flirtation, but it would have been if he had welcomed it.
I'd say I'm the lucky one, but that'd be corny.
He held up his tea.
Thanks.
Keith wandered in and out of shops around the square, watching as delivery trucks rolled into the back alleys and customers strolled into stores, and took careful note of the number who came back out of the florist shop. It seemed about right. Only 2 remained. Would they notice? After an hour, he sent one quick text. All clear? The reply came 10 minutes later. No sign yet. He couldn't avoid it any longer. A text to Brian told the rest that he was going in. One less pair of eyes on the street. As he stepped into the cool air of the flower shop, Keith thanked the Lord for a group who wouldn't use a sniper from a nearby building. At least this way the FBI would catch them in the act. Listening to one of the men at the counter, Keith knew the man had to be FBI.
So subtle. Seriously, take some acting lessons.
A voice interrupted his thoughts.
Can I help you?
The girl in front of him couldn't have been 20. She wore the smock of an employee, but the clothes of a girl desperate for male attention. Trisha.
I'm just looking right now.
If you need help, just step up to the counter.
A phone buzzed in her pocket. Her eyes lit up and she smiled at him.
Wayne'll be done in a minute. He's great. Knows everything.
So I've heard. When Wayne stepped into the back room, Keith pulled out his phone and answered a non-existent call.
Hey, how are you? Just walking around Fairbury. Hold on, let me get away from this cooler. Is that better?
He worked his way around the room and stepped outside the door. After a count to 30, he pulled it open again, stuffing the phone back in his pocket. FBI guy had disappeared. Perfect. His fingers flew across his keyboard, and he punched 4 numbers before hitting send. All in place. Wayne smiled as he stepped up to the counter. Can I help you find something? Seems like my assistant has gone missing again.
She offered to help, but I wasn't sure what I wanted. I think she went to check something out back.
Keith shrugged.
Nice girl.
Nice, but she's going to get herself in trouble if you know what I mean. I keep hoping she'll find a nice boyfriend, but she's too desperate. The nice ones don't want her, and the jerks just use her. Wayne shook his head. I'm sorry. That was inappropriate of me. Let's see what we can find for you. Keith waited until Wayne came around the counter before he said, No worries, by the way. I've got one of those faces. People confide in me everywhere I go. It's no big deal. Mark read the text and nodded to Leo.
Park out front. Go in. Ask for Wayne. Got it.
Leo accepted the keys and started to the door. As he reached for the knob, he turned.
Look, I didn't believe you guys. I was rude. I'm sorry about that.
He swallowed hard.
I just want to thank you for protecting us. If things go bad, we've got them covered.
Leo nodded again and opened the door.
Thanks again.
Tension grew with each mile from Rockland to Fairbury. His neck ached, and a slow throb developed in rhythm with the passing telephone poles along the side of the highway. As he turned into town, his throat went dry. Leo grabbed the water bottle and took a swig. One street over from the town square, he pulled out the phone they'd given him and spent much too long at the stop sign typing out the one-word text. Here. An open parking spot, dead center in front of the peddler's door, beckoned him. Leo parked, not bothering to lock the beat-up Civic, and hurried inside. Mark had said to be skittish.
Easy enough to do. I'm walking into a trap here. Of course I'm skittish. Wayne?
The man stepped from behind the door flaps to the back room.
Leo, hey, I got worried when you disappeared. That's why I came here first. Had to apologize. Should have let you know. Sorry.
Did Allison Wall go with you? She just didn't show up at school. Everyone's talking. Wayne smiled and waggled an eyebrow. How the man managed a single waggle, Leo couldn't tell.
She's with her parents somewhere.
Keith's admonitions to stick to the truth while being vague served him well.
Don't have a phone, so I couldn't call, but I heard they went somewhere. Something about their house blowing up.
Yeah, that was a shame. I guess I'd want to get away too. Leo jerked his thumb upwards.
I've got to get up there and gather my laundry. I don't have anything clean, and Adric will be more likely not to slug me if I am clean when I go beg for my job.
Without waiting for an answer, Leo slipped through the side door and into the alley. He jogged up the stairs, whistling, and burst into the apartment. Empty, technically. The heat made the room stuffy. Leo flipped on his fan and kicked himself for not owning some kind of radio. Twice he heard sounds and froze, but no one came. He rested on the couch, paced the floor, and even considered a shower. However, the idea of them catching him undressed nixed that thought the moment it entered his mind. Eventually, he sank to the couch, head in his hands, and began praying. It might be the longest he managed, but for once, he suspected he would have no trouble keeping a running conversation with the Lord. Allison flooded his mind first.
Please keep her and her parents safe. Let her never doubt that this was the best course, regardless of the outcome. Regardless, that's an Allison word. She's rubbing off on me. You know, if everything goes perfectly, I'm going to have to get married. I don't know how to be a husband. I don't know anything about it all. Then again, Rod's a good man. He might not be a Christian, but he knows how to treat his wife right. I could learn from him. Speaking of Rod...
Karen passed her phone to Allison. She looked at the one-word text and back up at the woman who had taken over their protection detail.
He's okay so far, then?
He made it close enough to check in. Keith's there, Mark's there, Brian's there. The FBI are there.
So,
Allison closed her eyes.
Now we wait.
And I recommend pray, too. At Allison's questioning glance, Karen added, It's what Keith would say.
You don't believe?
No, but I want to, sometimes. Allison glanced around her, looking but not finding what she sought.
Is there a Bible in here?
No, sorry. I'm sure Keith took his with him, too. Usually we grab that kind of thing, but you weren't at home when we took your parents, so we just had whatever they packed for you. She sat for a moment, trying to think, to pray. She failed. From the counter, Allison grabbed a bottle of water and strode to the small room left for her in the little cabin. Her parents' door beckoned, but she turned and entered her room, closing the door behind her. The bed had no headboard, but Allison leaned up against the wall, her arms wrapped around the pillow and her knees drawn up as close to her chest as she could bring them. Head bowed, nearly leaning on the pillow, she began to pray harder than she'd ever prayed in her life.
Fairbury, Lord, please hold them close and protect each and every citizen and tourist today. Let them be blind to anything happening, and close the eyes and minds of any Casimirs who might roll into the town. Keep Wayne and Tricia safe especially. They'll be right there.
Her mind turned to the FBI and Fairbury's officers, and she began pleading for their safety.
Chad has such a nice little family, Lord. They can't lose him. Willow especially. She's gone through so much already. Joe, I don't even want to think about what would happen if we lost him. And those FBI agents, I'm sure they have families or loved ones. Keep them safe from harm. Please don't let anyone die today.
The temptation for Allison to pray that all of the Casimirs died niggled at her, growing stronger with each passing moment. How much easier it would be for all of them. Then again, the chance to repent, gone forever. She wanted to desire their repentance. Her heart ached at the realization that she didn't. Still, she begged the Lord to change her heart, to change the hearts of the men who sought to kill Leo. The thought of Leo nearly choked her. Tears splashed on her cheeks as she imagined him dead in his apartment. She couldn't let her mind stay there. With more willpower than she knew she possessed, Allison dragged her thoughts to her parents, to Mark, and to gratitude for the provision of their protection.
I don't know why we were blessed by this when so many others aren't, but I thank you.
What? Allison's head snapped up and then relaxed at the sight of her father.
Did you need something?
I heard you say thank you, but...
I was praying.
Oh. Rod started to back out of the room and hesitated. His hand rested on the doorknob. Why were you thanking God when Leo is... He seemed unable to continue. Never had her father asked anything about her faith. She hesitated and then scooted over, making room for him beside her on the bed.
I thank God because I know that none of this surprises him. He's got it covered, even if we don't understand the outcome.
You really believe that? Allison rested her head on her father's shoulder and sighed.
I do. The Bible says, hate evil, you who love the Lord. Who preserves the souls of his godly ones? He delivers them from the hand of the wicked.
But evil happens all the time to good... Allison's attempted protest made Rod change his words. Okay, to religious people.
But not ultimately.
She curled up against him, her arm wrapped around his chest.
Dad, we believe in the end all will be right. Satan cannot snatch us out of his hand. We're protected.
I wish I had that faith. She started to answer but hesitated.
I want to say so many things.
How about just one this time? That he didn't shut her down already told her that her father genuinely wanted to know more. She prayed for wisdom in what to share. A smile filled her heart.
Okay, one thing. Scripture again.
Okay. Rod spoke again quickly. Can I just say I want to thank you for never pushing your beliefs on us? I'd never listen now if you had.
I know.
So many things she wanted to say filled her heart, but Allison forced herself to stick to the one thing that might open her father's eyes to Jesus.
Okay. The Bible says that the Bible is where we gain faith. It says, so faith comes from hearing, and hearing by the word of Christ.
What's the word of Christ?
The Bible.
They sat there, father and daughter, arms wrapped around each other, each clinging to something, someone different. Rod held his daughter while she clung to Jesus, begging the Lord to draw her father's heart to him. Several minutes passed before Rod spoke. My birthday is next week.
Turning 49 again, or are you going to slip into the 50s this year?
Rod chuckled, that deep, throaty sound that meant security and love to her. It's been such a good year for 5 years now. Why change it up?
Makes sense to me. I had thought about staying at 30 this year, but it might turn out to be a year to forget. Maybe 31.
Why not 29? Her throat constricted as she said,
I didn't know Leo at 29.
I've always loved who you are, Rod began cautiously. But he brings out something in you. Even Adric said something when he called once. I agree with him. You come alive, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, when he's around.
And even after the way I've pretty much thrown myself at him, he's still interested.
He recognizes your excellent taste, perhaps. Talking about Leo when he could be in the middle of danger choked her.
So, how do we celebrate this birthday?
I want 2 gifts.
2. Nice. One from me and one from Mom, perhaps?
She felt him shrug as he considered the proposition.
Okay, I want 3.
Greedy?
Allison accused, laughing.
Yep.
Okay, I'll bite. What gifts do you want and from whom?
I want a new family portrait.
Rod's voice deepened with emotion, and he choked as he whispered,
We don't have any left.
Except in your wallet. I'll never mock you for carrying so many pictures again.
It wasn't by design,
Rod admitted.
It was just easier to shove the newest one in front of the older ones.
Thanks to you, we have some of them.
Tears filled Allison's eyes.
I just wish we could ask the family for copies before we went.
We can't.
Brushing aside her tears, Allison asked about his other gifts.
Okay, so portrait. We can do that, even if we have to buy a camera with a timer and do it ourselves. What else?
That'll be from Eva. From Leo, I want an endorsement on a check for his tattoos.
Just the idea that it might happen raised her hopes a bit.
I think he will do it. He said if the doctor agreed.
Allison lifted her head and gazed into her father's eyes.
And from me?
A Bible, with wherever you want me to read first marked. If the faith you have starts there, I'll see what it's about.
Her head dropped back to his shoulder.
I'm not going to push. You'll have to ask if you have questions. I just won't.
I know.
Rod's Adam's apple bobbed against her hair, making her feel like a little girl again.
Allison, I might ask Leo about things, just so I don't hurt you if I argue or can't believe.
He'll like that. It'll be good for him. I don't think he's ever had to try to explain his faith.
Allison held her father tighter.
Thank you.
What for? You're giving me the gift, remember?
So many things. A beautiful childhood, understanding when I chose to give myself to Jesus, support when the family didn't.
A memory stirred something in her heart.
When I was 8, maybe 9, Mikey got mad at me and said I was a disappointment to you. Do you remember?
I think so. I think I scared him. I was furious.
Yep, that's the time.
Her giggle felt strange at such a solemn time, but Allison continued.
You said something to me that day that has always been very special to me.
What was that?
You said, Allie, my dear, the only son I want is the other half of your name.
Again she looked up at her father.
I knew, without any doubt at all, that you meant that.
I did. I'd forgotten.
I can't. That one moment of reassurance defines my life. You've given me so much.
Allison couldn't hide a sniffle before she added,
But being willing to read any of the Bible, any of it, means more to me than I can tell you.
Then you should have asked me to. I would have done it for you.
She shook her head.
No, Dad, it wouldn't mean anything to me that way. I know that sounds terrible, but it's true.
Allison begged the Lord to help her father understand and not be hurt.
To mean something to me, you had to want it for yourself. Can you understand that?
Eva knocked and poked her head around the door.
Rod, Keith wants to talk to us about what to expect after this is all over.
Allison waved them on, assuring them that she'd be fine alone.
I just really want to pray a bit longer.
Pray for Leo, Eva urged her. I think he's going to need it. As the door closed behind her parents, her mother's words reverberated in her mind. Each wave grew louder and more insistent until she felt pummeled by them. Oppressed by the ominous feeling she had each time she thought of him, Allison's prayers turned to Leo, never left him, until hours later she finally succumbed to the blessing of sleep. 27. Sounds outside sent Leo's blood racing. All thoughts of prayer and concern for anything other than his life evaporated in an instant. Dread crept over him, but he waited, second by second, without any sign of anyone coming. It made no sense. The phone buzzed in his pocket just a minute later. Got Dell. What should have been a terrifying situation had been disarmed before it had a chance to explode. If only the rest would go so easily. A shuffle from the bedroom made him wonder if the men there had gotten the same message. Curious, he stood at the window and stared down into the street. Several minutes passed before he saw Brian get into a car and drive away. A woman sashayed up to Joe and talked for a moment. Her head turned in his direction just long enough to give him a good look at her. Trina. They wouldn't send in Trina. I could take her down, and they know it. Dread filled him again. If they sent in Trina, he'd be dead before the agents could help him. Frustrated, Leo turned to his bedroom and collapsed on his bed. At least the distance gave him a chance. The long wait began anew. Ernie glanced at his phone. The text sent his pulse racing. His fingers flew over the keys, the message simple. Cops hauled off Dell. Now to wait and see if Jenk ran or took the arrest as the perfect chance to nab Leo while the cops were busy. The reply came within the minute. Advise? His pulse kicked up the pace another notch, making him feel slightly dizzy. Still, Ernie had to try to get Jenk there. He thought for a moment before replying. Wentz? It had to work. Only with Wentz going in would Jenk come. Only Jenk could control the idiot. When 2 minutes passed without response, Ernie grew more nervous than he'd been in months. If they suspected anything but 100% loyalty, he was a dead man. His phone buzzed. One text sent to the remainder of the group. I'm in. The email came a second later. The command simple. Text when the coast is clear. Time for another stroll outside, pleading with the girlfriend to leave work early. Hey, Sarah. Karen stared at the text before her, both nervous and excited. One down, several more to go. Getting Dell was big, huge. Getting Jenk, on the other hand, would severely injure the organization. They'd already gone through one restructure in the past 3 years. Another meant power shifts, ones that meant vulnerability. Her nerves won. She knocked on the opposing doors at the end of the short hall and waited. Grab your bags. We're out of here. Allison's door flung open first. What went wrong? Nothing. So far, it's perfect. The walls opened their door, standing together and looking like frightened prisoners on their way to execution. Allison stepped over to hug them as she whispered, Too perfect? For my comfort, yes. I don't have orders to go. I just want to. Karen turned. We go in 5 minutes. Allison dashed into her room, threw a few loose items in her bag, and grabbed the pillow. The last trip had been murder. In the kitchen, she shoved bottled water in canvas bags and slapped sandwiches together. Her parents arrived, suitcases in each hand, and waited for orders to load the car. Karen burst through the door and pointed. Okay, let's go. They bounced over the road to the highway. Allison's eyes met her father's in the visor mirror, and she smiled. She could hear his thoughts. Treat your car gently, and it will last forever. If you can feel jolts, you're going too fast. Slow down and treat it like a toddler learning to walk. You don't drag them across the ruts and roots.
Where to?
Karen shook her head. Can't say. She flipped her blinker and turned left onto the highway. First, because I'm not sure. Second, because even if I were, I couldn't tell you. She pulled her phone from her pocket and fumbled to find a number. Passing it to Allison, she said, Send a text.
Okay, what do you want to say?
The number 4 and a question mark. The answer came almost immediately. Allison shook her head.
It says no.
Try 27. Again, Allison shook her head no. At a road crossing, Karen turned east and said, "Okay, 16. The answer came, yes. To Allison's surprise, Karen asked for another one. "What about 9? "Yes again." "Okay then," Karen said as she settled into her seat. "Let's drive." A text came in from Sam. "Alley clear." Ernie stared at it. He sent a new one to Trina. "Check flowers." The reply came 5 minutes later. "All out of pansies." He stifled a snicker. She had a sense of humor. He had to give her that. Leaving his laptop on the couch, he strolled out to his car and retrieved a book. No one could guess the place crawled with FBI agents and agency personnel. Once seated, he emailed Jenk. "Talked to friends who say the streets are quiet. Looks boring to me, but whatever." The text from Jenk came moments later. "Party." The rumble of a motorcycle sent Leo's heart racing. He jumped up and crept to the window, glancing down at the street below. Jenk. He pulled out his phone and sent a single-word message. Jenk. His eyes caught sight of Trina, and he sent another. Trina. She strolled across the street, obviously complimenting Jenk on his bike. Wentz pulled up in a truck and strode between the buildings, ignoring the others. Leo's throat went dry as he sent one last message on his way to his room. Wentz now. As he stepped behind the door, Leo murmured, "Riffraff in this town is out of control." A single quiet knock to the wall from the inside was the only response. Good, they're still there. If they weren't, I'd be a dead man. Wentz didn't try to be quiet. Leo heard the man before he reached the top step. This time, the FBI planned to let one of the Casimirs inside. Lord, if I hide in here, even Wentz might get suspicious. When that door opens, give me the strength to go out there. The door opened. A second or two more would have been nice, just saying. Leo strode out of his room as if to investigate. He took one look at Wentz and allowed himself to freeze for half a second before jumping back and trying to slam the door shut. The man had never been swift, but size gave him a stride that allowed him to cross the room in seconds. The lock snapped into place just as Wentz threw himself against the door. It shuddered. Leo peeked out his window, trying to decide if it was worth hiding on the ledge. He'd push me off just trying to get to me. Another ram splintered the doorway a little. Seconds. All he had were seconds. Thank you, Lord, that he doesn't know enough to use his feet rather than his shoulder. The men needed to know who, what. They needed time. He flattened himself against the wall next to the door and prayed the Wentz would stumble into the room when the door gave way. It worked. Leo slipped through the door and raced for the front door, allowing himself to trip over the corner of the couch. As he scrambled to his feet, his eyes met the leather-chapped legs of Jenk. I should have known he'd have to have you here to tell him to throw a punch or remove a spleen. Oh, wait, Leo mocked, slightly louder than necessary. You guys already did that. Jenk looked over Leo's shoulder and said, Wentz, take him. A blow to the head nearly knocked him out. Leo fought to keep conscious, hoping to dodge a knife or a gunshot. Fire ripped through his stomach as a knife hit him faster than he'd expected. Leo screamed. Blackness. Texts flew. Keith raced out of the building and down to the coffee shop as the words, "Leo's down," hit the screen. Ernie crawled into his car just as Keith arrived. Keith kept running, dashing around the buildings and into the alley. One's safe. Where's the rest? Trina stepped between two buildings just as Keith drew near. Her eyes widened with recognition. You! It took exactly 3 steps to catch her. Keith jerked her arms behind her back and shoved her ahead of him as he hurried to where the delivery truck waited. Sir?
Let go of me!
This gal was running away, and I thought,
I didn't do...
Keith stepped back, hands in the air. An agent handcuffed her. As they led Trina past him, Keith murmured,
You know enough Bible to know better. Read it again. Warren Whitfield might just write his next book about you.
Can't believe you're a cop.
Keith turned to leave, but not before he said, "But I'm not."
You're not a writer.
"No," he agreed. "No, I'm not." The wails of a siren pierced the afternoon air. Keith's eyes sought those of the man who appeared to be in charge. A single nod answered his questioning glance before orders for him to leave. "Ted will escort you to one of the local cops and they'll take you to the station. We'll have questions for you." Joe stood beside the parked cruiser, tense. Ted led Keith to the vehicle and said, "Mark wants you to keep him for questioning. He's not a suspect, we just want him protected." Keith forced himself to remain expressionless. Protected. That was a good one. The moment Ted was out of earshot, Keith murmured, "Mark says they got Leo, but he's fine." "He told you that?" Joe's forehead furrowed. "Those exact words?" He shook his head. "No," he nodded. And from a nod, "Oh, you should talk to Varney." Keith turned and opened the rear passenger door. "Yes, I probably should." As Joe turned the car around, Keith saw the ambulance pass. Brunswick Methodist Hospital. If only such a place existed. Karen felt the phone buzz in her pocket, but she ignored it. At the next turnoff, she pulled off the road and into an overpriced gas station.
Gotta fill up. You guys sit and talk happily.
"Can I help?" Rod reached for the door.
No, but thanks.
"Bud."
Rod, don't make me pull out the gun, please.
Without another word, Karen stepped from the car and strode toward the door. Would he think of the incongruity of mentioning a gun while leaving them unguarded? Karen hoped not. The moment she stepped inside the little store, she whipped out her phone and read the message. Leo down. Safe. Got 4, maybe 5. Good news. Would they see it as such, or would they only hear injured and miss that he would make it? Should she not tell them? The moment the thought formed, Karen dismissed it. Leo wouldn't want that. If anything could make them change their minds about him, it needed to happen before placement, not after. A new thought occurred to her as she slid $20 across the counter. She paused before she left the building and sent a message. First laser treatment on neck while in surgery? After 3 attempts to get the pump to work, Karen rolled her eyes. Opening the back door, she beckoned Rod.
Don't say anything. Just fix it.
As the door closed behind him, she decided perhaps the trouble could be fortuitous. Rod shook his head. "I don't think they've turned it on yet. Want me to ask?" Karen shook her head.
Be right back. Stay there.
Like I have anywhere to go. When she returned, he'd already started the gas pumping.
Rod, I got word. It's over.
And Leo?
Injured, but he'll be fine after surgery.
Rod frowned. What kind of surgery?
Don't know. They just said he was down. That means surgery 90% of the time.
She stepped closer.
Look, I don't know how Allison will take it. Tell her before we take off or once we're on the road.
Doesn't matter. She'll be fine. Even if she's upset, she'll be fine. That's the best part of her faith. Rod replaced the nozzle and closed the gas cap before he added, I'm so thankful to all of you. My family is safe. Leo is safe. This is over. She smiled. That's the best part. 10 miles down the road, Karen pulled out her phone, glanced at it, and stuck it back in her pocket. She smiled into the rearview mirror before she said, It's over. Allison sat upright.
What? They got? Who'd they get?
Almost everyone. Karen didn't wait for Allison to ask. Leo's fine. Injured, but fine.
What happened?
Karen heard what Allison's parents didn't. Panic. They considered their daughter unflappable, unshakable. Allison hid it well, but the rigidity in her neck, the unwavering tone of her voice, and the way she folded her hands told Karen everything. I don't know. All I know is that he's down, which usually means surgery, but they also said safe. That means it's not life-threatening.
Are we going to him?
Not yet. There it was again, her rigidity. Karen hated to say it, but necessity demanded it. Trust me, Allison. We can't risk it yet.
But you're sure he'll be fine?
Positive. They never call safe unless they're sure. Allison didn't seem convinced.
But things could go wrong, things like infection or whatever.
Allison. Rod's low, firm voice both calmed and unnerved Karen. What had it been like as a little girl to hear that voice when you knew you'd done wrong?
You're right. Sorry, Karen.
Allison gripped her pillow to her chest and closed her eyes. Prayer. Did it really help Christians? They sure acted like it. Karen had one more bit of news to share. I think they might do the first laser on his neck, too, if they can get someone in there fast enough. Allison's head shot up, tears filling her eyes. She turned in the seat and stared at her mother.
He might not look the same, not like my Leo.
But he'll be the same, Allie, son, Rod murmured. That's what matters. 28. The nurse again. Leo felt fingers checking his hands, arms, the bandage on his neck, his stitches. Each time someone entered the room, fear gripped his heart, twisting it until it grew cold. Without a second thought, his thumb slid over the PCA button. He waited, eyes still closed, for the numbing effects of the morphine drip to remove the pain and anxiety. Can you open your eyes for me, Leo? A lifetime of vile verbiage when faced with a situation he hated rose up within him, conquering him without the chance of a fight. Leo swore. Realization dawned as his eyes flew open. Sorry. It worked. I got them open. The chocolate eyes of Gabriel, the morning nurse, met his. The man grinned, always grinning. How are you feeling this morning? Like I got sliced and burned. Well, Leo corrected. I did until the latest round of pain medication kicked in. Now, not so bad. I think they will take that away today, Gabriel remarked. You haven't used it much. Have a holy horror of drugs. Gabriel smiled. That is good. I see many people become too fond of that little button. Not even 48 hours. It felt like a week. Were the walls safe? Allison? Did they get Jenk? The questions piled on him one after another. Questions he couldn't ask. He couldn't even ask if anyone had or would visit. They wouldn't. No one but the man, Connors, would come. As if the thought produced him, Mark Connors stepped into the room with another man behind him. Leo, how are you doing today? Doing okay. As Mark began to introduce Leo to his companion, Gabriel ducked out of the room. See you later. Call if you need me. Once the nurse stepped from the room, Leo turned to Mark. How is Allison? Is she safe? What about... They're fine. Sean can't tell you much yet, but he's from the marshal's office. They spoke at length. Most of what the men said fizzled out of Leo's brain seconds after he responded to it. The drugs, the lack of sleep, the concern for Allison, and relief. Oh, the relief that the ordeal was over, washed most comprehension from him. He slept. Keith stood outside Erica's door, phone in his hand. His thumb punched the send button. Even from the street, he could hear the faint sound of her ringtone. He nearly choked as he heard the distinctive opening notes of Sting's "I'll be watching you."
Keith!
He chuckled. Nice ringtone. Appropriate.
Yeah, I thought it suited you. Of course, the guys at work... Wait, how do you know what my ringtone is? Do they still monitor me?
The phone stayed silent as he gave her time to think about it.
You wouldn't do that. Not invade my privacy like that. Not if it wasn't essential. How?
His knock should have given him away, but Erica asked him to hold.
Someone's at the door.
She stared at him.
I can't believe I fell for that.
Didn't want to disappoint. Erica crossed her arms over her chest and raised her eyebrows.
That'll depend, I suppose.
On what?
I think you forgot part of the scene I described.
Keith shook his head. No, I remember it quite well. The guy calls from the front step. He waggled his phone. Check.
And?
She answers the door and the phone almost simultaneously. Keith crossed his arms over his chest in a perfect imitation of her stance. Almost check. You were a bit slow on the answering the door part, but we can call it a check.
And?
I think the corny line came next.
Mm-hmm.
Erica drummed her fingers on her arm. I don't suppose here's looking at you, kid, counts?
No.
He thought for a moment before grinning. Then perhaps you can help me choose. Will you have, hear this now, I will always come for you, or as you wish? At her smile, Keith added, corny line, check.
And?
Indecision rocked him. In the time it took for him to cradle her chin in his hand, he fought his conscience, his heart, and the idea that he would hurt her if he didn't. She had said amazing. What did that mean? What defined it? Her eyes closed. She hesitated, and with that hesitation, Keith felt the light-hearted romantic moment fracture. All doubts vanished. He'd meant to keep it brief, gentle, tender, meaningful but brief. He failed. Understanding shone in her eyes as Erica's lashes rose and a smile formed on her lips.
Amazing kiss, she whispered. Check.
Double check.
Erica's voice shook with repressed emotion as she shook her head. Only get a double check if I get a repeat performance.
She stepped back into the apartment, beckoning him to follow.
But, I'd say we'd better save that for another day.
Relief battled with disappointment as he stepped inside. The war ended in mutual surrender as his eyes rested on the Bible open on her couch. What you readin'? Her phone rang again. This time, Louis Armstrong's distinctive voice sang, "What a wonderful world." Keith loved the eclectivity of it. Did she change them often on whims, or did she choose her perfect song for someone and stick with it? He'd never wanted to know those kinds of things about a woman, but he wanted to know more than about her. He wanted to know her.
Hey, Mr. Moretti. Oh, that's great, but I have a friend here. He's probably hungry, so I'll Hold on.
She leaned over and whispered,
Mr. Moretti made a roast. How do you feel about eating with the old guy?
Sure. Erica's eyes lit up and she smiled.
Keith says roast sounds great. We'll be right up. I'm warning you, though, we might get into an argument about religion.
She grabbed his hand and led him to the stairs.
He's a nice old guy, always making me great food. You should taste his homemade ravioli. Oh, my goodness. Good stuff.
At the top of the stairs, she knocked, waiting for the man to call out a welcome. Inside the warm kitchen, Keith felt as if he'd stepped into another world. The apartment downstairs had been modern with clean lines, high contrasts, and crisp colors. The upstairs, however, had that charm that can only come from an old house. He'd tried to replicate it in an apartment once. Failed. Age does things to a home that imitation cannot. Love your house. Erica's eyes slid sideways before she added,
It has that warmth you get in old buildings, doesn't it?
Mr. Moretti beamed. Ah, you two are kind to an old man. I like my house. In it are all the little treasures that mark my life. Gabe didn't like it. Too messy, he said. Keith's eyes traveled over the tarnished tin ceiling, the light fixtures that had once been the height of fashion, and the large china cabinet along one wall. For such an old home, despite the great quantity of bric-a-brac, Moretti kept the place very clean. I think it's a matter of taste. I bet there are some wonderful stories in this place. That sent the old man into rhapsodies about Erica's great find of a boyfriend. Mr. Moretti grabbed the plates on the kitchen table and put them back in the cupboard.
"We'll eat in the dining room on Mama's good plates. She would like that."
Erica's eyes widened, making Keith wonder how unusual such a move might be. Still, she carried plates and crystal glasses to the table, dishes without a single speck of dust on them that Keith could see. "How long have you lived here?"
"Mama and I moved here after we had been married 5 years. We saved and saved until we had enough, and then we moved in, living with crates for tables and chairs. The only furniture we owned was a battered wing-back chair and a mattress. No springs."
But you had love, didn't you?
Erica winked at Keith, hinting that she'd heard the story often.
"Yes, we did. That was enough back then. Not like today when kids graduate from college and expect furniture nicer than what their parents can afford before they even land a job. We saved for a whole year before we could buy a bed frame and springs."
Tell him about the couch.
Erica grabbed trivets from the kitchen wall and set them on the tablecloth.
"Well, Mama was going to have the baby. It was Victor. She couldn't stand for long there at the end, so I said we needed to find a couch because sitting made her ankles swell and, oh, like an elephant they did. Every time I told her that, I got kicked."
Mr. Moretti snickered.
"But it made her feel good to kick me, so I said it."
"Very dutiful husband," Keith remarked as he accepted a bowl of potatoes and carrots and set them on the table.
"Yes, do take notes. Your wife will thank you."
A sly smile formed on the old man's lips, but he continued with his story.
"Well, we went looking. Do you know how expensive couches were in the 50s? We had exactly $125 that we could squeeze out of our savings and still be able to pay the bills for the baby. Store after store. We went all over Rockland. Found nothing we liked under $130.
Mr. Moretti gestured for them to sit.
"I'll be honest,"
he said in a conspiratorial whisper.
"I didn't want to spend $100. I was tight-fisted back in those days."
Erica snickered.
He got over it.
Mr. Moretti gestured for them to sit.
"Mama taught me well. 'Tony,' she'd say, 'the money is good for saving for the future. I know, but we also have to live today.'"
"That is a wise saying. I think I would have liked your wife," Keith said as he passed the bowl of vegetables to Erica.
Yes, people loved my Maria.
Mr. Moretti stared at his plate, his fork hovering over a potato.
Oh, yes, the couch. Well, we went into this one store, and they had the strangest blue couch you ever saw, the color of a Tiffany's box. Mama loved it. The price tag, $150. I tried to drag her out, but she sat down, tired from all the walking. The salesman came over with those little receipt books they used to carry. He told us how wonderful it was and all the latest styling and things like that. I told him, I said, "It's too much money. Mama likes it, but I can't afford it."
People today would have put it on a credit card without thinking twice, Keith muttered.
Yes, it's a shame how much debt we have now. Anyway,
the man speared his potato and grinned.
Mama was shrewd. Oh, that woman could talk down a Jew. Oh, that isn't something you say anymore. She was a good bargainer. Let's leave it at that.
Mr. Moretti winked.
I can't bargain to save my life, Erica admitted. I feel guilty and end up paying more somehow.
Keith snickered and exchanged knowing glances with their host. I think Erica is a softy under her little black hair spikes.
You like my hair,
he grinned. I do, but you can't deny they're spikes. I just illustrated the contrast.
Tell him about the couch before he gets any weirder,
Erica insisted.
You remind me of me and my Maria. We used to joke like that all the time. People thought we were mad sometimes, but we never were. Where was I?
He frowned.
Oh, yes, the salesman. Poor man, didn't know he'd met his match. Maria gave me the look. It was the one she used when she wanted me to keep quiet, so I kept quiet.
Mr. Moretti winked at Keith.
Smart men know when to listen.
I agree. Erica groaned.
Okay, the Mutual Admiration Society has now come to order. The next order of business, the couch.
So,
Mr. Moretti continued,
Mama began talking. She told him that she did like the couch. It was comfortable enough, but the color, oh my, the color.
How am I supposed to find furniture and papers to match such an awful color? It looks ridiculous. Sure, if the price were better, we could take it home and maybe make a cover for it, but not for $150.
The man suggested special ordering it in any color she liked. Maria said no.
If I can't afford $150, how can I afford $160? I'll do without a couch before I pay that much money for one.
Let me guess, Keith interjected. She loved the color best of all.
This one is smart, Erica. You don't let him get away.
I'll think about it, Erica agreed. Now, go on. This is my favorite part.
Mr. Moretti set down his fork. Grinning, he continued,
Oh, she found so many things wrong with the couch. The fabric quality seemed lacking in all the samples. The buttons, they would pop off, and then she would have a mess. Still, she said it was comfortable. And that had to be a positive thing. She asked me about the other couch. There was no other couch. And if I thought the $50 price difference was worth a little more comfort because the fabric sure wasn't.
Keith snickered. He could hear the woman chattering away, wearing down the salesman with sheer verbiage. Poor guy.
That's exactly right,
Mr. Moretti exclaimed.
My words, exactly. I told her we should go. We'd buy the other couch. It was a waste of money to buy one she didn't even like just because it made her back feel better.
He winked.
Mama was proud of me for that one. Anyway, she struggled to stand, exaggerated greatly, I might add, and walked to the door. The man tried to show us other couches or convince us that the strange blue one was the best on the market. At the door, Mama turned to him and said, I'll give you $100 for that ugly thing, just because it's the most comfortable one I've found yet, but you have to deliver it. Anytime you want to sell it, you bring it over to 413 Dermont. I'll take it off your hands. We both know no one is going to buy that hideous blue for $150.
Did it work? The man nodded.
We weren't 10 steps outside the door when the salesman called us back into the store. By the time I paid for it, he admitted he'd been trying to sell it for months, but no one liked the color. Said he wanted to sell it and buy a nice gray one that people would like.
2 friends saved up enough to buy one just like it, didn't they, Mr. Moretti?
He laughed. His round cheeks puffed out and his nose turned red. Tears streamed out of each eye. Tears that Keith suspected were just as indicative of loss as they were mirth.
Oh, that was terrible. Yes, Anna and Carol, they both loved that couch. Saved for 6 months and 8 to buy one just like it, but when they went into the store, the color had been discontinued. Maria was so proud of herself.
Was she religious?
Keith stared at Erica, curious what had prompted her to shift the conversation. Mr. Moretti just nodded.
Oh, my Maria was very devout. At Mass every day sometimes. She would get up and start my breakfast, run down the street to the church at 6 o'clock, and be back in time to see me off.
What about you?
I went because she went, every Sunday.
Mr. Moretti sighed.
When she died, I stopped going.
Keith leaned forward. Why is that?
Because I didn't hear the beauty in the words anymore. They felt empty and hollow. I came home and read the Bible that Victor gave us on our 50th wedding anniversary. It has more comfort for me.
The man ducked his head and took a bite of his meat. He swallowed it down with a sip of wine. He stared at the glass and apologized.
I didn't offer. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible host tonight.
You're wonderful, Erica reassured him. I got Keith water. We're good.
Anyway, the Bible, Psalms especially, it's enough for me right now.
So you still believe in God? You just don't believe in church?
Erica glanced at Keith before turning back to the old man, waiting for his response.
I love the church, Erica. I just don't love being there without my Maria. I know it is wrong. I just can't bring myself to go. So I pray here. I read the Bible, and I hope that God understands. I think he does.
I know he does, Keith murmured. And if you ever want to try church again, just call me. You can go with me instead. Maybe a different place.
I thought of that,
Mr. Moretti admitted.
I just didn't know where to go or if an old Catholic would be welcome in anyone else's church.
You'd be welcome in mine, Keith insisted.
What about me? Am I welcome at your church?
Erica's eyes taunted him. Did she know how hopeful a question like that could make him? I'll pick you up Sunday morning at 9:40. She didn't answer for several seconds. Mr. Moretti's eyes slid back and forth, watching. Eventually, Keith decided she wouldn't accept and started to assure her he'd never pressure when Erica said,
Okay. Do I have to wear a dress?
29. The man, Sean, folded up files and stuck them in his briefcase. He stood, offering his hand to each of the walls in turn. I know it's a lot to take in all at once, so be sure to reread everything several times. It'll make transition easier.
When do we move to the cabin?
We'll be driving you out there in a day or two. We need to wrap up a few more things here. By then, Leo might be able to join us.
They're bringing him here?
Allison sat up and leaned forward.
Can you tell us how he's doing?
Thankfully, the ink on his neck was black. That helped. The tattoo isn't gone by any means, but the first treatment did make a significant impact on it. The doctor is pleased. She frowned.
Why are you avoiding the thing you know we care about most? How is he?
He's just been removed from his morphine drip, so he'll be a lot more lucid now. I'll be going to visit him and walk him through transition as well. Allison's eyes widened.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
What? Rod held his wallet in his hands, clutching it as if to gather strength, but his eyes rose to meet those of his daughter.
The trial. They'll see that his ears are closed or his neck is faded or fading, and they'll know. They'll find out.
Sean shook his head. We've got that covered. He'll wear a neck brace to the trial at his doctor's recommendation, but he'll wear short sleeves to show the arm tattoos. We'll leave his ears until that's over.
So he can't go anywhere.
That is why you chose the cabin, I thought. The marshal stepped toward the hotel room door. I'll be back as soon as I can. First order of business, get used to those names. As the door shut behind him, Allison stared at the paperwork before her.
Elizabeth Watson.
She shook her head.
I'll never get used to it. Maybe I should have chosen my own name after all.
Rod nodded. John Watson. Does anyone read the classics anymore? I feel like a sidekick.
Mom likes hers.
Allison smiled at the look on her mother's face.
Anne, just like I dreamed of as a girl. I hated Eva until I met your father. I always wanted to be an Anne.
Anne Watson has a nice sound to it. But I'll always think of you as Eva, Rod murmured. The room grew quiet, pensive. Allison stared at the name before her until it blurred. Still, it was a new start, a fresh one.
I wonder what name Leo will get.
Eva came and sat next to her daughter, putting an arm around Allison's shoulders.
I think that's a very important question.
Why?
Because I think it will also be yours. You won't be Elizabeth Watson forever, will you?
I think they'll name him Leroy. The women stared at Rod.
That's all wrong for him, Eva insisted. I could never call Leo that with a straight face. Lawrence?
Her parents shook their heads in unison.
What about if we called him Larry?
Again, her parents gave a decided negative response. Rod tried again. Lyle.
We don't even know they'll start with L. They didn't stick to our first initials.
Eva made a good point. All three walls, now Watson's, sat lost in thought. Eventually, Allison moved to her bed and grabbed a pillow to hold.
He has to be an L. I just can't imagine him with anything else.
We could call and ask them to have him consider it for you. They said we could choose. Rod reached for the phone, but Allison shook her head.
No, let Leo make his own decisions, or not. He's had enough of his life ripped apart without me getting all stupid over a letter.
Eva came to sit by her daughter, but Rod never moved. He sat in the same chair he'd occupied for the past few hours, staring at his wallet. A tear splashed onto it. Eva leaned forward.
Rod?
His eyes rose to meet the concerned gazes of the women. Losing the house and everything with it was hard, but it was taken from me in an instant. Gone. He opened the empty wallet, flipping through the clear sleeves absently. But this, my identity, my photos, all handed over to a stranger. They stole who I am, or was, at my own request. Rod's shoulders shook. People have asked me what one possession mattered more to me than anything. I always said that first family portrait. It's gone now. Allison and Eva jumped from the bed, rushing to Rod's side. Their arms wrapped around him as they wept with him. Grief spilled out in random and often unintelligible statements as the family grappled with loss and change. A quilt, Rod's golf buddies, photo albums, Eva's book club, Allison's church. Each thing that characterized their lives surfaced and disappeared from their grasp nearly as swiftly as it arrived. Rod stared at his hands. I joked about early retirement. I guess that happened.
You can start a new practice, can't you? Allison's eyes widened. Mom, didn't you hear Sean? If it requires a license like that, it's out. No lawyer, doctor, dentist, no teacher. Not unless we start over.
Fear gripped Eva, her body growing rigid as the reality of it hit her. How will we survive? We can't live on the insurance and savings indefinitely.
Dad will start a lab. He always complained about how most were run. Now he can do it the way he thinks is best for dentists. He'll teach Leo. It'll give Leo a good skill, too. I'll go back to school, or maybe I'll take up in-home health care, get my LVN or something. We'll make it because we have to. God takes care of his people.
We're not his people, Allie's son. She opened her mouth to assure her father that God would take care of them, not just she and Leo, when his words tore at her, slashing her heart and into her soul. Tears fell, first slowly before pouring over her cheeks as sobs racked her body. In recent days, he'd called her that often, Allie's son, separating the syllables with an extra hint of emphasis on Allie. He couldn't do that anymore. One more thing, something that had become almost the most precious thing to her, stripped away when Allison became Elizabeth. Rod misunderstood. I want to know more, Allison, I do. I promised to read and understand. I will. The words should have soothed and comforted. Broken by change and loss, they didn't. Not yet. Leo stepped from the car, his eyes roaming the landscape. He'd never imagined Oklahoma as home. What a strange name was Chautauqua,
She took something like that. He started to ask, but Allison, Elizabeth now, stepped from the cabin and rushed to greet him. He braced for impact, knowing it would hurt but unwilling to rebuff her. Allison pulled up short, nearly stumbling into him at her attempt to stop.
I almost forgot. Where are you injured?
As he gestured to his left side, she squeezed him from the right.
I was so worried. They wouldn't tell us anything. Craziness.
Yeah, well, you know how I felt then.
Allison examined his neck.
It looks different.
It should. Only about 3 or 4 more treatments to go.
Sean said you had to wait until after the trial for your ears.
Her index finger traced the hole that seemed so much a part of him.
I think I'm glad it'll be a while.
Rod and Eva stepped onto the porch, and Allison tugged him toward them.
They've been worried about you too.
Rod stepped forward, his hand extended. As Leo reached for it, Allison's father hugged him instead. Welcome home, son. Tears sprung into Allison's eyes. Leo grabbed her hand, squeezing it. Sean urged them inside. He needs to stay out of the sun for a few more weeks, and he needs to stay away from where anyone can see him, like out here by the road. His eyes traveled over the house as Leo stepped inside. Though smaller than the Walls' home, it was larger and nicer than any cabin he'd ever seen. More of a log home. The ceiling rose to a second story, a loft separating rooms upstairs. Leo swallowed hard as he realized there were only 2 rooms. As if on cue, Sean asked the Walls to go over some financial papers with him, and Leo asked if he was allowed to explore the back of the property. Sure, just keep the sun off that neck. The gauze... Got it in my pocket, thanks. He followed Allison outside and took in the scenery. She pointed through the trees.
If you walk that way for about 1.5 miles, you'll run into the lake. Well, reservoir.
I like the furniture out here. Did it come this way?
As he spoke, Leo wrapped his neck in gauze, shielding it from the sun's rays.
Yeah, there's nothing inside except for a couple of mattresses, but the previous owners left this and the grill.
She ran her hands along the log deck furniture and smiled.
It's so different from home, but I love it.
Allison.
You're supposed to call me...
I know.
He swallowed hard.
I just can't yet. Can we talk?
Leo lowered himself gingerly to the chair closest to him. Though he tried to lean forward, it hurt too much. Gasping for air, he reclined a bit, a flush of embarrassment creeping up his neck.
I went from being a ripped guy to wheezing like an old man in the space of 2 years. Well, almost 3.
You just got out of the hospital. Give yourself a break.
Ignoring the admonishment, Leo tried to force himself to say the words he'd been rehearsing for days. Instead, he found himself whispering,
I never got to ask you out.
So, do it now.
We can't go anywhere,
he protested.
We can have dinner on the deck, candlelight even. We can go for a walk near sunset. We can watch a movie when Dad gets back with the TV.
He's going to buy a TV?
It seemed an odd first purchase. She giggled.
Yep, he took one look at that corner by the fireplace and said, That's just screaming for a TV. I'm going to get one after Leo gets here safe.
I wonder if he'd get me a decent shirt and a pair of jeans. My stuff is gone.
He would,
she assured him.
But your stuff is here. Karen sent it with us.
My Bible?
Allison moved to sit on the arm of his chair. She slipped her arm around his shoulder and rested her cheek in his hair.
Yep, I've been reading it. I envy your Bible. Mine's gone, of course.
I don't think so. Didn't you keep one in your car?
Yeah.
She sat up.
Oh, my car. It's fine, isn't it?
Allison jumped from her seat and dashed for the door.
Be right back.
So much for a serious talk, he muttered.
A minute passed.
So much for being right back.
2 minutes.
Minutes get longer every second.
What?
Nothing.
I gave Dad a list. Mom's going with him. They're getting steaks, candles, a new shirt for you, and an amazing dress for me. Gotta look my best for our first date. And a movie.
What movie?
Her eyes told him before her lips opened. First drop.
You wouldn't.
I did. Memories, you know. I asked them if they thought I should go for comedy or romance, and they said that living in the same house probably meant romance was a bit too tempting.
And First Drop was your idea of comedy?
Leo shook his head.
Can you call it anything else?
Here he had to concede.
I'm sorry.
What for?
Though he'd intended to discuss their relationship and what it would mean, he couldn't do it. Not before they even had a date.
So many things.
Allison settled on the arm of his chair again. This time, he looked up at her.
Elizabeth, huh? How do you feel about nicknames?
Depends on who gives them to me.
You're no Liz. That's too harsh for you. Beth is too immature.
I looked up lists of nicknames for it. I kind of regret letting them pick for me now.
Leo frowned.
You let them choose? Why?
It felt weird naming myself. Mom and Dad didn't know either, so we just told them to choose something. Dad regrets it, she added, laughing. He's John Watson, as in, elementary, my dear. That she hadn't chosen Elizabeth both surprised and relieved him. It seemed like such a stuffy name, not gentle and feminine like Allison.
I'll have to read one of those. That's all I know about Sherlock Holmes. Elementary, my dear Watson.
So, anyway, I checked it out, and the nicknames for Elizabeth are things like Betty, Lizzie, Liza, Liz, Lisa, Elsa, Elsie, Tess, and... She snickered before she continued. There was also Buffy.
You're kidding.
I thought maybe it might be appropriate.
No way. I like Tess and maybe Lisa. We should ask your parents.
After a few seconds, he sighed.
I wish they would have named you Bethany. That fits you.
We should consider that when...
Allison stopped herself.
We have a chance.
Yes, we should. As it is, I'll call you that anyway.
Leo wrapped his hand around hers.
Bethany. It fits Elizabeth, sort of. And after all, that's what nicknames are for.
You never told me what your name is.
The first name was easy for me. I wanted something close to my name, but from the Bible. I could only think of one.
As Allison thought about it, her thumb traced the knuckle on Leo's hand.
Bible. Close to Leo.
A slow smile formed and brightened her face.
Levi.
Yep.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Good.
He prayed she'd like the last name he hoped would be hers soon.
I tried to find names from the Bible for a last name, too. Things with meanings of God. Drove Sean crazy trying to search for them all over the internet.
And?
Well, with a name like Levi, I ended up with a lot that sounded too Jewish. I kept picturing people expecting me to know what a Torah was or something. So I nixed Abrams, Daniels, Isaacs, and stuff like that. It just didn't work.
He waited for the impatient flick of her hair that he'd learned to expect when she didn't want to wait anymore.
So I just looked for names that had God in the meaning.
Okay, if you won't tell me the name, she teased, how about you tell me the meaning?
Gift of God, because that's what this all is. A fresh start that is a gift of God.
Allison's cheek dropped to his hair, and she scooted closer.
I like it. It fits you. You've been a gift of God to my family, in a strange way, she hastened to add. But you really have. Dad promised to read some of the Bible. Asked without any prompting at all.
Her voice dropped to a ragged whisper.
I really think you did that, Leo. Not the situation, you. Who you are and what Jesus has done for you, that made the difference.
As he sat there, Leo grew weary. aching for the chance to lie down but unwilling to move until the pain returned.
I need to rest.
Mom and Dad are getting you an air mattress, so you'll have something to sleep on until... She flushed.
I can climb those stairs.
Leo finished.
That loft is great, but I couldn't make it up there yet.
He stood and slipped his hand into hers again as they entered the house.
Remind me to thank them.
And remind me to thank you for saving me from constant attempts to embarrass myself.
Allison glanced around her, looking for something he could use as a bed.
Hold on. Be right back.
I've heard that before.
What?
Her foot froze on the first step.
Nothing. Go ahead.
A minute later, his eyes widened, and he began to protest as she dragged a queen mattress top into the loft from one of the bedrooms and shoved it over the railing. It hit the floor with a muffled whoosh.
You didn't have to do that,
he called, but she'd disappeared already. Seconds later, she jogged down the stairs with pillows in her arms.
Okay, let's put this out of the way, in the corner there. I wish we had some way to elevate it. It's going to be hard to get up and down from there. Sorry.
She fluffed pillows as she spoke, nudging the mattress toward the corner with her foot. It took him several tries to lower himself to the mattress. Pain fought him, but at last he collapsed, panting and perspiring from the exertion.
I told you,
he gasped.
I'm like an old man now.
She sat cross-legged beside him, her hand brushing the hair from his forehead.
Just rest. You've been through a lot. And when you wake up, maybe you'll tell me that name.
Leo closed his eyes and allowed himself to relax. Several minutes later, he felt her shift and the sound of her feet as she moved away from him.
Allison? Bethany?
Yeah?
Donato. My new name is Levi Donato.
Seconds passed before she spoke.
I like it. It suits you.
As she crept away from him, Leo thought he heard her whisper,
Bethany Donato. It works.
But maybe it was just wishful thinking. 30. Traffic kept the car crawling through the streets of Rockland to Dermont Street. Erica hadn't spoken since asking him where to find 2 Corinthians. Even as he pulled up in front of her house and turned off the ignition, she sat, unmoving, unspeaking.
Are you okay?
Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creature. The old things passed away. Behold, new things have come. What does it mean?
She remembered the words perfectly. That had to be a good sign, didn't it? Keith broke it down step by step, just as his father had for him.
In Christ, belonging to his family. So, if anyone is a Christian...
Okay, I got that much right anyway. It says new creature. Does that mean person?
Yes, we are washed clean, given new clothes and a new life. Kind of like that movie with the girl in the ugly pink dress when the professor takes her and remakes her into a lady.
My Fair Lady. Okay, I can see that.
She thought for a moment.
What new things have come?
I don't know, Keith admitted. I don't remember if it's something specific or if it's just that the old is gone, so that has to mean that whatever comes next is new.
He thought of Leo and the walls.
It's kind of like when someone goes into witness protection. Their old life is gone, wiped clean. No trace left of it in their new life, even though it leaves an imprint on you. But you have a new life now, fresh. For criminals, it's a chance to wipe the slate clean and start anew.
That makes sense. And Jesus is the marshal?
No.
His mind scrambled to make it clearer.
Jesus is the program itself. He is the fresh start, the true protection. Even a marshal can't protect if the person keeps running. Eventually, the person will throw himself or herself into the path of danger. So, unless he keeps the person a prisoner to himself...
Keith stopped.
Okay, it's not a perfect analogy, but you get the picture.
Yeah. Erica glanced at him. Hungry?
Starving.
Do you like sushi?
He sighed. Where to?
How about Mexican instead?
Keith's stomach flopped. I think you just officially became the most amazing woman I've ever met.
I wasn't before?
I said just officially. That means I made it official right now. Before, it was just an abstract fact without concrete evidential proof.
Keith nudged her with his elbow.
Not bad backpedaling, eh?
Not bad.
Keith pulled away from the curb and drove toward his favorite hole-in-the-wall restaurant, hoping she wouldn't object. Erica said nothing. As if a repeat from the drive home from church, she sat, staring out the window, lost in her own thoughts. To his surprise, she reached across the seat and took his hand, still saying nothing. Should he press her? Try to show her the utter emptiness of a life without Jesus? What if it just pushed her away? He wasn't ready for that. His mind knew the possibility existed, but his heart insisted that he wring every drop from their relationship while they had it.
You're not disappointed, are you?
Erica's words ripped Keith from his thoughts.
Disappointed? In what?
Me.
Why would I be disappointed in you? I just declared you the most amazing woman ever. I'm pretty sure that means I'm not disappointed.
I didn't get religion at your church today. I didn't pray or dance or get baptized or whatever you do when you decide God has something you want.
He felt her eyes on him as she added,
I just thought that was probably pretty disappointing.
Before he knew he'd done it, Keith lifted her hand, pressing it to his lips.
Erica, you know I want that for you, but,
he added, forcing himself not to choke,
there's no pressure from me, ever.
And I know that if it never happens, we won't. Happen, that is. This, whatever this is, will stagnate, freeze, disappear, or in some other way become nothing more than a great memory.
A suspicious sniffle ripped at his gut as she added,
Or a really horrible one.
Let's make sure that no matter what happens, we stick to great memory, okay?
She turned to him, grinning.
Okay, we're adults. We can do that. So, what's the biggest benefit to religion?
Forgiveness.
For what?
She hesitated before adding,
Look, you're not going to offend me, but that also doesn't mean I'm going to agree that I want or need any of this stuff either.
Have you ever done anything wrong, Erica? Ever?
Well, of course. Who hasn't?
Keith pulled into the parking lot next to the restaurant and parked.
Then you need forgiveness from a holy God.
Not until they were seated at a table near the front window did Erica respond.
How can he stand it?
He who?
God. Let's say you're right, and God is real. We need his forgiveness. That's a lot of forgiving. I don't get how he could do that. I mean, sure, forgive you for kidnapping people for their own good.
Keith's eyes darted around the room as he cleared his throat.
Because people actually do that.
He laughed, his eyes trying to silence her.
Just a for instance. But what about guys like Manson or Dahmer? I can't imagine how a God could keep forgiving that kind of stuff over and over.
I guess,
Keith murmured as he accepted his menu from the server.
That's what makes him God. If he couldn't, what kind of God would he be?
But why would he want to?
That wasn't the question I answered, though.
Keith pointed to the fish portion of the menu.
They have a grilled tilapia that is amazing.
So what did you answer?
Keith closed his menu and leaned back in his chair.
You asked how he could stand to forgive over and over. He can stand it because he is God.
She snickered.
It reminds me of something my mom says.
What's that?
She says, when forgiveness comes hard, just remember what a moron the other person is. Let's face it, that totally applies to God.
She adjusted her skirt and asked,
So why would he do it then?
That's an easy one. For God so loved the world. The Bible says he does it because he loves us.
Keith leaned forward and added,
And I forgot to tell you that you look amazing. Great dress.
I don't wear them very often, mostly because I can't wear them to work, so what's the point of owning them?
Keith grinned.
Maybe to wear out with me?
I'll go shopping tomorrow.
Pain ripped through him as Leo tried to put on his shirt. Rod, now John, had purchased long sleeves to cover his tattoo.
Welcome to your new life.
Still, Allison didn't like the snake. Perhaps it was best.
Levi, come help with the steaks.
Eva's voice called to him from the deck. How had she adapted so easily? Then again, if anyone could overhear, she had to be careful. They all did.
At least my name is really similar to the old one. We should have been Levi, Allie, Rob, and Ava.
As he stepped out into the hallway, his eyes rose immediately to Allison's door, still closed. He didn't know what the dress looked like, but from the squeal he'd heard when Eva dragged her daughter up the stairs to show it off, Leo suspected that Allison approved. Eva shooed him out onto the deck.
Now, you stay out here with on and learn how to grill a good steak. I'm almost done with the rest of your meal, and then we're taking off. Beth. Oh, I'm never going to get used to this. We'll be down in a bit. I spent a small fortune replacing her makeup and hair equipment, and she's enjoying it.
In other words, don't be so stunned by how amazing she looks that I forget to tell her.
You learn fast. Rod laughed as they stepped onto the deck. Okay, look at the sear on this steak. When the steak needed only a few more minutes, Rod passed the spatula to Leo and turned to leave. Leo called him back.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Do guys still ask dads about things like if it's okay to date a daughter or ask permission to marry her or any of that stuff?
Some do, sure. It's not necessary. Rod added, but it's always appreciated.
Then,
It felt as if he'd swallowed cotton. Leo couldn't talk, could barely breathe. Levi?
Yeah?
He croaked. Rod clapped a hand on Leo's shoulder and said, I told Allison the night she brought you home. Emotion choked the older man before he added, I said, I was disappointed that you and Adric didn't work. I liked him. Now I see why that was a good thing. I like Leo more.
Thank you.
You make my daughter happy, Rod corrected. Thank you. They shut the door behind them just as Allison opened her door. Curls bounced around her shoulders, setting off features that he still couldn't believe Adric had resisted. She had everything any man could want: personality, beauty, intelligence, compassion, and such a comfortable love for the Lord. That love he hoped to cultivate someday.
Thank you for blinding him. I think she would have fallen for him if they had more time. It was probably nerves, the situation. It probably made them unnatural with each other. You look amazing. Are amazing, but man, wow.
That's Willow's line,
Allison corrected.
She says people are amazing?
Allison laughed and hugged him gently.
No, silly. People say wow when they talk about her. It's like her trademark, except she didn't choose it.
Her eyes roamed his face, searching for something.
Did you get enough rest? Are you okay?
Great, but if I don't get out there, I'm going to ruin those steaks.
Better go, she murmured. That's a crime in the Watson family.
It's not exactly appreciated in the Donato family either, he murmured before trying to hurry to the door. Can you get whatever your mom left on the counter?
Leo stepped outside and lit the candles, long ones. The name of the things escaped him, would have been better, but Eva assured him that any breeze at all they'd blow out. Instead, she'd bought mason jar candles and flowers to put in another jar.
I had to buy a whole case just to get the silly jar, but we'll use them for glasses for on the deck or something, she'd said.
Allison stepped outside carrying a bowl of salad and a loaf of brown bread. She snickered as she saw him.
Get this. Mom got sweet brown bread instead of the stuff for garlic bread.
He couldn't resist a smile.
Nice.
As if designed for their benefit, the sun slowly set, sending streaks of purple, pink, and gold across the sky, and slowly the trees became dark silhouettes against it all. Allison gazed out over the view and sighed.
The heavens are telling of the glory of God, and their expanse is declaring the work of his hands.
It just needs music.
Listen, Allison whispered. Do you hear that? The breeze rustling leaves? The birds saying goodnight?
Leo smiled at the picture of her sitting with her eyes closed, listening to nature's evening symphony. The candlelight cast gentle shadows on her face, and as she opened her eyes again, reflected in them.
Is this?
He said, trying to absorb the fanciful mood and enter into the fun of it.
Where I tell you to watch the dance of the fireflies?
She jumped up, taking a quick bite of her steak, and beckoned him to follow.
Come on, let's dance with them.
But...
A flicker of disappointment in her eyes stopped him.
Just take it slow. I'm an old man, remember?
In the grass below the deck, Allison slipped her arms around his neck, laid her head on his chest, and rocked.
I've never had a better date.
Leo winced as he encircled her waist with his arms.
I just wish I had been able to do this in Fairbury.
Why?
Why do I wish it? He asked. Or why didn't I?
Why do you wish it? I know why you didn't. She sighed. It's the only thing that kept me from feeling hopeless about my chance.
I just wish I had been able to do it before the Marshal Service threw us into the same house and kind of took your choice out of the equation.
They didn't do that,
Allison said, stepping back. She stared at her toes for a moment before raising her eyes to meet his.
We did. We thought you'd need someone to help you at first, and if we shared a house, you could save your subsistence payments. This is our fault.
Leo stared after her, confused as she walked back to the deck.
Finny.
His eyes glanced around him, wondering how anyone could hear. She turned, but didn't speak.
I'm glad you did. I get to spend more time with you that way.
I never thought you'd feel trapped,
she murmured, taking another step back.
I don't.
When she didn't return, Leo stepped forward.
Can we dance again?
Do you really want to?
She whispered. This time, Leo moved to her side and wrapped his arms around her.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I said that hurt you, but yes, I really want to.
Tears slid down her cheeks. She rested her head on his shoulder and allowed them to soak his shirt.
I'm sorry.
For what?
Leo stroked her hair, and his throat constricted as she took several ragged breaths.
I've done it again, haven't I? I wish I knew what is wrong with me. For the first time, I wish I could be someone else.
I don't want anyone else.
Her head snapped up.
What?
I don't want anyone else. Since April, I've only wanted a chance to be with you.
Her surprised eyes brought a chuckle.
Allison, do you know how many nights I tried to pray about anything but you and failed? Every single time. I prayed I'd forget you. Prayed you'd find a great guy that could actually be with you. Prayed that you'd do something horrible so I could lose all interest in you.
Adric said he thought you had some silly inferiority thing going because of your past.
Her eyes searched his.
I thought it sounded ridiculous, but You just did what every man I go out with does.
What?
Showed interest until we actually had a date, and then you acted like it wasn't enough. She dropped her head against his chest again. I don't know what is wrong with me, but I guess...
There's nothing wrong with you. I wasn't talking about me feeling trapped. I don't. I feel free for the first time in forever.
He squeezed her, the pain it caused almost a welcome reminder that he was alive, happy.
I just wished that I could have asked you when saying no didn't mean that you had to live with me.
If we were in Fairbury and you took me home right now, when would you call again?
I wouldn't wait. I'd stop by the shop on the way home.
All doubts fled. He knew they'd return, but he grasped the confidence he felt and held onto it.
I'm not waiting until I get in there either,
Leo added, jerking his head at the cabin.
Can we do this again? Can we dance with the fireflies and watch sunsets by candlelight? I don't know how to do romance. Not this kind. But I'll learn, even if it takes me a lifetime. I'd like that chance.
They sat in the glider, their meal abandoned. The moon rose, fireflies danced, their fingers intertwined as they rocked, but they didn't speak. In the bottom of his pocket, pressed against his thigh, a ring tempted him to say more. It had been implied from the day they joined her parents in the safe house in Rockland. From Keith and Karen to Rod and Eva, everyone assumed. He had assumed. If he read her right, she had too. But should he wait? Give them time? Would she ever wonder if he had asked earlier than he planned just to reassure her? Something new and unexpected filled his heart. One word. Patience. 31. Ernie stepped into the bar and strode up to the counter. Mike's eyes widened. I thought Sam was the only one who made it. What took you so long to get back here? I kept driving around town, going into the coffee shop, everywhere. I thought maybe Trina or... He glanced around the room before leaning close. Who stepped up? Troy. He's in the office trying to figure stuff out. I sure hope you have codes because we have a mess on our hands. He swallowed the shot of whiskey offered and took a deep breath. I'd better go see if I can help then. As long as Jenk didn't change anything after I left, we're good for the basics until I can try to hack through. Ernie forced himself to look disgusted. You know, this is the problem with me setting up security. I tried to make it so no one, even me, could get through. Mike jerked his head to the back of the building as Troy's voice came roaring down the hallway. Better hurry. Ernie knocked on the door and tried to steady his nerves as he waited to see who answered it. Rob. An improvement in names, anyway. It sounded like a fraternity rather than a meth operation. And, depending on your opinion, an improvement in bodyguard. He might not be as big as Wentz, but he had the intelligence to know when to strike. I hear you're in charge now, Ernie said, looking past Rob.
I thought they got you. Hang on.
He punched a button on a cell phone and barked.
Call off Izzy. Tell her we'll let her know if she continues or not later.
To Ernie, he said,
Can you get in your office?
If Jenk didn't change the code, sure.
I started to have them rip off the door, but Mike said something about alarms. We're getting a specialist. Everything's a mess. Production, distribution, and cops drive by daily now.
They want the whole operation, not a bust. You're good, and we have Bachman to warn us if they try a big bust. Ernie jerked his thumb at his office door. May I?
Just get me whatever I need to see where we are.
Without a word, Ernie punched in his code and waited for the little green light. He opened the door and called out, Access codes are the same. I'll have them to you in 5. Shutting the door behind him, he turned the deadbolt even before he flipped on the light. The laptop sat where it always did. He flipped the lid. 16-character password. Check. Ernie's fingers flew across the keys. He pulled out the Linux CD, inserted it, and switched to it for his work. Troy wouldn't know the difference. Not yet. And if he discovered it, well, that's why having Jenk in custody helped. He'd claim it was new protocol for the hit. Troy wouldn't be the wiser. Bogus email accounts disappeared. New ones surfaced. He printed out half a ream of emails between him and Jenk and then deleted the accounts. He'd burn the servers later. A page of passwords spit out into the printer tray. These he slipped between the email pages and sealed in an envelope. A sticky note went on top, warning of the list. He'd give the rest of them in a few days, after he let them think he'd killed himself hacking into his own system. Unlocking the door, he stepped across the hall, his arms full of paper. Troy opened the door himself.
"What's all that?"
"Had to scrub the emails, so I printed them for you to read first." His finger pointed to the sticky note. "Okay, I've got to go get a few things and be sure they're inaccessible." Ernie glanced around him before he added in a low whisper, "Wentz might need a close companion." Troy nodded.
"I'll get on that. Sam, perhaps."
"If you sent him back for reconnaissance, he could slip up somehow. Accidentally let something slip to a local cop. Say something a citizen wouldn't know or something."
"He'll go back tonight."
He glanced at his watch. "Look, I've got to get those servers. I just had to get in here and get what we needed first." He pointed to the green sheets he'd stuffed on the bottom of the pile. "Those are the latest reports. I suggest calling for a 4% increase. And I think Jerry's skimming. Someone might want to have a talk with him. I don't think we put him on the benefits program yet." With that, Ernie stepped across the hall, grabbed his laptop bag, locked the door behind him, and offered the bag to Troy. The man stared at it. "What?" "Check it."
"For what?"
Ernie nearly groaned aloud. "To make sure I'm not stealing information."
"You're not,"
Troy insisted. "I'd rather you check. That way everyone knows my fingers are clear. It's best." He leaned forward. "I recommend it for the runners, too. You never know who is slipping what." Troy flipped through the case, his hands running over the pockets and lining. He hesitated just where the Linux CD was hidden, but seemed to be listening to something else. Just then, a roar went up in the bar.
"Gotta go. You're good."
"Guess that legendary hearing isn't a joke," Ernie muttered as he pushed his way out the back door. The warehouse looked like it held beer, private label but large. Bottles upon bottles of beer filled heavy pallets stacked 12 feet high and wrapped in plastic. Ernie ignored it all and strode to a small office at the back corner. He punched in the key code. It failed. His eyes widened. He grew nervous as he punched in the number again. It would fail. That had been his idea. If the first failed, the second did automatically, even if it was right. Red light. He punched again, this time hitting each number slowly and deliberately. He waited. It seemed like an eternity before the green light glowed. "You're losing your grip," he muttered. Inside, he had to work fast. All 4 servers were online, not for long. He inserted a USB drive into each and began the download. It needed to be swift. It wouldn't be. Perspiration beaded on his upper lip as he drummed his fingernails on the shelf. Thank God I talked Jenk out of surveillance cameras. I'd be toast now. That thought brought new fears to mind. What if Jenk had done it anyway? It would make sense. But that kind of evidence, too damning for them in a raid. At least his encryption software had made it possible to keep the police out of their files for a long time, possibly indefinitely. One camera tape, however. No, Jenk had listened, if only Troy would. The first server, newest one, finished first. He pulled out the black thumb drive, slid it into the lining of his sport coat, and shoved the red one into the port. As the software wiped the file clean, Ernie watched the other one, wondering if computers weren't something like pots of water on a stove. At last, it too finished. One after another, the little black thumb drives downloaded their information and hid them in the jacket that the others made fun of, but he wore them for emergencies such as these. Once the last one finished, he hid it and pulled the emergency first aid kit from the shelf above the desk. He pulled out the drill, tested it in the air, and began filling the first server with holes. A newscast filled the late-night TV. Ernie reached for the remote, but a name caught his attention. Local acclaimed author Warren Whitfield returned from a book tour in British Columbia this week to find unusual messages on his answering machine. Warren Whitfield, standing in front of his house, spoke to the reporter, the confusion still visible in his eyes. "I don't really understand it. I mean, these people call, leave messages about things they think should make sense to me, appointments that I didn't make with them." Locals say they didn't know the author had left town. The reporter turned to a barista at the local coffee shop.
I didn't know the man was doing the book signing wasn't Mr. Whitfield. I mean, he has books with his picture on them. It looked right. I mean, the guy had a new haircut, but he said a barber in another state just cut it too short.
When asked, those who spoke to the imposter say he seemed to be legitimate. The reporter thrust her microphone into the face of a man who looked miserable.
"Mr. Whitfield is a private man. None of us know him that well. He's not from around here, you know. So, if the man we saw wasn't him, well, it looked like him anyway."
Authorities say that neighbors saw the imposter coming and going from Whitfield's home, but the author insists nothing is missing. While the investigation is ongoing, the local police don't expect they'll ever know exactly what happened. This is Lisa Fletcher, WTPB News. Ernie's car roared up Highway 24 out of Manitou Springs. At a turnout near Fountain Creek, he pulled over and found the number for Jenk. He hesitated and then typed out a message. "Phone is dying. Have to replace." After prying open the back of the phone, he pulled the SIM card from it and opened the car door. The waste of a perfectly good phone never got easier. He threw it onto the pavement several times. Using his foot, he swept the pieces to the front of his rear tire and reached into the back seat for the cordless drill. In seconds, the SIM card was toast. That deed accomplished, Ernie drove back toward Manitou Springs. He pulled into a pancake house and parked. Pulling a new phone and SIM card from his pocket, Ernie assembled the phone. His fingers hovered over the address book before he typed the first name. Troy. If it had worked with Jenk, it would work with Troy. Their new replacement was too trusting, but things could change. He hesitated, wondering if his old idea of using one of the others in the organization, someone who wanted to take over perhaps, might not be better. No, Troy's the sort who would think you were conspiring against him instead of collecting data. 2 spellings of his name, and he'll assume the texts were sent to him if he ever sees the phone. With that settled, he typed out another message. This time a ribbing about Keith's stint as Whitfield would work perfectly. "Hear you got a bad haircut and aren't very friendly with neighbors." Joe turned to watch the man as he strode back across the street, 4th time that morning. Adric passed in his Mustang and then turned around, parking in the closest spot. He jumped from the vehicle, but Joe pointed to the meter. "Don't forget to pay the lady." Adric stuffed a quarter in the machine before turning to Joe. "Do you know if Leo is okay?" "I don't know anything except that the FBI hauled him away and there's no record of him in custody anywhere." "He didn't do anything wrong, Joe. I know it. He wouldn't." Adric kicked a rock. "Did you hear the walls moved?" "After what those freaks did to their place, I don't blame them." "You'll tell me if you can, right?" Adric shook his head. "You already would. I should know that. I just hate to think of him in trouble for something he didn't do." "I keep hoping this means he's not. He's finally protected like he should have been the first time," Joe admitted. "I just can't find anything that supports that idea." Adric's jaw worked, and Joe tried to stifle his amusement at the man's obvious attempt to control his temper.
Allison lit up around him. Did you ever see it? I mean, that month she spent with me was great. It was. I could have been happy with her, but there was no spark to her. With Leo, with him, she had it. And now he's gone, and she won't be able to find him. A new idea hit Joe, one he couldn't share, but hoped was accurate. He started to suggest the simple but effective avenue of prayer when the same man ducked between the peddler and the grind. He pulled out his radio and turned to Adric. Sorry, gotta go. Just pray for them. God's got it handled already.
32. 3 weeks. Leo had spent 3 weeks resting, recovering, helping to turn the so-called cabin into a home, and chickening out every time he decided he wanted to ask Allison to marry him. It seemed fast, too fast. But who decided how fast or slow relationships should take? Since when did it matter? He glanced out the window as she walked to the mailbox. Her hair swayed with each step. The serenity had returned within days of his arrival. She peeked in the box, closed it, and returned without even the hint of dejection in her shoulders. Did she do it to keep up appearances? Who would watch? Cars drove by, often much too fast, but they saw few people. Most they did see stopped for directions none of the Watson Donatos could help with. A truck pulled up, and Allison turned to answer a question. The boy inside pulled out a gun. Leo's throat went dry as the kid aimed it directly at Allison. She screamed. Rod, Eva, and Leo fought to get out the door first, but not before they saw her turn and chase after the vehicle. As she turned, he snickered. What? Eva stared at him. They pulled a gun on her. I thought she was a dead woman. When she ran, they squirted her. They must have painted the things to look real. Allison threw up her hands as she neared the house. Look at me! What kind of stupid kids? At the sight of Leo laughing, she charged after him. He ran. His feet flew through the house, out the back door, and down the deck steps. As he rushed toward the trees, a new idea hit him, and he kicked up the pace. At the second tree, he flattened himself against it and listened. Her footsteps grew louder, occasionally muffled by her threats. Those threats worked equally well in apprising him of her location. The moment she stepped past the tree where he hid, Leo reached out and grabbed her arm. His plan failed. Rather than pulling her to him, they both crashed to the ground and he landed on a rock. Oof. What? She gasped. Are you nuts? Are you hurt? Leo brushed a leaf from her hair. No. She stood, brushing dirt from her shorts and cringing at the mud she swore she could feel on her back. Leo didn't argue. The scene replayed itself in his mind. The truck, the boy, the gun, Allison's scream. He stood and pulled her to him, burying his face in her hair. I thought you were going to die. When I saw that stream of water, I almost lost it. I did too, until I saw a dribble of water. She stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. You would have died without knowing. Knowing what? She leaned back and gazed into his eyes. Understanding dawned. I know, Levi. I know. Okay, then without me having to say it. I love you. Her eyes closed. Mind saying it again? I love you. One more time? An eyelid opened. Please? I love you. I love you too. Leo sighed. I was beginning to wonder. A giggle tickled his ear. She didn't giggle much, but the rare times she did amused rather than annoyed him. Rod had said it was because it was so rare. After I practically threw myself at you, I'm sure you had lots of doubts. I wanted to hear it. Leo brushed her cheek with his lips. And yes, I had my doubts. Who wouldn't? It's human nature, isn't it? Unless you're Chuck Majors. Who's that? Allison laughed. Someone that I'm very sorry to say you'll never get to meet now. Chuck would have no doubt of my absolute undying love for him.
Really?
Leo stood back and crossed his arms.
Yep. Say hello to him, give him the time of day, even hint that you might go out with him, and bam, you're in love. No doubt about it.
She dropped her forehead to his shoulder.
Then again, I did hear that Chad's sister had tamed him some.
Gathering every ounce of his courage, Leo shoved his hand in his pocket and pulled out the ring he'd been carrying.
I got this for you the day they discharged me from the hospital.
He held it up, allowing the faint sunlight through the trees to hit the stone and make it sparkle.
I've tried to give it to you every day, sometimes a dozen times a day since then.
It's beautiful.
Her eyes sought his.
What's it for?
Leo smiled, and this time kissing her didn't seem premature, inappropriate, or self-serving. Voices called to them from the deck.
Levi, Bethany.
He took her hand, pressing the ring into it.
I know it's not much, certainly not all you deserve, but it's all I had in my account. When Sean liquidated it, he cashed the check and took me to a pawn shop.
Leo sighed.
I wanted something nicer, but...
You still haven't told me what it's for. Bethany, he shouldn't be running around like that. Get back here.
They giggled at Eva's admonitions. Leo hesitated. Should he kneel? Did guys do that still? Would she think him stupid, or would it mean something to her?
Come on,
she said, slipping her hand into his.
Tell me about this on the way back to the house. Otherwise, you're going to have 3 people to explain it to.
He took a deep breath as they stepped from the trees.
Will you marry me, Allison, and be my Bethany?
Bethany Donato. I like it.
I know.
She glanced at him sharply.
What do you mean, you know?
I heard you the day I told you. You tried it on for size, so to speak.
She nudged him.
I should be mad.
So should I.
Why?
Allison took her hand from his and slid the ring onto her finger, examining it in the light.
Because you're torturing me here.
Allison stood, still examining her ring, and exclaimed, What?
You never answered the question.
They discovered that a Whitsec wedding wasn't as easy as they expected. It couldn't be performed in a church or by a minister, Leo's tattoo and ear holes being the primary objection. A photographer was out of the question, or he was until Eva pointed out that people would find it very strange that there were no pictures of a wedding that occurred after the house fire. Sean tried to argue that they could fudge on dates of fire, but the license would contradict. While Eva and Allison spent several days shopping for dresses and suits for the men, Leo and Rod worked with Sean to arrange for an officiant and a photographer, both of whom, Sean insisted, must be marshals. A judge provided Sean with a one-day license to perform the ceremony. A marshal, Jane Hughes, arrived on the date with a camera and a laptop with Photoshop installed. No tattooed or holy Leo in any photo when she finished with them. Fresh rainfall made the outdoors even muggier than usual, but Jane cued the music from her laptop, and Pachelbel's Canon in D filled the house as Allison stepped from her room, now their room, and descended the stairs. Rod stood at the bottom, ready to escort her to Leo's side. Leo watched, his heart a lump the size of Texas in his throat as she took her father's arm. He'd expected a poofy dress, or at least a long one, but she wore something he couldn't describe. Tiny white flowers sewn together tip to tip made up the fabric, and it was straight, skimming her body just enough to fit without clinging. She carried roses, pink ones. They suited her and her hair. As father and daughter met him at the door, he took her hand and stepped out onto the deck. Sean waited under an arc of filmy fabric, what kind only Eva knew. Sean, not being religious, had requested that they not require him to pray. Allison had asked him to do it, so Leo cleared his throat.
If you don't mind, Allison and I want to pray.
He swallowed and tried to calm his nerves. He failed.
Lord, you know I don't know what I'm doing here, so I'm trusting you to take care of us. We have John and Anne to help us. I may not have any example of a good marriage in my life, but Bethany and I do together now. I have John. She has Anne. I thank you for them. Just help us. That's all we really need. Help. In Jesus' name.
Allison joined him. Amen. The vows were mercifully short and to the point. The kiss, not so much. For the first time since he'd first imagined kissing her, Leo allowed himself to relax and immerse himself in the moment. From the chuckles, low whistle, and clapping, it didn't seem as if anyone else minded either. Eva ushered them back into the house for pictures and cake. Jane took half a dozen formal shots and asked about a bouquet toss. You could do it from the stairs. There's no one to catch. I'll catch after I get the shot. The point is to have the pictures, right? Allison's eyes slid sideways. Is that why you insisted on a garter? Eva shrugged. I just thought. They stood at the end of the drive, Allison in her white, knee-length dress, Leo with his sleeves rolled up and his suit jacket slung over one shoulder, waving at the Wall Watsons as they drove to Tulsa for a week in a hotel. Come on, it's miserable out here and I want to look at the pictures again. I can't believe how she transformed you. I can see what you're going to look like now. Inside, he kicked off his shoes, tossed his jacket over the arm of the couch, and began rolling up his sleeves. Allison watched, a smile on her lips. There's Ka. What? Ka. I named him. Her fingers traced the head of the snake, past the wrist, and up the arm to the tip of the tail.
Why, Ka?
From the Jungle Book, she explained. At his blank look, she added, You know, Rudyard Kipling. Disney even made it into a movie.
I thought you hated that snake.
I did at first. Allison's eyes met his. But it's part of you. Her fingers traced the part of the web she could see above his collar. It really did fade a lot. Leo's arms wrapped around her, pulling her close.
Maybe just a couple more laser treatments then.
I feel so ridiculous, but I'm going to miss it all. I wish you didn't have to. He exhaled slowly, relaxing with each word.
For the first time since the day Pete Fenway got through to me, I almost wish it too.
The laptop scrolled from picture to picture through the simple slideshow. Jane had promised to mail an edited CD with all the pictures on it, but she left half a dozen on the laptop for their enjoyment. Allison pointed to the last one. That'll be the first new picture in this house. Leo stared at the picture. Allison sat on his lap and her parents stood behind them, arms wrapped around each other. It was a nice picture, reasonably artistic for a gal who didn't do wedding photography for a living. But why that one he couldn't imagine.
Why?
Dad wanted 3 things for his birthday. She smiled up at him. He wanted a Bible from me, an endorsement on his check from you.
What for?
Tattoo removal. I think he was still sure you'd refuse. He really wanted you to come with us. Leo held her closer, closing his eyes.
And I suppose a picture of some kind.
Yep, a new family portrait. He didn't say it, but I heard it in his voice and saw it in his eyes. He wanted you in that portrait. Allison swallowed back tears. That was just a day or 2 before they took his pictures away from him.
I'm so sorry.
Deep down, Allison said, I'm not. None of us would even consider it a choice. Our old life without you, or our new one with you, we'd all pick the new one. Not one of us would hesitate.
Well, I owe some truck out there a lot of thanks.
For what? Leo took her hand and tugged her toward the stairs.
For putting a knock in that beautiful Camry's heart.
The end. This is Krista Del Sorbo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Mismatched, The Agency Files, Book 2, written by Chautona Havig. Thank you for listening.